I'm doing good, Hulk Flyer. Base choice. Although I'm trying to fix something real quick, but yeah. All right. What's up, people? If I had more time, I could have figured it out this stream. I wonder if you guys have ever seen those Jack's Films royalty-free Christmas music stuff. Do you guys think that stuff is actually royalty-free? Like, could I put at the intro of my stream without getting copyright claimed? What's up, Sauce Ramen? Welcome back. We out here? Indeed. I have to add Minecraft to the audio source thing. Properties. Watch address. I don't know which one you mean. Do you mean the, like, the Venezuela one? That's the most recent one I saw. Oh, Java. It's probably the Java thing. The one going on right now? Oh, I didn't know there was one right now. Playing modded Minecraft. What are you playing with? It is modded, but it's not that... Well, I say not that many mods. It technically has like 100 mods, but half of those are dependencies or performance mods. It's got like Twilight Forest. It's got a bunch of most of the mods are like snowy mods to make everything snow. You can see we have some biome mods. Some of the stuff is not mods but shaders. One of the mods, this is what part of what's on the agenda today that I'm going to be doing in the background if I react to just some slop, which I will at some point. Hold on, I think I turned them down. We got... Oh, I can't. Oh shit. Check this out, check this out. Oh my god, bro. Really? Okay, well, never mind then. I guess that's awesome, man. I guess my friend wanted to be an asshole. That's awesome. I guess I can still show you some of them. Dude, I need the can I get the instruments back without... Or if I kill them, do I get them back? Watch address. I can't. What is it about? For the ones still in the boat, or that still have it. Of course. I'm gonna die. I can make them play Megalovania from Undertale, and it's funny. But I guess not anymore. Awesome. Epic. Cool. So on the agenda, I guess, is get more zombies and stuff again. And then build an actual place for them to be, rather than just in my house. Because they're very annoying in my house. Nothing can you be the first out of the 3 Georgian liberal streamers to react to Bulgarian people getting their government to abdicate as part of the Gen Z protest. You're covering original stuff now. I have not seen that. But I guess I can't. But Easy Money wants to watch, or wants me to watch, The Address. I have no clue. It is the Venezuela one. What do you mean? I guess those are new. I saw, there was one a little bit previously. I saw this. We could react to Ryan getting reacted to that is kind of...
Airfares rose 31% now under our leadership.
I like that idea, actually.
Coming down fast.
They aren't.
Democrat
they just aren't.
Also
That's true, Ryan.
Look outside. It's incredible. It's
I don't go outside, but I trust this man does.
And, like, Fox News is gonna report it as if it's true. We can look at...
Okay, I'm not just gonna steal. I'm not gonna steal it. What's up, Ricky? Welcome back.
Enlistment in our military, and last year we had among the worst recruitment numbers in our military's history. What a difference a year makes. In addition...
Wait, is this the official CNBC channel? They're running an actual poll? 77% yes, oh boy.
Doing what no politician of either party has ever done, standing up to the special interest to dramatically reduce the price of prescription drugs. I negotiated directly with the drug companies and foreign nations, which were taking advantage of our country for many decades, to slash prices on drugs and pharmaceuticals by as much as 400, 500, and even 600%. In other words, your drug costs will be plummeting downward. And I used the threat of tariffs to...
How many times could he keep doing that, bro? Someone has to have told him by now. Like, every time he, to be charitable, phrases it that way, because technically, like, Trump himself probably by now understands a 600% discount would be like a negative price. It's probably, he just means like the percentage change in like the profits they make or something. I forget what it was like. I think someone figured out what he was actually probably referring to at some point. I don't remember. I might have bookmarked it on Twitter. But like, bro, they're paying us to take drugs. Amazing, I know.
Foreign countries who would never have done it to pay the cost of this giant dollar reduction. they stop ripping us off. And it began as of 4 days ago. There has never been anything like this in the history of our country. Drugs have billions of dollars of money that should go directly to the people. The money should go to the people. That's you. So they can buy their own health insurance, which will give far better benefits at much lower costs. It will be far better health insurance. The current Unaffordable Care Act was created to make insurance companies rich. It was bad health care at much too high a cost. And you see that now in the steep increase in premiums being demanded by the Democrats, and they are demanding those increases, and it's their fault. It is not the Republicans' fault. It's the Democrats' fault. It's the Unaffordable Care Act, and everybody knew it. Again, I want the money to go directly to the people so you can buy your own health care. You'll get much better health care at a much lower price. The only losers will be insurance companies that have gotten rich, and the Democrat Party, which is totally controlled by those same insurance companies. They will not be happy, but that's okay with me, because you, the people, are finally going to be getting great health care at a lower cost. Another major focus is the cost of energy. For years, the radical left Democrats exploited the green energy scam as an excuse to funnel many billions of dollars into.
Why do I need to watch this Easy Money? Do I can't, like, it's just, this is what he does. Yes, I'm aware. I've seen Trump speak before.
To their own massive slush funds, as their energy restrictions drastically drove up prices, and they drove them up at record levels. Electricity costs surged 30 to 100.
If he declares war, I will see it. Someone will link the actual clip to me where he declares war, okay?
100% under Biden. And the typical family lost $5,000 to $10,000 in higher energy costs. Think of that, $5,000 to $10,000 you lost. On day one, I declared a national energy emergency. Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in much of the country. In some states, it, by the way, just hit $1.99 a gallon. And within the next 12 months, we will have opened 1,600 new electrical generating plants, a record, and it's a record that won't be beaten by practically, I would say.
Yeah, I don't respect. Wait, I'm not gonna. I don't care to sit around and wait in case he declares war. I'm gonna see. Someone will let me know if he does. I'm sure. I care about my nerdy stuff. Okay. Like pick 5. Frozen bovine meat. I feel like Argentina's got bovine. Okay, they have some. Okay, number 5. Okay, I feel like the US has got to be up there. We're number 3. All right. I really don't know beyond that who would be on, who would be here. I don't feel like it'd be like China, but China's always a somewhat safe guess. So, but I guess Germany, and then if it's not Germany, I'll go for China. Oh, that was horrible. Oh, that was horrible. Oh, please, China, don't be horrible. Oh, boy. Oh, that was even worse. Oh, my God. Dude, I have no clue what countries export frozen bovine meat beyond the US and Argentina. Not listening to Trump. I'm gonna, bro. Ain't no way people care that much, bro. Ain't no way. I'm just waiting for Survivor to come back on CPCast. Relatable. Listen, okay. If he declares war, okay, or some crazy stuff, okay, I'll watch a clip of him doing that. If not, it's just gonna be what I just watched 5 minutes of, which is every speech ever where he rambles on for 20 minutes about all the amazing accomplishments that he has done that don't make any sense, and then says Democrats, green energy, evil, bad, Joe Biden, auto pen. I'm good. I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it right now. I don't need to see it. Bro, wait, actually, I bet Canada's got some. Didn't know how that much. Brazil? I would have never guessed Brazil. Australia. Oh, I could have guessed Australia, though. India, Argentina. I was considering Argentina. Or, not Argentina. India. But I figured the thing I've heard about, like, India is that there's, like, people who have to, like, move a bunch of cows, like, into Bangladesh to kill them because they can't legally kill them in India. So I didn't know, but I didn't think Bangladesh would be a top exporter just because of that, and they weren't, I guess. But I guess there's enough legal ways to kill, or at least tolerated ways to kill cows in India that they're still up there. 72% of Americans do not think their incomes have kept up with rising costs. Wow. Just 28% of Americans trust official economic statistics. That's not at all surprising. Who don't trust them say they're 35% who don't trust them say they're being fake and manipulated, of course. What are the other ones? They just don't accurately measure what real people are experiencing is 60%, and then 4% unsure. Okay. You know what? I'll take that as a win. Okay. Yeah, I think I saw this part of it. Falling prices across the economy is known as deflation. During periods of inflation, both prices and workers' wages tend to go up together. During periods of deflation, prices and workers' wages tend to go down together. Knowing this, do you think prices going down would be a good or bad thing? A good thing, 40%. Neither good or bad, 31%. A bad thing, 15%. We got to get this number up. Unsure, 14%. This is true. This is actually median voter. What time period is this as in the last few years? That might be true for a decent amount of people in the last few years, depending on what you mean by last few years. I think since 2023, it's been going up, right? For the median person. I don't think we have, well, do we have 2024? Oh, we do. So since 2023, it's up, and then 2024, it's up. And that's household income, which technically, if you just look at wages, maybe they've, or no, it says income, I guess. But people don't perceive non-wage compensation as the same type of income, so, or even government transfer payments, especially. Okay, well, someone let me know if Trump declares war. Other than that, okay, we're doing a different type of slop. One that I care about a little bit more. Wow, we got 2 kickbots in a row, one after the other. Wow, the same exact message. Let's go. Let's go. I love Kick's moderation. That works so well. I saw one, I support Trump declaring war. I'm so bored. Something interesting needs to happen. This is valid.
What is not a lie?
Dude, there's no, is there a betting market? What's the betting market at for a declaration of war or anything? Because I would put it at, I would imagine it's got to be under 50%, right? If I just look up Kalshi, like, Trump announcement, not Federal Reserve Chair. To not Can you just link me to the actual market itself? Efficient market hypothesis is failing me right now. Unbelievable.
What is not allowed.
I'm betting no if it's not under 50%. Yeah, there's got to be something though. But we're at 2 Trump presidencies and 1 term of Biden's, and still nothing ever happens. This is true. People underestimate the power, but nothing ever happens. Okay, I don't know why everyone's expecting something to happen. It's probably gonna be even if you did do something, it would just be like, oh, we're gonna start doing strikes, like instead of on boats in like Venezuelan territory, and like that might lead to something, but I would still even then expect that not much would happen from it.
Lie though, when he held up the sign, didn't he lie to the American public, to you and me and everybody else in here in the entire world, when he said these are the tariffs that every other country has on us? That was a lie, right?
Well, it was a negotiating tactic.
So it was a lie to negotiate.
Let's go. I did see one clip of this on Twitter. I'm talking about like free banking, and like Dinesh just like a crazy Bitcoin person dude apparently, and it was interesting. I don't think Destiny was the most prepared for that conversation, to be fair, but you know, this is an under-reported issue now, but I'm tired of Jerome Powell. He cannot stop cutting rates, and is barely able to keep the jobs market alive while superheating inflation and easy borrowing for the housing stock price bubble. I don't think that so I mean, inflation is obviously, it's like 1% above target right now, and that's bad. And I think the broader issue is the sort of loss in it's not a complete loss or anything, but it's somewhat of a loss in credibility, and no one actually believes the Fed is gonna try to have bring down inflation to 2% anymore. But I don't think there's a housing bubble. I don't think that either, and I'll get to that. But oh, wonderful, yay. What's I saying? Oh, if you watch the press conferences, he'll say things like this. The downside risk to employment is bigger, right? That's the big concern, is that the labor market seems to turn around, much faster than inflation. So if you see worrying signs in a labor market, which we have, like if you look at sort of the people who are the riskiest to hire, young workers, black workers, Hispanic workers, the unemployment rate for young workers and like black workers is going up quite a bit right now, even though the headline unemployment rate is like relatively stable. So, my understanding is they're taking steps to address that concern, because the downside risk is higher for the labor market. Things can turn around much faster when it's unlikely inflation would spike super fast. And if it starts going up, they have more time to change policy than if the labor market suddenly changes.
Negotiating tactic, and you actually know it because you just admitted it.
I didn't
but
admit it.
earlier you were trying to con the audience.
I was giving a simplified answer to somebody who found out they just found out what fractional reserve banking was.
Also, they both talk about fractional reserve banking a lot, so it's gonna be even more painful. Let's go. We should pursue 25% nominal GDP growth in line with the. Yeah, wait, this is what we need. We can get Trump on board with NGDP targeting, okay? MMT reacts. I ain't no MMTer. Okay, I just and I don't even agree fully with the MMT post-Keynesian view on endogenous money or whatever. I just think that it is true that loans create deposits, and even if Selgin is right about banks are still reserve constrained insofar as they have to settle payments with other banks, like it's still just kind of weird and annoying to watch two retards talk about fractional reserve banking. What's up, Chipinger? Welcome back. And what's up, Charsky? You just have to take an IQ test to get a license to use words like fractional reserve banking. This is true. It would be much better. Can we get Pagburn to please institute the IQ test before we let people do this stuff, bro?
Welcome to the stage, Dinesh D'Souza and Destiny.
How you doing tonight?
I'm good.
So I think we were given pretty broad leeway over, I guess, what to chat about tonight, insofar as kind of like Trump and MAGA and the current state of the U.S. and kind of like where we've come, where we're going in relation to that. Do you have any strong thoughts you want to start us off with, or do you want me to just get right into it?
Well, let's get into it.
Okay, so I don't know how much you know about me, but I've been kind of like a YouTube political commentator, influencer guy for maybe about 10 years. I followed with great detail.
7 out of 10 times I hear a phrase that's immediately followed by some reference to the Rothschild. Yeah. I was worried. In the one clip I saw on Twitter, I was actually worried Dinesh was going to bring that up because he was like, I think it was like, you know, if you're saying like Bitcoin is so great and everything, why is every other country not done this, you know, and why do they all have a central bank still? And it was like, Dinesh was like, because it's all to the benefit of, and I was unironically worried that he was going to say like central bankers and Rothschilds and shit. But he just said, I mean, I don't want to say implied it. What he said could be interpreted as some type of dog whistle. I don't really think he was intentionally trying to do it, but he was like, it is to the benefit of governments and the elites or whatever. I mean, we'll get to that part in the debate, but it's not. I don't think it's a dog whistle, but it's not far off from what someone hiding their power level with regards to that stuff would say, I think. I can agree with part of it, but another thing is I'm very skeptical to current jobs report somewhere where the labor market is somehow regaining footing out of nowhere right after Trump put in a new BLS head. I don't think they have a mechanism, read theory, not find a creature from Jekyll Island. That's true. I should read. Dude, my dad is, I think I've said this on the stream, you might know this, my dad has a copy of that book. It's crazy. I just punched my phone, but I was just trying to break the snow.
Out of the political, factual, legal, whatever.
Oh, wait. For inflation, there are structural flaws with how they report it, from what I've heard, and I think they may be heavily underreported right now. I feel like, if any, like CPI is probably an overestimate of inflation. I don't know. There's somewhat of a structural issue with CPI right now in that they're using a lot of there's a name for it. They're using a lot of substituted data right now because they don't have the resources to collect real data on a lot of prices. So like the percentage of goods that have like synthetic prices or like estimated prices as opposed to like the real price has been going up. But I don't think that's true for PCE, and I'm not sure that would have a big effect one way or the other on causing it to underreport or overreport it. And from my understanding, unless you want to make some argument about the distributional effects, that speech sucked. Thanks, Tesco Johnson. This is why we avoided watching it. See, nothing ever happens. It's every Trump speech ever. People lose their minds and think some crazy shit's gonna happen, but all we get is some ranting about pharmaceutical prices and green energy and a bunch of bullshit. I was ready to rage, bro. Yeah, did anything? Is it over now? I didn't watch it, so I watched 5 minutes of it.
Stuff going on with both sides, especially over the past 5 or 6 years. And one of the most kind of troubling things that I've seen develop is we are totally and completely separated in terms of factual reality.
Yeah, of course.
In terms of where like the left is living and where MAGA is living. And I mean, my argument is that I would say the conservatives and MAGA and even people in positions like yours have contributed really heavily towards that like deliberate muddying of the record so that people aren't aware of what's actually happening in this country. And I guess like the first event, I guess, or thing I would kind of like to center on is I'm curious what your understanding is of like the Mar-a-Lago documents case for the classified information that Trump took from the White House and refused to return.
Oh boy.
I'm happy to get into it, but before we do, if I can explore the idea you just mentioned a moment ago about alternative realities. I assume what you're saying is that...
Please, I don't think he will do this. Please do not bring up transgender people. Please do not bring up transgender, dude. Please. Oh, man.
The left lives in a certain type of a bubble, but it's a reality-based bubble. The right lives in a bubble that is fake and not reality-based. And so, according to you, one half of the country is essentially deluded, and the other half of the country is sane. See, I think this is a very poor way to try to conceptualize politics in general. It's the reason it's a poor way is that if you look at any political divide, particularly the really severe political divides, if we go back, for example, to 1860, you could take the view that, which was the view of the South, Lincoln was a moron, Lincoln is a dictator, Lincoln's an idiot, and the Republicans in the North make no sense at all. Or you could take the opposite view, that everyone in the South is a moron, they're living in a bubble, they don't understand reality, and therefore one side is completely right and the other side is completely wrong. To me, the reason this is a very poor way to comprehend reality is that it requires you ultimately to believe that virtually one half of the entire country lives in delusion. God. Democracy would make no sense if this were truly the case. In reality, the complex thing to do, particularly when there is a divide, and I think this is what we have to work toward, and it'd be really interesting if we...
Fix server? What's wrong with it? It was lagging a bit, but I think that might be... We have 3 people on it.
Did that in this debate, is if I can advance a theory about Trump that explains not just the 75 million people or so who voted for him, but also the 71 million or so who voted against him. And if I can account for both, and similarly, I would demand of you the same thing. You advance a theory that is a little more sophisticated than simply saying everybody who votes for Trump is a dummy, or they're listening...
This is what we're going to focus on? Really? They better not spend that much time talking about this, bro. Notice how Destiny actually just wanted to talk about, or he at least wanted to start, which is like one specific thing, and just go over the details of it. And Dinesh is like, well, you have to present a holistic theory about how, and I can explain how half the country voted for Trump, even though you say they're full of misinformation. Half the country is retarded. Half the country is retarded. It's a fine theory. This is true, and yeah. Killing
to other dummies and swallowing their dumb stuff. This does not do justice to our fellow citizens. So I'm just objecting to this framing of reality. We can discuss specific aspects of reality, and I'm happy to start where you want, and then I'll take you where I want to go. But I'd like you to comment, first of all, if you agree with me that each of us needs to advance tonight a theory that is good enough, not just to feed the prejudices of the people on our own side, which may be the majority of the audience here, but genuinely accounts for the other side.
So I would agree, but I would disagree that a genuine accounting for both sides requires you to admit, or it requires you to concede that both sides have a similar factual foundation. Sometimes when you go to the hospital, sometimes you get diagnosed with a really bad disease. Sometimes the prognosis is it's untreatable. I would be uncomfortable if the doctor told me, well, we're looking at 2 different diagnoses, but this one is really bad, so we're just going to favor the other one instead. Unfortunately, that's not how the real world works. It might be that at times in our history, there are certain sides of our country that are deluded. Now, you use the word dummy. I would say they're not stupid. I think that...
I mean, I'm sure all of you guys have seen this, but oh my god, his debate with Alex O'Connor is just so fucking funny, dude. I imagine he has to do better in this one than he did in that one, but oh my god, did he got like totally gaped in that debate. It was beautiful. It was a masterful.
The capacity for even an ordinary person that, a pretentious liberal or some online guy might say, oh, this guy's an idiot. They're not stupid. Like, people have a tremendous capacity for a ton of information. But I would argue that there has been an entire conservative media apparatus that has been aimed at engaging in the delusion of these people for the purposes of trying to make the unappealing appealing or the indefensible defensible. And that's the thing that I'm kind of attacking. Like, is half the country deluded? I would say right now, to a large extent, yes, but that's not because they're stupid, and it's not by accident, it's by design. And I think part of what I would really like to dig into is part of it is not even being able to agree fundamentally on like things that are factually true. You brought up that north-south divide. The difference that you were talking about there was one of legal perspective, was a conceptual perspective difference on do states have the right to secede from the union? How much right does an individual state have over the federal government? That same debate taking place today, it would be somebody saying in the South, oh, we don't even have slaves. All of the people here live equally, and people in the North saying, in the South they literally torture these people and throw them in the river for fun, and they don't even use them for work, right? That's the level of, assuming both sides are being deluded, right? That's the level of delusion that we're on today. We don't have disagreements in law or disagreements in concept or idea or narrative about the country. It's like very foundational disagreements.
True, which is why we should talk about the Mar-a-Lago case, please. I just want to hear Dinesh's understanding, please. I want to hear him bullshit about it.
Have that much of a factual disagreement on.
Well, so I take it that what you're saying is that in the Civil War, there were genuinely intelligent people on both sides, and they actually disagreed about what kind of America they wanted. They disagreed about their economic interests, they disagreed on constitutional interpretation, they disagreed about whether they wanted to retain the status quo or go into a new type of America. Now, I would argue that we're having very much that exact same kind of fundamental debate right now. Let's just take, for example, the phrase, make America great again. Bit of a cliche, grant, But
do you think this is, doesn't he just laid out exactly? This is not the type of debate that they're having. What do you mean? What do you mean? And he literally started with, you know, for example, people have different, you know, completely different factual example or factual beliefs about what the Mar-a-Lago case was. It was not about disagreements over abstract concepts like what the phrase "Make America Great Again" means. That's why he didn't. I'm gonna kill me.
I would say that the implicit in that is a big idea. That there was an America that we lived in. You could say it's the America of the 50s.
Oh, wait, you can't even see the chat here. So, whatever. Jared, I have a question. How much money would it take you to make you record a video of you twerking in your boxers and make it your new channel preview video? I have to think about that one, guys. I don't know, bro. At some point, it'd be worth it for just for the shrimp. Okay, so, you know, what number of shrimp being stunned is worth that?
The America of 1965, the America of 1980. You can kind of pick your own preferred date.
His point is
but the things
doing
work
this elaborate
better
dance to avoid
in this country before,
obviously.
in the past. We have messed up. We have become more polarized, more hateful, more violent. Our goals have begun to pull further apart. I would argue that in the Reagan years, for example, the debates were not so much about goals, but about means. We all agreed that America, if you were to take a poll in 1980 or the early 80s and ask Americans, do you think America should be strong, prosperous? Do you think we should have law and order? Do you think America should be an example to the world? Do you think that most people have given the chance who want to come here? You got yes, 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 and yes. Now, you might disagree if we create a prosperous pie, how should that pie be shared? The argument was about that. But on the need for prosperity, on the principles of the founding, no disagreement about goals. Now, we are in America where we can't agree about goals. And I would say that one half of the country, my half, Trump's half, we think that there's a better America we want to go back to. You don't. You want to take us into some progressive utopia. So right there, this is hardly a disagreement about facts. I mean, I guess it could be a disagreement about facts if you want to argue the facts of what life was like in 1980 or what the GDP was. I'm happy to discuss that. But I guess what I'm really saying
is Dinesh also like a life was just way better in the 50s or 80s or whatever. Is he one of those people? I think he might be actually. Didn't he do some shit with Orrin Cass? I feel like I remember them doing some shit together, but maybe I'm making that up.
It is a conflict of visions. We want a society in which immigrants come to assimilate. We want a society in which affirming your identity takes a subordinate role to our identity as Americans. We want a society in which free markets are the engine to prosperity. We want a society in which we recognize that the world is made up of very dangerous people, and sometimes you have to smash in a few heads in order to protect your own interests. We want to live in a society where there's rule of law, and if you come here illegally...
I can't wait how long until Dinesh totally abandons all the free market stuff, and it's like, well, actually, it's really good to have tariffs, and it's really good to have state-owned companies, because we just have to bash those heads in, guys, okay? Like in China. This video is painful. It's been painful so far. Exit off. I want to watch it.
There's every right to send you home. There's no such thing as a good lawbreaker or a bad lawbreaker any more than there's such a thing as good discrimination and bad discrimination. So I've just articulated several, and I could keep going, principles. This has nothing to do with whether Trump had a bag of documents in Mar-a-Lago. It is a conflict of visions, and it seems to me that you are denying that. Either that or you just agree right now that all the principles I've articulated are yours as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say exactly that. The issue that I have with the more abstract, high-level conceptual conversations is that everybody agrees with these things. That people should, yeah, of course, people should be here relatively, legally as far as you can be. People should be here
as far as you can be. This is kind of like saying I favor law breaking. I don't favor law breaking unless it's
sure. I say as far as you can be because some immigration stuff is hazy. So, for instance, sometimes conservatives seem like they're okay with asylum seekers, like they suddenly are with South Africans who are white. Other times they seem like they don't believe in asylum seeking at all. So I'm cutting out a little bit of on the edge here for presidential things like TPS, temporary protected status, things like DACA. For the most part, broadly speaking, I largely agree that everybody should be here in as legal process as possible. I think that people should, as far as they can, try not to break any laws. People get speeding tickets. Obviously, you shouldn't be shot for this. But broadly speaking, everything you say, everybody agrees with. But the issue is that when we have these high-level conceptual disagreements, say, for instance, we should have a president who doesn't commit crimes, and then we have a president who has clearly committed crimes, and one side sees that very plainly, and the other side screams lawfare. That's not true. There is a factual distinction there. That's not a difference of ideology or a difference of vision. It's a difference of understanding factually of what's in the record. And the unfortunate thing is we're not talking about complicated physics or chemistry or biology. It's very simple facts. If you can read a simple indictment, you can see how things are laid out. And it should be a thing that 95% of the population can grasp and understand. Like, for instance, that Donald Trump took documents from the White House that he didn't have authorization to keep. He showed them to multiple people at Mar-a-Lago. He refused to cooperate first with the National Archives and Records Administration and then with the FBI. And then eventually his home was raided. Some documents were never recovered. The whole time he was in the complete and total wrong in multiple levels, but the right refused to acknowledge establish this, scream to lawfare over and over again, and then we push them on things like, don't you think it's good to have like a rule of law? They appeal to these high-level concepts like, well, freedom and the past was good and all this. And it's like, well, but we can't talk about any particular instances of anything happening. It's a pointless conversation.
Well, I find that this habit is hardly confined to the right. I'm something of an expert on the 2020 election, and I've given talks about it. And every time I talk about...
I'm somewhat of an expert in the 2020 election. I made a bullshit documentary about how it was stolen. I'm kind of an expert. You don't want to challenge me here.
About it, someone goes, well, there clearly is nothing wrong in the 2020 election because there were 50 cases where these things were adjudicated. Now, there's not a single case in which the actual allegations of fraud were adjudicated. On all kinds of procedural obstacles or issues of standing.
That's not even... It's only like roughly half of them that were dismissed on standing, and also obviously the merits of some of the fraud allegations are considered in the standing ruling still, but
these cases were dismissed. You should have brought the case before the election. You had to do that. Obviously, the fraud was not obvious then. If you brought it after the election, it's moot. Or this is brought at the state level. It needs to be at the federal level. And so the procedural adjudication is considered adequate to establish the veracity or the validity of the 2020 election.
Just as a quick thing.
I'll just finish my point and you can
jump in. The 2020 election. So do you concede on the whole Mar-a-Lago thing that Trump was retaining documents, and then we can move to the 2020 election?
We haven't addressed Mar-a-Lago. I'm setting up the intellectual groundwork by saying that on the 2020 election, statements are made that are accepted as gospel by the left. Let's take a simple one that was repeated ad nauseum. The 2020 election was the safest, most secure election in U.S. history. To which I ask, where is the evidence that there was less fraud in 2020 than in 2016, 2012, 2008, 2004?
Are we really going to do this?
Where is
Are we
that?
really going to run through all of this crap when you literally have a documentary about how it was all stolen? Really? Really? Really?
Demonstration. Who has actually done a comparative evaluation of the amount of fraud in recent, forget about old elections, and shown that there was less in 2020? The answer is, not only has this never been demonstrated, it has never been attempted. And so an utterly idiotic statement, almost preposterous on its face. We know that this election we just had, and we're proclaiming it to be the safest ever, with zero empirical evidence produced to support that. And yet, the entire left, to my knowledge, without exception, went along, nodded its head, accepted this as true, became very scornful of any attempts to show the contrary. So doesn't this show factual dogmatism on the left that is just as corrosive as anything on the right?
No. So, I mean, we can go through any of these statements. I'm still putting a pin in the Mar-a-Lago thing because I think it's important to go back to, but I'm very familiar with the 2020 election.
Okay.
I think the issue is that, one, when people say, well, it wasn't adjudicated on the facts, it was tossed on standing or procedural grounds, that's bad for the person bringing the case. If you're losing on standing, then you must have never had a serious case to begin with, because that is literally the easiest part of a case to survive. To build a prima facie case saying that I have authorization to bring this case in front of this court has subject matter jurisdiction, and it's the appropriate venue to hear the case, and here are my complaints where I'm alleging that a law was broken. In half of these, they didn't even have the remedies that they were looking for, was to toss the entire outcome of that election, which is an insane remedy if you're looking for that. A court's not even going to bother to hear the case, because the whole point of a court hearing a case is that they're going to grant you some kind of relief. If the court can't do anything about it, then the court's not going to listen to it. Number one. Number two, for the evidence that was made.
Just Security has this nice that like timeline of the false electors thing. You should also, the context of a lot of these lawsuits, it's like Giuliani and yeah, here it is. November 9th, 2020, Pennsylvania, Rudy Giuliani drafted a meaningful portion of a lawsuit filed challenging the state's election results. I think there were some other what did they mention? I could probably find it in a second here, but a lot of these lawsuits were like never even meant to be good faith things. They're like literally drafted by people like Giuliani and people connected to the false elector scheme just to try to strengthen their case in later on down the line, because I think Eastman even said, yeah, or it might have been Chesbro Troop is another memo. So these are two lawyers involved in a false elector scheme. The memo further states that the strategy requires that there must be pending on January 6th in each of the 6 states at least one lawsuit in federal or state court, which might plausibly, if be allowed to proceed to completion, lead to either Trump winning the state or at least Biden being denied the state. Like, these are people planning the false elector scheme who are filing these lawsuits not because they thought they even had a particularly like good chance at a marriage, because they actually thought there was election fraud, but just because they wanted pending on January 6th, lawsuits still pending so they could have a stronger argument down the line to not certify the election, basically.
made public, we know that for a lot of this, it was a blatant lie. So, for instance, when we watch Trump's lawyers show and we watch Trump talk about the hidden boxes in that in the State Farm arena that were pulled out from under the table and put back, and we don't know where they came from, we do know where they came from. And you can tell because if you watch the full 6-hour video where she's giving a presentation to the state election board or state legislature or whatever, you can see her fast forward 10 minutes where they were counting, they finished counting for the night, they take the boxes, put them on the floor, slide them under. 10 minutes later, they get a call saying, actually, we're going to resume counting because we want to get these results out faster. They take the same boxes out, they put them on the table. Not only was that a complete and total bold-faced lie when it was first presented in court or presented to the public, it was a lie that Trump repeated up to and including his speech on January 6th, where he encouraged his followers to go and riot at the Capitol to try to delay the outcome of the election. So every single case has been some variation of them not knowing if a law was broken. You can listen to hours and hours of deposition. You can read the subpoenas. You can read the judge's decisions. There's a reason why you guys will say, well, all of them were thrown out. None was adjudicated on the merits. Trump, was president for 4 years. He had Barr look into all of these claims. Barr said that all of them were BS. Trump is president now. He has the ability to go back and look at stuff. Nothing has been dug up. In fact, the first time Trump was president, when he also made claims that the election was rigged, he put together an election board to look at if there was any impropriety or fraud that happened in any of the states, and they found nothing. They disbanded it in like a year. For the final point, you bring this point up that while it's crazy that they say this was the safest election ever because there hasn't been a comparative analysis on fraud, I think the point of the statement was to say that there were more people, more cameras, more systems that were looking at this election than in any prior election. And I would argue that just like how Doge went through the entire government and massively failed at discovering any waste, fraud, or abuse, Donald Trump and all of his cronies have been looking at so much election-related stuff, and the only fraud, weird stuff we've seen has come from the Republican side. Tina Peters being a great example of that. Trump trying to steal the election with his false elector sites being another great example of that.
All right, so let me offer a couple thoughts. Number one, if you're right that a bungled legal effort failed on account of the incompetence of the people who tried to prove the fraud, I would argue by the same token that the Democratic goofballs who launched 90-plus charges against Trump in multiple jurisdictions were equally dumb because they made claims that they were unable to sustain. The cases were
true. That's not even. That's not true. I don't think any of the stuff Trump got away with, he got away with because they weren't able to substantiate on it. There were things that, like, for example, like the first Jack Smith indictment that they had to be superseded by, like the second indictment, for example. That was because of the criminal immunity decision. It wasn't because, Jack Smith couldn't substantiate his voice cracked. Well, yeah, debate over already. I don't know, Destiny Mog. It was because, like, in the original Jack Smith indictment, they had in there as part of the evidence that, like, Trump asked the head of the DOJ, I always forget, it's Jeffrey Rosen, I think, is the one he tried to replace the head of the DOJ with. And I think it's Jeffrey Clark, right? He tried to get Jeffrey Clark to, or it might be the other way around, to like sign a letter saying that the DOJ had found election fraud when they hadn't, to send to certain states to try to get them to not certify election results. Now that can't be in Jack Smith's indictment because Trump got criminal immunity and is absolutely criminally immune for anything that is core to his office. So that communication can't even be used as evidence in the case against him. And there are other things, like it recently came out, like Merrick Garland paused the investigation into Trump during the midterms because he was worried about it conflicting with some rules about doing political investigations around elections, even though Trump was not running in the midterms. I don't even think Trump had announced his presidential run at the time. He was a private citizen. Like, it went there was nothing on the merits that could have been substantiated. It was just Trump was A, the DOJ was arguably too cautious, like people like Merrick Garland are arguably too cautious and too slow, and B, Trump was able to get certain advantages by nature of having been president previously and running a presidential campaign. Dinesh has been deemed weak and gay. Back to hell of him face. I love line Goodly. We should have Goodly. Is it Goodly or Gottlieb models taught in every econ class to train future real economists like John? Are you still talking to hamsters about what is this econ stuff in my chat? Oh, what econ in my chat?
Thrown out, made moot, exposed to the public for their prima facie idiocy, or they were. Or they capsized of their own weight. They were withdrawn. Fannie Willis was basically had her own problems and had to withdraw. The successors basically decided that's the end of that. So what I'm getting at is either we rely on the legal process as a pretty fair adjudicator of these kinds of claims, in which case you got to grant that the case against Trump ended up, think of it, you didn't have one shot. You had like 7 shots at this guy. You failed in all of them. Even in the one place where you quote got him.
There were 4 indictments, right? The New York one, the Georgia one, and then the 2 federal ones. Where are we getting 7 from?
Ultimate bogus
the
case.
New York civil suit, maybe?
Which was in New York, the judge himself was too timid to impose a verdict and basically says, Mr. Trump, you can go. I wish you well. Even the judge knew that he was part of a political game and he had to fess up. Because if he was really enforcing the law, think of it, if you or I were found guilty of 34 felonies, the judge would have said, I'm imposing a sentence. My sentence might be overturned or maybe held to be invalid, but this man has broken the law 34 times. In fact, think of the stupidity. This was 34.
Wow, it's almost like he gets certain advantages by nature of being president. And he also didn't have any felony charges before, right? So it would have been, I think it would have been unusual in any case to give Trump jail time for that, the New York case. But
for checks, so apparently it's 34 different felonies. The lawfare of it,
which is not even, it's not always bad to give people some special treatment by nature having been like a politician previously, especially the president, but definitely seems like it went the opposite direction that Dinesh is talking about here.
Be more obvious or blatant. Now,
why did the jury, why did the jury convict him in New York?
What's that?
Why did the jury convict him if it was just lawfare?
Because a jury in New York, like a jury in DC, is going to be... Well, all right.
Aren't you saying then that half the country is living in delusion if you can't even trust a jury of every single person? A single person could say, I don't agree with the verdict here?
You think the OJ jury got it right?
Actually.
The OJ, that's a totally different case.
Well,
with
if you trust the jury, then they got it right.
I can say that juries
Don't
might...
you agree?
I can disagree with juries sometimes. You just said that there are two sections of the United States in New York and DC, and I'm willing to bet you'd say other states, where there is no jury that could hear... Oh, well, I'm curious, actually. Fine. There are things in the OJ case that I think it seems like he was clearly guilty of something. What law in New York State that he was convicted of breaking, that he received almost 34 felony counts for, do you think he didn't actually break? Did he not lie when he paid his lawyer Cohen a fee that was actually just a money transfer to Stormy Daniels and then commit a bookkeeping fraud in the furtherance of that lie, which is why the misdemeanor was upgraded to a felony? Do you think that's not true?
One of the problems with living in this kind of society today, and one of the essential defining elements of lawfare, is simply to ask this question. If anybody else did that, or if Trump himself did it, but was not running for president, would these charges have been brought? And
I
again,
love when I don't answer the
we're all
question.
watching this. We're not on the jury. We're watching this as spectators from the outside. We've got to use a certain rule of common sense. You have this guy Trump. He's in the thick of New York real estate. He's in the thick of all these claims of bombastic claims like my Mar-a-Lago's worth X, this is worth Y, my assets are worth this. Everybody does this. Now, if all of this was so fraudulent, how does the man go 75 years of his life without a single charge? Then, interestingly, he enters politics as a Republican. 93 charges are dropped on his head. Now,
all of the charges were related to his actions as a politician, though, right? Even the New York civil case, that was a political that was all because politically he thought that like Stormy Daniels' story might damage like his reputation, right?
If you genuinely think,
and obviously all the January 6th stuff and the document stuff, that's obviously all related to his stuff as a politician.
and look, we could very well in this audience be exploring the delusions we're talking about. If you genuinely are a smart guy and you think, I think that's right. The guy was squeaky clean for 75 years. Then he became a habitual criminal and committed 93 offenses, warranting the guy being jailed for life, a guy who just happens to have been the president of the United States and on the verge of being reelected.
Well, he might be jailed for life because he's 80 years old, I guess.
The second time, but you don't have to worry about that if you can put him away. And this doesn't raise any issues of political targeting, Stalinism, find me the man and I'll find you the crime. If you genuinely don't think any of that is an issue, then we are at a little bit of an intellectual breakdown here.
So this isn't an intellectual breakdown. This is a bad conversation about politics with your family at Thanksgiving. There has to be a better factual analysis than, isn't it weird that, so the 34 felonies that he was charged with and convicted of in New York State, he did those. For the Mar-a-Lago documents case, this is the thing, he couldn't have possibly been charged with a crime like this before having a security clearance or being in a job with security clearance because he wouldn't have had access to these documents. So for the Mar-a-Lago case, he took classified material from the White House, stored it in an area where classified material is not to be kept. Yep. He showed other people some of that classified material, and then he resisted efforts from NARA and the FBI to retrieve said material, and he was directing his employees to hide it and lie to the FBI when they were requesting information about this material. This
the first part of that
unique.
is true, and all the rest of it is true.
Which part of it was not true?
The first part of it, that he took the documents, is true. The second question is, how does a president who takes his own documents, which he has the plenary power to declassify, how does he...
Which he didn't, and he said on tape, I could have declassified these, but I did it. Let's go.
He violated the law. Especially when you consider that...
And also, NARA had been asking for them back for months. He could have just given them back. There's a reason Mike Pence wasn't charged. There's a reason part of the reason Biden wasn't charged because old sympathetic man, dementia. They all cooperated with NARA. They all voluntarily turned in all the documents that they asked for back. And I don't think NARA asked for Mike Pence's stuff back. They just, Mike Pence just, I think after Trump got charged, ordered his lawyers to... go look through his documents, and there was no obstruction. Not only that Trump take documents and then willfully, right, the standard is willfully retain classified documents, which because we have him on tape saying these things. He he tried to hide it. He obstructed it. I don't remember all the details, but like ordered some of his lawyers and stuff to go hide documents when there were subpoenas to try to retrieve them. Uh-oh.
Pretty much every other president, going back to Nixon, had documents. Mike Pence had documents. Joe Biden had documents in his garage, including a bunch sitting in his car. These documents were fully exposed. There were documents at the Penn Biden Center, accessible to everyone. And yet the guy who looks into it goes, I don't think we should charge this guy because he's kind of forgetful and he won't really withstand trial because he tends not to remember things.
It, guys.
I mean, since when does somebody get a pass from a serious offense because they don't have a very good memory of the stuff?
Allow me so I can be Chadpo's Keynesian and eventually become an analytical Marxist-based. Valid. I want to watch this debate. I'll read boring stuff later. To me, it's not that boring, but I do want to watch this, and I want to strip mine in Minecraft so I can build a house for my zombie band.
That they manifestly did. So when you suddenly develop this kind of selective aggression, Trump has done all these things, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you conveniently have routinely taken their own stuff. Then again, I have to say that this looks to me quite clearly a case of isolating Trump. I mean, the way we know...
Well, here, real quick, just on this, because you laid out some facts, and the facts...
You said he obstructed...
Well, wait, real quick. So you say these words, prima facie. Prima facie means, has the person who is under the jurisdiction of some place, has he met the prerequisite elements to have committed the crime? So the crime of retention of classified materials requires intent. So one funny thing that conservatives like to do is they like to say that, well, Hur said that Biden was forgetful and he wouldn't be able to stand trial because he was forgetful. That's not true. What Hur was speaking to when he was speaking to Biden's state of mind was that he probably forgot that he had these documents here or that he was storing these things. The crime that speaks, the federal statutes that talk about the retention of classified material that makes it a crime is knowing that you actually have them. That's why when Biden contacted...
Bro, it's supposed to just have Christmas mods. My friend just got an achievement. I'm on a cloud 9. Kill a giant miner in the clouds. What mod did I download? It's just supposed to be like snowman and shit.
Nara contacted the FBI and said, hey, we have classified documents here. We think you guys should come and grab them. They weren't convicted or charged with any crimes because it seems like they weren't trying to intentionally store classified material. As opposed to Donald Trump, who is showing documents to people, and you say, well, they were his, right? Why did he say twice, I could have unclassified these, or I could have declassified these, but I didn't? And also the second quick thing, the president does not have plans.
Well, one, Destiny's overall point was that he blames people like Dinesh for promoting just a non-factual reality, which is definitely true. Like Dinesh again literally has a documentary about the 2020 election, which he says it was like all stolen. I don't know if he goes full on like outcome determinative fraud stuff, or if he just does some memes about like Hunter Biden, like I don't know, maybe he just does like the Rob Noor of like, well, there might not have been a fraud, but the Hunter Biden story was censored, and it might be that stuff. I'm pretty sure it's closer to the fraud stuff though. But I mean, that's why Destiny brought it up, and I like hearing people like Dinesh squirm. So, did you want to Fuentes Dinesh debate? By the way, it's been pretty rough for this guy. I have not seen that, but oh boy, I don't know how. Does Dinesh actually have any fans of his own, or does he just exist as like a professional locale? Is that his job? People like him give me hope. Okay. There will always be a space for me, no matter how dumb I can get.
Plenary authority for declassification of everything, especially when it comes to the Department of Energy, which has nuclear secrets, especially when you're talking about CSSEI, SAP, separate access programs, special access programs that are part of our nuclear secrets that Donald Trump was keeping for a while. So even that is going to be...
People are proud of Chris shit, exactly.
Classified on his own.
Here's the problem. I mean, had this case proceeded all the way, and these elements of the crime that you're describing been proven, we could then debate what was going on. I'll give you the Trump side of it. I took these documents. I was contacted by the National Archives, NARA, I guess it's
several
called,
times
about the
over
fact
the course
you
of
need to
several months, and then ordered his lawyers to go and hide documents so they couldn't find them after they subpoenaed him for them back.
But these documents back. What does some mean here? Trump is like, some of them may be mine, some of them I may have to return. And so a process now begins of bargaining back and forth. At one point, the FBI comes to Mar-a-Lago. Remember, Mar-a-Lago is a protected facility. Comes to Mar-a-Lago and puts a padlock on the storage facility where the documents are held. So what are we dealing with here? We're dealing with a president who finishes his term. People come into the White House, clear all the stuff out. Where are they going to move it? They move it, not surprisingly, to the residence, Mar-a-Lago. And then begins this process of negotiating over these documents.
Op-ed?
If you're saying based upon the...
Fuck, I feel like I didn't read it. I feel like I saw people talking about that, though.
Fact that you think that
I
laws...
woke up at 4 p.m. today, guys, by the way, just so you know. I woke up at 4 p.m. and didn't do anything until 8 p.m. I haven't done anything today yet.
were broken, I would say, what, because Destiny thinks that the president broke the law, we should lock him up? No. If you can show me a legal process where these elements of the crime were proven, we could look at it.
Well, there is. That's what an indictment is. It's showing these are the laws that we're saying that he broke. This is the evidence we're presenting to the grand jury. Okay, well, then you know that the grand jury returned an okay to charge Donald Trump with these crimes. Okay. Also, because you said that Mar-a-Lago was secured, not secured for the sort of classified information. And if Donald Trump truly had nothing to hide and he was cooperating and returning things as he should, why was he having his employee hide boxes from his own lawyers so that they would not be fully truthful, not of their own fault, but because they had no idea when they were communicating with the FBI about documents that Trump was retaining and that he was having brought to his room, going over, taking some back, keeping others, and then telling Nauta, his employee, to lie to the lawyers about what they were hiding.
Whenever you have an indictment, the prosecution, in this case, it was the Biden administration.
It was Jack Smith. It was a special prosecutor.
Okay, Jack Smith. It was a special prosecutor appointed by the Biden regime.
It wasn't appointed by Biden. It was appointed by Merrick Garland.
It was appointed by Merrick Garland. It's not part of the Biden regime.
Trump wants to directly control his attorney general, but most presidents don't do that because it's seen as corrupt.
Merrick Garland was an objective, fair-minded. He was not making any kind of political...
Why wasn't the special prosecutor appointed if they wanted?
No, he did actually make political considerations. It was just all to the benefit of... it's just all to the benefit of Trump.
Trying to get me to enter into your dream world here. And I'm
only talking facts.
I'm not. There are no facts.
There were facts.
No, because an indictment is allegations. Unless the indictment is presented in court, the other side gets to fight back. It's like if I were to take any indictment and read it, and then I think, oh, the guy obviously did it because he did this, he bought a gun, and this and that. I haven't read the counterpoints. I haven't seen the cross-examination. It hasn't gone to court. But if you accept...
obviously the Mar-a-Lago case was never, finalized, but, there were court hearings about it. Trump never, I'm sure it doesn't even mention this, argued against, the allegations in it. It was all just, I have criminal immunity. I actually special counsels are illegal, which is why the Mar-a-Lago case got thrown out initially, was because the Florida judge was like, oh, actually, Jack Smith was appointed unconstitutionally. It was not because any of the allegations were false.
All the claims in the indictment.
It was not because Trump claimed even any of the allegations were false. Yeah. And obviously, you should, prosecutors are not going to just put anything in an indictment. Within the indictment itself, they do present some of the evidence. I believe they have pictures in the indictment of, the files, for example. And then you should have some faith that Jack Smith is, just not going to outright lie in the indictment, because that would not be able to be proven and the case would just get thrown out. But I'm sure that that's just some crazy explanation for why Jack Smith was super biased and whatever. Are you gonna watch Tallarico? I don't know what that is even.
Indictment as, quote, factually true, and consider that there's no other side of the matter, then it's easy to go, I got the facts.
So then wouldn't it be easy for you to just say, if everything in the indictment is true, Donald Trump would be guilty of those crimes, rather than trying to make excuses for what was in the indictment? Because there's another weird game that I notice conservatives play, where conservatives will do this thing where they'll defend a thing, and then after they've defended the thing, they'll say...
Oh, the politician on Jubilee. Maybe. I bet they won't copy strike me for it by now, so... Sure.
That the thing that they were defending is indefensible, but if it did happen, they give justifications for it anyway. Why not just say, well, I don't believe what's in the indictment, even though you say that they're just allegations? They're not. You have to show evidence to a grand jury to secure the indictment, so there's at least some evidence that's presented.
And look, the indictment contains elements of factuality and elements of subjectivity. So the factuality would be something like this. Did you take a document? Did you put it in the garage? Was it found in your Corvette? The elements of subjectivity are things like this. Were you authorized to take it? Even if you were not authorized to take it...
They have evidence for the things that are subjective or whatever. They present evidence to try to prove a state of mind. In the case of the Mar-a-Lago stuff, we have Trump on tape saying, I could have declassified these, but I didn't. We have him saying, I think it's something to the effect of, I shouldn't be showing you these right now or something. It's on tape. It's on tape, brother.
Did you follow the procedures to return it? If you didn't follow those procedures, how culpable are you, let's say, for not doing that? Because there are all kinds of people who break all kinds of laws, and they're given a pass because, as you mentioned with Biden, you said that his forgetfulness had to do with the documents. Wrong. It was very clear from the special counsel's report that his forgetfulness had to do with trial. We cannot take this guy to trial. He deserves to go to trial. He did break the law, but we don't think that he can withstand trial because basically his brain is fried. And so, hold on, that's what, is that a fact or not?
No.
That's not a fact.
No, the forgetfulness had to do with the crime. The elements of the crime is the willful retention of classified material. If you walk out of a skiff and you have something on you by accident, you might get fired. Depending on your job, you'll definitely get fired. But to charge you with a crime, you need intent. Now, for every single element that you described there, well, you'd have to take them and you'd have to know that you didn't follow the right procedure. An example for showing that subjective argument might be Donald Trump showing something to somebody saying, I should have declassified this, but I didn't. Don't look too closely. That would be an example of a subjective thing where, sounds like he maybe didn't have the authority to do that. Also, the SAP level classified stuff you have in the Department of Energy, he could have never on his own declassified. And he didn't go through any proper procedures there. And I think one of the most telling things, this is subjective evaluation, one of the most telling things is that Donald Trump never denied the behavior. He never said he didn't do a thing. Instead, all the conservatives started to switch to psychic declassification as the reason why Trump could actually take anything he wanted out of the White House.
Now, look, you have this staccato style of mixing elements of truth with elements of pure garbage.
Wait, what was the one thing I just said that was pure garbage?
I'll tell you. So Biden started taking classified documents when he was in the Senate. Okay? No one even thinks that Biden was non-compos mentis then. So according to you, the special prosecutor didn't bring charges because, not because Biden is gone now, but because he was gone before. And I'm saying, was he gone in the 80s? Was Biden mentally gone in the 90s when he took those documents? Why not prosecute him for those?
I didn't read her report. I don't think all of the... Did they discuss this stuff in the Senate? I thought it did talk about documents he had while he was vice president.
Quite clearly, the special counsel was not talking about Biden's mind in 1995. He was talking about Biden's mind today.
No, it doesn't have to do about being forgetful or competent.
Did you misstating why Biden got off the hook, pretending that it was an objective, fair-minded decision by a neutral guy, and I'm saying no. Now we turn to Trump.
Wait, for her, I'm just curious. Walk me through this. Why would you have a special prosecutor and then authorize him to release a report that's damning to Biden and report all of this stuff publicly if it was all politically partisan in the first place? Why not just lie about everything from the start? If they control the DOJ, the special prosecutor, and the FBI, why even report publicly that Biden had turned in documents?
Well, the scandal of Biden's documents became extremely embarrassing to the
he's out of his league. He has to. I mean, he has to know whenever he does any of these debates, bro. I've literally never seen him do well in a debate. I don't know why he keeps signing up for these, bro. Literally humiliation fetish or something. I don't know. You could not pay me to be such a Trump meat writer like Dinesh is. Listen, at some point it's utility maximizing because of the shrimp welfare project. Okay, so clearly, you know, the marginal effect of being even a Trump supporter to the level that Dinesh is probably not as big as saving all the shrimp. So, or like, don't care about shrimp, give well, I guess.
Lago case. And so there was an immediate need. Okay, we now have to cover for our guy to make it seem like the other guy's the only guy who did something wrong.
No, why
hold on. Okay, let me give you my theory, and then you tell me why it's wrong. So, what does the DOJ do? They pick a guy in Delaware, nominally a Republican, but nevertheless he's under the thumb of the Biden DOJ. He's reporting to them. He has to ultimately...
I mean, he openly doesn't like the Quaker people, right? So, shrimp over Dinesh, ironically. So he's worth 5 shrimp, okay? 5 shrimp being stunned. I watched this 2 or 3 times. I think there's a point when Dinesh realizes he can't bring up anything factual, and he just like a monologue for the rest of the debate until Destiny interrupts. Yeah, it was clear from the beginning he didn't want to focus on anything factual. He was like, actually, we should both present our theories for why people voted the way they did, and you know, we have to be able to explain why people voted for Trump. And
ultimately survived their scrutiny. Merrick Garland is still in charge. And so this guy conveniently comes out, Biden, he did some bad things, but you know what? He's a little forgetful. We can't really go ahead. Anyway, what you do is you get an official imprimatur. Biden's off the hook. All right, let's now proceed to get the guy we always set out to get, namely Trump. And what I'm saying is, you're supposed to be like a sophisticated political guy, but you can't see that there is a clear effort here. How do we clean up the crimes of our guy? Because we want to stick the classified document offense only on the other guy, even though our guy did the same thing and arguably worse, certainly for a much longer period of time, and much more carelessly, because the documents are sitting not only in his damn garage, but they're sitting at the Penn Biden Center where anybody can wander in and have a look at them.
Just ignore any of the, arguments Destiny made about obstruction. Easter basket.
And not only that, if you look at all the reports that Hunter Biden made to Burisma, I'm talking about...
You're saying that the same FBI that supposedly orchestrated January 6th, that worked as a deep state check on Trump's power, even when Trump was in office, and was capable of doing all of these grand things, this Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who was totally under the thumb of President Biden, despite the fact that he dragged his feet on all the prosecutions of Trump and waited way too long to appoint Jack Smith, and is one of the #1 center of complaints of every center-left Democrat. You're saying that that same institution's FBI was making it publicly known that they had found documents at Biden's house. Why, if they could suppress, if Merrick Garland could control a special prosecutor, which I don't know if you're aware of or not, the whole point of having a special prosecutor is that he's not directly under the thumb of the Attorney General. Otherwise, we would just call that a DOJ prosecutor, right? You're telling me they had so much power to cover this up that they were influencing this 300-page report that her puts out that has a lot of damning testimony, a lot of stuff that makes Biden look bad.
What's up, Metro? Would America still be America if it was 95% people of Indian descent, of Indian descent, just can't speak, who loved America and still believe in its values? Yeah, probably. I don't think being... Yeah, I mean, yeah.
The initial
if they
FBI.
were like I think obviously if you literally let's just say you literally just changed the hex code, okay, on people's skin color in America, but they were still literally the same people, trivially I think we would still be America. So if you had like a set of people who like if you have a set of future people who are not literally the same people, but just aligned on like all the American values, then I would still say, yeah. I still don't know why my comment didn't appear. It's YouTube censorship, but I can't stay since I need to sleep. I just wanted to pop in. Well, I appreciate you stopping in, Ross. Yeah. Also, everyone, make sure, I forgot to mention this now. Still time to vote in the non-fun awards. Okay, so make sure before y'all leave, click the pinned link, Propositional Nation, true. What's the, yeah, and vote in the American War Prospect. Vote in the non-fun awards. You know, speaking of American War Prospect, I think Ryan is in the non-fun awards twice. I think I have him nominated in, or I think he's in the Shrimp Welfare debate, which is in the best debate section. Did you watch the Trump address? No, nothing. He just said he was giving dividends to the military, right? That's it. That's the thing that he said. It wasn't any insane shit other than his typical ramblings. Already voted because I'm a Sigma Omega. That's true, Rosh. If you want to be a Sigma Omega, vote in the non-fun awards. I think he's up for best op, best enemy, stream enemy as well.
I claim.
All right, so notice how this debate has shifted from the factual.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Let me just rhetorical conjecture.
Hold on, this is not you're doing the rhetoric thing. So everything I've stated thus far relating to Donald Trump's indictments was a pure fact. You are spinning me a tale.
It's a repetition of a charge. It's
of an
not a
indictment.
fact.
Yes, you're
It's
giving me conspiracy theory.
of an indictment.
You're giving me conspiracy.
Now, let's come back. I'll answer your question. You're like, this FBI, how is it that they would have... The truth of it is simple. You have a case against Trump.
I don't mean if you change the hex color. I mean if you brought them through here, through him. Well, no, so I was just saying... I recognize that. I was just simply saying... Clear, like, because it seems obvious that if you were to like literally just keep the same people and change the hex code of their skin color, that would still be, they would still be American. We would still be America. If you just had like a set, like if we imagine just like a set of future people who are, oh my god, my inventory's full of a bunch of junk, who are, you know, aligned with all our values and stuff. You know, they're not literally the same people. They're immigrants or whatever in the future, then like, yeah, I think there would still be America. Like, I was just drawing that analogy to show what really matters.
Have 75 attorneys on his side that are going to be looking into who else had classified documents.
That wouldn't help him win his case. It doesn't make sense.
That's one of the ways you defend, is you show that this crime has been widely indulged in by other people and was not seen to be a crime.
No, that's not how you defend against a crime. It doesn't work that way.
No.
If that was the case, no one in the United States would get a DUI.
I don't think Trump ever brought that up in any of his arguments about that. It was all just, oh, Jack Smith was appointed unconstitutionally because special counsels are apparently unconstitutional, or at least Jack Smith was, and I need criminal immunity. Those were his defenses. Do you think generational ancestry holds no bearing? I want to say no bearing, but it's going to be smaller than, you know, simply the values people hold, I think, for America, certainly. I think Trump addressed, moved me from thinking Trump is abusing amphetamines to cocaine. Valid. I did watch like 5 minutes of it, but it was just like it's just what he does every speech. It's just like, yeah, it's incoherent rambling. He doesn't actually announce anything important. I don't know why everyone's so excited for this address, bro. What does that look like in practice? That bearing? I don't know. Dr. Roxo? I don't know.
Or traffic ticket ever again, because plenty of people drive drunk and speed and they don't get traffic tickets. The reality is the facts of the Mar-a-Lago indictment are unique to Trump.
No.
They're unique to Trump.
You want to play attorney here? We can pursue the point.
Okay.
It is frequently the case that if somebody can show, in fact, this was part of my own campaign finance violation case, where we basically said Dinesh gave $20,000 of his own money to a college friend.
Humble brag.
Who ran for office, and he was $20,000 over the limit. Part of my defense was no American in the entire country's history has ever been prosecuted on a first-time basis for giving that amount of money with no quid pro quo and no benefit to himself, and prosecuted as a felony with an attempt to put him away for years.
But if we're going to go with that, you lost that case, though. But you lost that case, so this is an example of the defense not working.
Okay, so in your fluid metric, if
I had no clue. I didn't know Dinesh had that case before. But why on earth would you bring it up if you lost it, bro? What are we doing? What are we doing?
If the case if I lost the case, I must be guilty. Just like if OJ was acquitted, he must be innocent. But oh no, that wasn't the case.
True.
So
I'm just trying to talk about the facts of what are laid out.
You have a fluid
No,
barometer.
it's not fluid. It's very solid.
So according to you, because I quote lost the case, let me tell you why I quote lost the case. Here I am, an immigrant. I'm sitting in the offices of the Southern District of New York, and I'm looking at guys, and it's very clear from what they say that
What's the profit
they're
on
like,
that? It's
if you
rare to
don't
get to
plead-
watch someone who's been in jail debate someone on their way. Apparently.
in this case, we're going to charge you with bank fraud. I go, bank fraud? They go, yeah, because you took your money out of the bank. And they go, if you don't plead to this
True.
case,
I
we'll
bet
charge you
that
with mail
was,
fraud.
like I said,
I go, mail fraud?
I have not heard of Dinesh's case before. But there's no shot that's accurate, man. What are we doing here?
They go, yeah, because you put your check in the mail. These are the kind of people you're dealing with where they take what you did, they re-describe it 7 other ways. They then basically find a way to say to you, look, you want to take your chances with a Clinton appointee judge in a New York courtroom where you're facing years in prison, or are you willing to plead guilty? Now, again, if you live in an imaginary America where you don't think that if they want to get a doctor, they charge them with illegally administering pain medicine, and if they don't want to get somebody, they find something on your tax return. This is something that happens in this country, sadly, every single day. And
When you say something happens,
it's kind of hard for me to believe that I, a conservative, have to tell you this when the left at one time would have been nodding vigorously and saying, yeah.
Okay, the left is not in the room with us right now. Okay, so just focusing, I mean, like, if you want, we can go through the details of your case. I don't know if you want to do that. I don't think we have to do that right now. But if you're saying, I'm just curious, you said that this is a thing that happens all the time in the United States, this type of lawfare. So then,
it'd be funny to watch them just debate his case. Do you think hypothetical progressives with no pushback would support taxpayer-funded trans surgeries on the legal? I mean, depends how progressive. There's certainly some that are still going to support that, obviously, and I think. There's a reason Kamala Harris said that in 2019 or 2020 or whatever. It's because a number of progressives, did have that intuition. I think less of them would have it today, but some of them still would.
and did it also happen under the 4 years of Trump, and it's happening now under Trump too?
Is what happening? Campaign finance?
Is he abusing the legal system to go after political opponents that everyone else has done?
It remains to be seen. In my opinion, look.
Wait, so real quick, when Donald Trump puts out a Truth Social saying, Pam Bondi, my attorney general,
Okay.
I want you to go after these 3 people. I think it was Bolton, Letitia James, and Comey. And I want you to use this prosecutor.
Yeah.
Illegitimately, she was appointed, and that's why her case was tossed. And Pam Bondi files indictments against 2 of those people with that prosecutor. You're saying that this type of behavior is just part parcel of being the president or attorney general of the US?
No. I'm not saying that.
Okay, so this is an exceptional behavior that Trump's done that no one else in U.S. history has done before,
Let me
right?
say what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. You take a guy and try to put him away for life and fail. That guy is going to be a little pissed.
So you would say that Donald Trump is engaging in immoral behavior, but he's doing it as an emotional response.
I'm trying to be honest with you guys, and you're jumping in as if you're trying to score like debating points.
I'm not trying to score debating. I'm trying to say
Let me
factual.
say what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying.
The president was mad. Go ahead.
Try to put yourself try to have a little imaginative identification with the people we're talking about.
Why are we doing this,
Right?
bro?
So here you have Letitia James.
Don't you think if you were Trump, you'd be angry too?
Anyway.
Like, what are we doing
fraudulent
here?
case in which the bankers came in and said we were not defrauded. We did our own evaluations. We made tons of money on this deal. So you have fraud without a victim. And then Letitia James, well, New York was the victim. Okay. And then evidence comes to light, by the way, not discovered by Trump, reported on in the public media, that Letitia James, and by the way, there are other people doing this too, tries to take advantage of getting mortgage rate benefits by claiming multiple primary residences. Are you saying for a fact she didn't do that?
Correct. All of that has been tossed.
You're
yes.
saying that Letitia James...
Her and the chair of the Federal Board of Reserves or whatever, where they try to use this weird mortgage claim because it's apparently the only crimes that Donald Trump's familiar with. They don't involve classified documents. Yeah, they fabricated these charges. That's why they were tossed. For these 2 people, it came out they weren't true. There was a mismarking on a mortgage form, I think, at the bank about it. But if you look at the actual rate she qualified for, if you look at the actual underlying documentation, it was pretty obvious she wasn't applying for secondary or tertiary residences. It's also principal residences for the purposes of obtaining a low interest rate mortgage. It was all bullshit, yes.
I don't know about the Letitia James one, but I do know that Lisa Cook, has her shit been fully dropped by now? I don't know if her stuff has been fully dropped by now, but she did produce documents showing it does not seem like she actually intended on, getting mortgages for or claiming her primary residence. Both of her houses were like her primary residence for favorable mortgage rates. It does, she has documents showing she did initially, I think, claim it as a secondary home.
But not at all.
What was I factually wrong about?
Hold on. And
There's no disagreement factually. Okay.
well, there is a disagreement factually, and we can look at the facts of that case if you want. But the point I'm trying to make is this: if somebody who's trying to get you on real estate fraud is themselves engaging in real estate fraud, there's a certain delicious irony in exposing that in retaliation. It's not that you're framing her for doing something she didn't do. Let's for a moment grant that she did it. Are you saying that because it's Trump, he doesn't have any right to bring charges against her, even if they're true? And moreover, let's say that they bring the charges back and she's found guilty. Will you change your opinion?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I would change my opinion. Yeah, of course. But
Just because they found her guilty. let's just say that
well, I would look at the underlying facts, but I would say, and this is where I'll grant to you, I'm definitely sympathetic of the president having these feelings. Maybe, and you can, I don't know, maybe we'll meet in the middle here. Maybe it would be good if we had a independent attorney general who wasn't taking direct orders from the president, especially if we're saying he might be a vindictive man-child.
I was like,
and that person should have.
We should just focus on the fact that like, Dinesh is implying like, well, if the president has his fifis hurt, okay, then it's actually okay for him to order, you know, the attorney general to bring charges or order, you know, his DOJ to investigate these people. Like, that's not what you should want out of the attorney general. It's not what you want our judicial branch to do. And certainly, you do not let a president whose character is of the nature that if he has his feelings hurt, or what's the term Dinesh used, if he wants to expose these people for villainous irony or whatever, you know, that's going to be something that he is weighing when he's ordering his attorney general to do stuff. Does your chat work? X chat work? It should. It was working earlier.
The luxury of operating independently, like in every other presidential administration past, instead of taking direct orders from the president, who might, as you just laid out an excuse for, engage in vindictive prosecutions of political opponents.
We now know from the Biden years that all the cases, including the state cases, were being filtered through not the Attorney General's office, but the Biden White House. Why do you think? True. Hold on. Well, it's not true.
It's not true.
I mean, stating it doesn't make it so.
And I know, I agree. That's what I'm saying to you. Where's your evidence for any of it? Where's the?
It might not. Well, I see Lean Truck, who might be you, sent messages. And it didn't show up, but I just sent a message and it showed up. That's weird. I don't know. X is such a better name than Twitter. Just inaccurate. It's just inaccurate.
Evidence that Her was influenced by Garland. Where's your evidence that Her was influenced by Biden? Where's the evidence of Biden giving direction to Merrick Garland? Where's the evidence of NARA with the FBI behaving improperly with regards to the Mar-a-Lago case? Where's the evidence that Jack Smith was told by anybody to do his investigation what he did? There's no evidence for any of this.
Let me ask you this.
Sure.
How many times did either Fani Willis or her lover show up in Washington, D.C. and meet with the Biden administration? How many times?
It doesn't matter. That doesn't mean it's filtered through the White House.
Okay.
The president isn't allowed to talk to anybody now, or else it counts as improper.
Oh, so you're saying it's perfectly fine.
The chat doesn't work. Non-famous is my best messages. It's me. Yeah. I don't know. Are you talking about YouTube chat, Tron? That's just like YouTube censorship, because those chat messages don't even go to YouTube. So it's not just like the program using a capture chat doesn't get them. That's just YouTube being YouTube.
For them to go to the White House and have a conversation, but you know what? They were talking about a bunch of other stuff unrelated to these prosecutions.
Like when Donald Trump calls Putin for 2 hours after kicking out every world leader from the Oval Office? The president is allowed to have conversations with people. If something improper is happening, I would want to know about it, but you would hope that people are reporting on it, or that people have some kind of evidence of it, like we do for all of the improper conversations that Trump has. Like when Giuliani made a phone call to Zelensky's aide, or when Trump made a phone call to Zelensky to threaten to withhold aid, or like when Trump made the phone call to Raffensperger to try to rig the election in Georgia, or like when any of the other...
This is all bullshit upon bullshit.
Wait, those calls are recorded. We've listened to them. We can hear the phone calls.
Okay, so let's start with the Raffensperger call.
Why don't we go to the Mar-a-Lago stuff? Let's just figure it out.
We are, but what we're doing with Mar-a-Lago is we're trying to...
Did Donald Trump take classified information from the White House?
Yes.
He wasn't supposed to have it at Mar-a-Lago.
Maybe.
What do you mean maybe? Was it Mar-a-Lago a skiff? Is that a secured classified?
It doesn't matter. The issue is not that. The issue is
the issue.
You just said intentionality, and I'm saying...
we haven't got the intentionality yet. Are you allowed to have classified material knowingly outside of a secured classified area?
You might under certain circumstances, yes.
If you want, there are like 10 different statements I can make that Donald Trump himself issued in 2016 about the importance of classified documentation. In fact, Jack Smith quotes all of them, including the executive order. Okay, then you know how embarrassing it is. Well, no, so I'm curious. Donald Trump did all the prerequisites needed to break the law. He held the documents where they weren't supposed to be held. He knew they were classified. He said it to multiple people that he was showing them to, and then he told his employees to obstruct investigators when they're trying to find it. This is a crime, assuming it's all true. This should be the easiest. Like, yeah, of course, that would be, if that was true, it would be a crime.
It is a little bit of a difficult question when a president takes his own documents from his own administration, an email or a comment that he sent to Kim Jong-un. Is that unauthorized? Why was there a special prosecutor for Biden then? Why was her appointed if a president could just do it? Shouldn't Biden have just said, oh no, I'm allowed to do that? The issue is not whether they did it, because if doing it by itself is illegal, Biden should be in prison right now.
No, it's doing it knowing that you're retaining it outside of classified.
Exactly.
I'm curious, if you're saying it's not a crime, why was there a special prosecutor for Biden?
Okay, and you cut me off earlier, but I was showing why Biden, I think, took a lot of those documents.
Why was there a special prosecutor for Biden if it wasn't a crime?
The special prosecutor was there to investigate the degree of the offense and whether or not charges should be brought.
But you just said it wasn't a crime.
I didn't say it wasn't a crime. I said that it depends on the situation. I said that in a case like this is like a CEO walks out of a company.
The Jubilee debate is also slop. Also, you're going to copy strike me for it.
Takes a bunch of documents with him. His documents that he wrote. Now, hold on. There's a difference because we're talking about classified documents. But
like even CEOs can have
nothing that you're doing is showing me that Trump's conduct here was distinctive in any way.
Okay, can you give me a single example in all of U.S. history of any other president saying to somebody, here's a document, I should have declassified it, but I didn't. Don't look too closely.
Okay. Are you saying that if the president said that is by itself evidence that he's guilty?
No, but it's...
He has to... What a... Like... First of all, are you going to upload this? No, I don't think so. totally non-responsive to what Destiny was actually asking. Second of all, oh my god, bro. You know no one believes that. You know they're using it as evidence to prove state of mind, not as evidence that he is, like, holistically guilty. And it obviously, like, quite trivially is evidence of his state of mind.
Part of the indictment.
Okay, so what I'm saying is part of the indictment. I read it, you read it, big deal. The point is...
It is a big deal, though.
No,
Donald Trump said
I'm
it was a big
saying
deal like 15 times when he was talking about other people retaining classified information. Remember how big of a deal you guys made about it when you talked about Hillary's emails for like 3 years?
Yeah, and she was never charged.
Because she wasn't guilty of retention willfully.
Oh,
no,
you know that.
That's
How
what
do
the
you know
investigator said, because Comey said it.
Because Comey said it, right. Okay, so here's what
I'm sorry, do you have evidence to the contrary?
So
Wait, do you have evidence to the contrary?
Ultimately, we are now,
No
we're
evidence, okay.
trapped in an appeal to authority.
It's
According
an
to
appeal to
you,
authority.
I do wonder if
Comey...
your auto mod is way too strict. There's no auto... Like, the YouTube auto mod has 2 settings, like basic and off or whatever. And I have it turned on... I think it might be basic, strict and off or whatever. I have it like turned on basic. I think it might just be off for live chat. And then I don't have any other moderator. I don't have any other... Like, there's no... Like, Botrix is a bot that doesn't have auto mod turned on. Nightbot is another bot that doesn't have any auto mod turned on. Like, as far as I know, it's literally just YouTube.
Merrick Garland, Biden,
Can we just have the
unimpeachable
Biden
sources.
admin back?
Whatever they say
I
should
wish,
be taken
bro.
as
No, they
gospel.
are impeachable, but you
Every
should have
day I
evidence to
wish.
impeach them. If you don't agree with what they say, then you should say, this is why I disagree.
Right,
Not
so
with
what I'm
not with a crazy tale you spin, but like, here's
So,
some contrary evidence. For Mar-a-Lago, we see the pictures of the documents on the stage. We see the pictures of the documents in the bathroom. We see the pictures of the boxes filled out with the classified markings.
Have
on
you
the
seen the
top of
Biden
papers.
pictures?
I don't know if those were released or not. But the
Really?
contention with the Biden
Okay.
pictures wasn't that
The
there was
Biden
classified
pictures
material.
have been
The
widely
contention...
released. You're supposed to be a factual researcher, but clearly your eye,
I'm a
clearly
factual
your eye
researcher.
only focuses
Hold on.
rightward.
We saw the pictures because that was part of a
Do you
federal
think the
indictment
fact
for
you
a
say
crime
Kane
against Trump.
retarded,
Biden and Pence were
you
accused
can
of crimes
say
because
Kane
they made...
retarded again, it's cool. I mean, I don't think I ever stopped, but I mean, I was never that woke. So sure, buddy.
The phone call to the FBI. They made the phone call to NAR to say, hey, we think we have stuff here. You should come and grab it. Do you see the difference between behavior?
The difference between behavior now goes to a separate issue, which is how they reacted to NARA, okay?
Yes, one
And
showed
the- hold
criminal
on,
intent
hold
and the
on.
other didn't.
And
Yes.
the context of this is really important because we now know there's extensive communications between NARA and the Biden DOJ about how to bring charges over this on Trump. That correspondence has been released. So we actually know that the NARA people, who are supposed to be these archives, neutral guys, librarians, no, they were very much part of a scheme for how do we go and get Trump.
I can
So
this
hold on.
done in one question that you're not going to answer again. If that was the case, why didn't they just file charges on him day one? Why did NAR give him 8 months to return documents?
Why did what?
Why did NAR give him 8 months to return documents before the FBI finally got the charges basically ready for him to show up to take them because he wasn't returning anything? Why did they give him 8 months to return it?
Right, and I think the reason
I don't think I have any words banned, Tron. I don't believe I do.
is simple, and that is when you're dealing with a massive sheaf of documents, a process of negotiation. It's fairly familiar, by the way. Other people have done it.
You said this wasn't a process of negotiation. You said this was them talking to the FBI, which they had to because they were like, well, there's a lot of stuff here that we're not getting, and the FBI, NAR doesn't have the authority to go to the president's house and retrieve stuff. That would be part of the FBI. That's why they had the communication. But if their goal, you said that they were talking the whole time like they wanted to fabricate a case, why didn't they just do it on day one? Why did they wait so long?
Well, that's because the normal gap in a communication to bringing charges is about 8 months. That's not unusual at all. If
Yeah,
NARA
on
was talking
YouTube,
to
I literally messaged in your live chat moderation none. There's no blocked words. And it doesn't even hold. This is about comments, but it doesn't do anything to links and comments. It does do stuff that YouTube just, I think, automatically does not like links in live chat, which is annoying. But
the Biden DOJ and going, listen, we need to get Trump. He hasn't returned the documents. Here's a great pretext. Go get him.
A pretext being that he committed a crime?
No,
That's not what pretextual means.
No, a pretext means that we are engaged in this dialogue with the Trump administration. This can now be...
You won your debate with Juice. I appreciate it, Covid. Okay, yeah, I will be, by the way, tomorrow, folks. I did edit that on my end, too. I had a pre-recorded debate about neoliberalism that I told you all about, but that will be uploaded tomorrow. I edited it today. It would have been up by now, but I couldn't edit earlier because I couldn't be in my room because people were doing construction in it. But tomorrow that will be up.
Recast.
You should turn on those for slurs. I don't want to. It's already too strict.
As Trump refusing to return documents.
Because he did refuse. They stopped communicating. That's why when the FBI went to the Mar-a-Lago place, they found more documents. Some of those we still have never gotten back because Trump flew like 12 boxes of stuff up to his home in Bedminster or whatever.
Okay, look, I
we
think...
can just say it's bad. If it's true, it's bad.
We can keep going on this, but I think what's... Look, let me put it this way. I think you're a little pissed off that your cases didn't work. Right? You were really hoping that you could get Trump, prevent him from...
Now we're going to do the liberal Democrat destiny mind analysis instead of debating any of the factual stuff. Should seatbelts be mandatory? Almost certainly, right? I feel like they... Like, my understanding is they have saved, like, probably millions of lives, and it's just, like, such low cost, because realistically, especially by now, like all car manufacturers would be including them anyway. So you're not like even, I don't even think you increasing the price of cars, and then like they're just not like uncomfortable or anything, at least not substantially. This is a night bot for YouTube. There's no, literally all the moderation is turned off for it. I don't think it's ever been turned on.
Running in 24, put the guy away and win the 2024 election. Unfortunately, he was big enough, strong enough, had enough resources, had really good lawyers.
What's the case for me voting for Harris? Well, if you're just like, if you're just talking about, oh, some rich dude might get like, you know, it'd actually be net negative for him if Harris won, because, you know, personally he might have to pay like unrealized gains taxes. It's like, okay, I don't think that's I don't think you should only have your own interests in mind when you're voting, right? You should also care about what happens to other people and, you know, the country as a whole, the norms as a whole. So like, I mean, the case I would make is roughly the case I make to, you know, everyone, which is that it seems like Trump is going to do some, you know, poses some like genuine threat to the norms that we have in our country with regards to, I mean, you know, prosecutions, right? Prosecution of political enemies with regards to the independence of certain branches, you know, including the Federal Reserve even, which, you know, maybe there is, I don't think Trump will do anything bad enough to the Federal Reserve that'll actually come out net negative for some finance bureau in New York City, I guess, compared to like paying unrealized gains taxes. But, you know, even with like he poses some threat to that, as well as various other independent institutions, or previously independent institutions, insofar as the Supreme Court has allowed him to not make them not independent anymore. Migrant crisis in 2022 overwhelmed my city. My taxes would have gone up. Yeah, I don't think you should have only interest in mind. Presidents win elections by maximizing and appealing to the most. So I don't disagree with that, but if you're just asking me like what, like the argument for voting for Harris, if you stand personally to like lose out from higher taxes or something, like if I'm just supposing it is the case that like this person would like be net negative under Harris insofar as he had to pay higher taxes and didn't get like any direct expanded government benefits or whatever, I'm just gonna say like the case, as in the reason you should do it is that you should not only have your own interest in mind. Like that is the reason that you should do it, is that it, you know, you should be impartial.
He beat you every single time, up and down.
So have his lawyers he had initially.
I think people should vote for their own interest, and every sport who voted for Trump will enjoy the secret police knocking down their doors. Bays. This is true. So I should make my life worse for the good of the country. You should not be like. Are you just like and like this to some extent might present an interesting like deeper philosophical problem, like there's a reason philosophers have focused on like, you know, what could you say to like an egoist to like rationally compel them to have other people's interest in mind, but like it should be what do you say, like you should make your life worse for the good of the country. I like that to me is a more narrow way of saying you should have more than your own interest at heart, right? You should also care about other people. That seems trivial. Like trivially, Metro, you would agree if like let's just say like hypothetically, like Trump was just gonna kill. Is this even that hypothetical when he stopped USAID? But like let's just say like literally like Trump was going to nuke Chicago, okay? And we'll suppose for the hypothetical, Chicago being nuked would have no impact on the returns that this financial investor is making. You know, maybe it's even going to benefit him, okay, because previous financial resources that are being employed in Chicago are not going to be employed in New York. It's actually going to benefit him. Obviously, you would hold he should make his life worse for the good of the people in Chicago because the people in Chicago are also relevant, right? A homeless person hasn't murdered them for $10 in their pocket because their kids were hungry. Oh, like the person who benefits the most from EBTs, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. Yeah, I mean, I think you can make, I mean, on like an individual level and at this current margin, I don't think it is going to be the case that the people who benefit from or the most from government assistance is like already rich people or whatever, it's conceivable that it's net negative. But obviously, like that, like you're right, like the liberal justification or a liberal justification for the welfare state is like, you know, you need some economic security, otherwise people will just be illiberal. You know, people will not support the institutions we currently have if every time they are unemployed, there's just no safety net there.
Hard now, so I don't have to call them lawyers anymore.
You're basically trying to relitigate in front of this poor bunch of guys and go, you know what? If only I, Steve Arnold, had been litigating this, we'd really have gotten him. But damn it, we had incompetent counsel.
Nuking Chicago would be extremely bad for U.S. reputation and stability. Okay, so again, the point of hypothetical, I recognize in the real world it might be net negative for him, but the point of hypothetical is not, which is extremely bad for me because New York City's financial capital world. Okay, are you able to conceive hypothetically? As I said, like, let's just suppose, you know, it's not going to like I literally said, hypothetical, like, let's just suppose it's not going to have any negative returns from him. And in fact, in this hypothetical, which is unrealistic, obviously, it would actually increase his return somehow, or, you know, Trump through some other mechanism would increase his, like, after-tax profits, maybe just by lowering taxes. You would still hold that he should vote for, you know, Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden, whoever, because the people in Chicago are relevant to who you should vote for, right? You should not only be basing your vote on who will benefit you personally the most. That is a, I would say immoral, unethical thing to do. But that's not how sort of rationally you should be voting. But maybe that's, if I say that might just be reducible to the unethical claim, because I think rationally you shouldn't really be 100% self-censored either. But
well, it all blew up in our face.
Well, if anybody would know anything about relitigation, it would be the conservatives that constantly relitigate 2020 and still don't. Do you acknowledge that, for instance, Trump lost the 2020 election?
No, he didn't lose.
Okay, so we're talking about relitigation. Okay, I mean, like, you guys don't even accept the outcome of the 2020 election. Okay, we're supposed to be a beacon on a hill of democracy.
Hold on. Well, okay, so we need to probably say a word about 2020, because apparently, just like in the opening books of the Republic, where Socrates has to say, laughter, is that an argument? We're getting the sort of knowing ha 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 ha, which needs to be confronted because of its sort of sheer sneering dogmatism wedded to a bit of ignorance. So let me ask you this. And did you see my film 2000 Mules?
I watched the whole thing. Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you dispute the accuracy of cell phone geo-tracking?
No.
No. If you were to be convinced that in the 2020 election, in the weeks leading up to it, and then again in the period leading up to the recall election in early Jan, that there were a number of individuals, mules, carrying ballots and going to 10 or more drop boxes, and this could be demonstrated by cell phone geo-tracking, would you agree?
Hold on, just real quick. This is Motrix. This is the other like bot I have. It's there's no moderation enabled. There are commands. Maybe I could I don't want to just turn it off though. It's not even, the commands aren't even enabled on YouTube. I use Nightbot for YouTube stuff. I don't know if there'd be any settings in Motrix that I don't know about, or Nightbot that I don't know about. But I'm pretty sure it is just YouTube. And it might also be because it might be something like, I was gonna say maybe like YouTube has some further restrictions on my content because like maybe they think I'm too young or whatever, but I verified my age and stuff for like my bank account being attached to it. I had to do that. Like I think I had to submit my ID to like YouTube AdSense and everything. So it shouldn't be that.
Agree that this is something that needs to be looked into?
Sure, and you did, and found nothing.
No. Oh, wow. Well,
okay, that's not accurate to say. You found two people that you accused of engaged in mulership. Both of those people, I think, sued you or the production company, and then that's why the film was no longer for distribution or whatever, because those two people were both engaged in affair. One guy, I think, was a father dropping off ballots for his family, and I think the other was a nurse who was dropping off ballots for the nursing home that he worked at. Both of those stories were verified to be true. I agree, 2000 Mules was an interesting hypothesis, but it was missing the part two where you actually follow through on the investigation and find the people engaged in mealing for ballots. Simply saying that people drove by ballot boxes and not
they're crazy behind on stream, or my messages are not going in. You might just be behind because your messages should be. I don't see any. There's no messages in YouTube chat that are not showing up on my like chat widget. I don't think.
Yeah, first of all, okay, the nurse that you're talking about, I've never heard of. I don't even know what you're talking about. That's fully made up. That's out of your ass, basically. There is a case where we have in Georgia by one guy who claims, who by the way is seen in the film dropping off multiple ballots. The guy says that this was legit, and he was dropping off ballots for his family, which is allowed. This case is being litigated because the facts of it are rather complex, and I won't go into it right here, also partly because it's being disputed. But
when you say litigated, in a civil manner or a criminal manner?
But the guy,
can you expand on that? In a civil manner or in a criminal manner?
No, it's a lawsuit. It's a civil lawsuit.
Okay, so when you say civil lawsuit, who's suing who for what?
So the alleged mule is suing me and suing the company, claiming that he individually, he's not saying the cell phone geo-tracking is invalid. He's not saying anything shown in the movie is false. He's simply saying what you showed me doing.
You filtered by newest, not by top? Where? In YouTube, in the YouTube live stream? That's an option for like comments. As far as I know, that's not an option for live stream. I don't know. Do you want me to change the setting here for comments?
In the film is lawful. And in the film, we show a guy pulling up, jumping out, dropping these ballots, and he's claiming that individual act was lawful. So that's what's being litigated.
Okay, which is important. That's the whole point, right?
Yeah.
And it could be illegal activity, right?
It could be illegal or it could be legal. That's what's being, this is being fought over. But what I'm getting at is, no one is disputing the footage in the film. Some of it, you said, there was electronic surveillance. Do you realize that the people who said that this was the most secure election in history never looked at any surveillance in any state? Do you realize that many states which had surveillance turned off their videos before the election so they wouldn't have that surveillance?
That's really strange. Then I feel like Sidney Powell and the Trump admin should have probably chose some of their claims on places that didn't have surveillance, because the ones that they did, they intentionally obfuscated the surveillance cameras in order to lie about.
It's on my phone when I'm moderating people's chats. Sometimes I have to do it, but otherwise messages get hidden. I mean, I don't see it. Maybe I could open the stream on my phone and see if I see it, I guess.
They were showing, like, for instance, the ballot boxes underneath the table.
Look, why don't we just stay with what...
Okay, we can say with your case. In your case, it's been 4 years. Nothing has been resolved about this. It's a case about defamation. It sounds like that's what it is.
In the
it's
film
not a criminal case at all.
In the film I made, we didn't talk about boxes under the desk, okay?
We're in the Constitution. Does it say I can't drive drunk? This is true. How do we know drunk driving is not part of our inalienable rights as granted to us by the Constitution, bro? What the hell?
We relied on two types of evidence, both of which, on the face of it, are valid. First, cell phone geo-tracking, and we showed that there were, in Georgia alone, in Fulton County, in that area, 242 mules, alleged mules, who went to 10 or more drop boxes in the period of the election. Those same people, by the way, did not go to those drop boxes any other time because this was compared against a geo-tracking of an earlier date.
To be clear, real quick, to be clear, when you say went to those drop boxes, all you have are those people passed by those drop boxes.
No,
that's it. You don't know what they did there. You have no footage of them dropping anything off. You don't know who these people.
Wrong, and wrong again.
Wait, do you have footage of those people dropping ballots off at? Also, notice for the one guy that's suing you or your company or whatever, notice that you're talking about footage of him dropping ballots off at a single box. That's not even the claim.
I don't think this will do anything. I'm just gonna remove the chatbots I have as moderators from YouTube chat. I don't think that'll do anything, but it should be... Can they still send, like, links and stuff if I remove that? I don't know if they... It seems like they still can, I guess. Oh, you can't click on it, though. Only mods can send links in YouTube chat. Yeah, wait, they might actually have to... Fuck. I think it's just YouTube. I don't know. I think it's just YouTube.
2,000 mules.
Speaking of links, if you guys haven't, make sure to click on the pinned link and not donate, vote in the non-fun awards. I mean, you can donate too. That'd also be nice, but
it's not 2,000 homing missiles to one box. It's supposed to be people dropping them off at multiple boxes.
Better consenting or anything. Listen, I mean, people on YouTube chat. Also, another link, exclamation point, Discord in the chat. Join the Discord. There is just a chat in my Discord server called Stream Room. And Discord doesn't really censor anything. So you can say whatever you want in Discord, and it'll also show up on stream. And you can send links there, and you can send pictures there, and the pictures kind of show up in chat. Like, I'll send just this picture. It even has a little tiny... Okay, maybe the pictures don't show up in chat. They used to. It's not anymore, though.
I didn't see footage of any
Tell
of
me
that.
COD
Of a
says
single...
they're watching clearly intelligent design. Okay, I'll check it out. I'm ready to be converted. Okay, Twitch actually is broken on my side. It is not, and my chat is not updated on Twitch. What if I pop out the chat? Oh, I'm on the wrong account on Twitch. I'm stupid. Give me a second.
Single person, and that would have been the strongest thing. If you could show one person one time visiting multiple ballot boxes, I'd be like, oh, that's pretty crazy. I didn't see a single example of that. Do you have a single example of that?
Yeah, I do.
Why didn't you show it?
It actually
That's true. Is this the inspiration for the fucking Birdo character?
actually is shown in the
From
movie.
Mario?
It is shown in the movie. What you really have is you see the same guy in 2 different outfits at the same box, but on 2 different occasions, dropping in multiple ballots.
Why would you use geo-tracking data to see a guy going through multiple ballot boxes and only look at his behavior on one ballot box when the central claim was the mule was going to multiple ballot boxes?
I'll tell you why. It's like this. It's like you have a serial killer who goes to 5 different homes, and you find 5 dead bodies in those homes. His cell phone places him at those homes at those exact times of those 5 murders. However, only one of those homes has surveillance. And in
Well, I
that
think
one case,
hereditarianism is gaining steam so fast because I think people, well, so might depend on what you mean, because I think a big part of it is simply people do want to find post hoc ways to justify their pre-existing beliefs about immigration and stuff. Part of it might just be like, and I've never read into it a ton. I'm sure there's, you know, I'm sure guys' intelligence is probably above 0 heritability, right? You know, my understanding is the evidence has like gotten more advanced on that, and I don't know how I don't have strong opinions on it, but I do know there just is more evidence now on both sides, I think. But I think a lot of it is just because people want to find post hoc ways to justify their beliefs.
you can look at the cell phone data, you can see when he entered the home, you can then compare it against the surveillance video, but you only have one video. Now, in the 2020 election, even in the places that had surveillance, they had surveillance in approximately 1 out of 10 or fewer Dropboxes. So the truth of it is, you could have a cell phone moving from Dropbox to Dropbox, but only one of those Dropboxes has surveillance.
I think I would say the analogy
this is
is
all
very...
described. The analogy, this is all...
The analogy is telling me because you're saying there's 5 murders, but you don't even have any proof of malfeasance happening in any of these ballot boxes. Also, when you say there's not surveillance on them, you keep saying that like that's exceptional. Surveillance wouldn't even really tell you anything, right? A guy could show up in a hooded mask with everything covered, and there's nothing illegal about that, and drop a ballot off, and you would know.
So you think racial disparities are entirely caused by... I don't know how you got that from what I said. I think I literally said the opposite. What the fuck? What is this? I'm saying, I'm telling you, I don't know. I've never done a ton of research into it. But I literally said I think it's like it's going to be above 0 heritability. Now, I don't know. Like, I think because, you know, people tend to like marry and breed within their own race more often than not. It might be correlated with race. I don't know if race is going to be like causal in that.
Know nothing about this person. How would surveillance even help in this case?
Well, it would help to establish that the cell phone, because the problem with the cell phone is my cell phone is moving from box to box to box. If I gave my cell phone to my wife, then she could be going from box to box, but it would be with my cell phone. The advantage of the surveillance, it can establish who is the guy who is showing up at the box. Now look, here's the problem, okay? When you do cell phone geo-tracking, you get a cell phone ID. But the cell phone ID is not the phone number. And we have no ability, and neither do you, to take a cell phone ID and identify the person associated with that cell phone. The only people who can do that is law enforcement. And so we asked Democratic officials in Georgia, in Arizona, in Milwaukee, in Philadelphia, in Detroit, to look into this. Not surprisingly, the Democrats were like, nah, we're not really interested in doing this. We're like, just talk to the mules. Maybe there is a very plausible explanation.
Has this ever been done before? Can we argue? You know, actually, as part of their defense, no one has ever been charged with no one has ever used cell phone data to try to place people as being fucking mules. I doubt that's ever happened before, and I don't know if you can. I don't know how likely it is for any crime like that for you to, like, if you do some type of weird, I don't want to say weird, but like independent investigation about like that like local law enforcement or state law enforcement like takes it seriously.
This guy just happens to take a really long walk around election time. He likes to stop at drop boxes. He smokes a cigarette at each drop box, and that explains why he's pausing at these drop boxes. So maybe there is an explanation. We'd like to know what it is. The movie can take you as far as a film can go, but to now demand, why don't you do the investigation? We're not able to do that, and we said so in the film. So what I'm getting at is, this is not a case where there's nothing here. There is.
Thanks for the $5, Chattin.
Do you think God gave black people Big D to apologize for slavery?
Wait for the. There we go. There's the little bit delayed alert. That's clearly, obviously, the most plausible explanation, Tesco Johnson. I think so. You're not even the one that killed me, Kyle. Thanks for the 10 bits. When did y'all get... what mod that I had that has that adds all this fucking big shit? Also, that's really cool that the beanstalk goes into my floor now. Is there a reason you don't stream much? I'm just bad at time management. Yeah, and I edit my videos too. A lot of other streamers either have an editor or just don't produce edited content, but it's just a combination of those two things.
There's a lot here.
There's literally, how could you even get that information?
Well, the answer is the cell phone data. You just take the cell phone data. You have a list of 2,000 or more cell phone IDs. You just get the actual phone numbers of everybody. You go visit.
No, I'm asking, how would you get the phone numbers? How would you translate this from ID to phone number to person?
That can be done very easily. That's done in every burglary and murder case in the country right now.
The burglaries have something called probable cause of a crime being committed. There's no world where law enforcement could start pulling phone numbers and data from phones off of a wild hunch where no other information is shown. Probable cause meaning that it's likely that a crime has been committed here. There's no world where a judge should be signing off on warrants or subpoenas pulling information like that.
So this is a good question. You're saying that if the prosecutor, let's just say in Fulton County, were to go to a judge and say, we have identified in Fulton County 242 individuals who in the period leading up to the 2020 election or the recall election have been identified as going directly to 10 or more drop boxes. By the way a cell phone moves is it doesn't move in a fluid pattern. It moves and stops and moves again and stops. You can actually tell when the phone paused. So we're talking about people who are stopping at the drop box. And if you go to a judge and say, we need a warrant to be able to identify these people and merely verify from them that their behavior was lawful. According to you, that warrant would be impossible to obtain because there's no probable cause. Knowing something about the law myself, I would say that warrant would be extremely easy to obtain.
What you described isn't even an illegal activity.
The election fraud is illegal. The question
No, you don't have any evidence of election fraud. You have evidence of people walking near drop boxes, which also are near post offices, which are also could be people mailing any number of things, right?
Let me pose a case to you. These 4 kids in Idaho are found dead. And this guy, Koberger, you see his cell phone in the vicinity of the houses, and he makes a big circle around the house.
What is the equivalent of found dead here? Isn't he just like presupposing there was election fraud? There was no election fraud that was found.
House, and that's the geo-tracking. He was there at the time or around the time that crime was committed. Are you saying that a single judge would go, we don't even have any evidence he did it?
No, I think that would be good for probable cause that a crime was committed because we have 4 dead bodies. It's likely a crime committed
That's
there.
right.
We have no evidence of voter fraud from any of these mailing boxes, so there is no probable cause to speak of. Again,
Right,
you don't have evidence of a crime.
Right, but when an investigation is underway, judges are very willing to give law enforcement the tools to discover if a crime has been committed. I'll give you my own case, a very good example. So, in my own case, somebody tipped off the FBI that I made this contribution. The contribution could have been legal.
No, it couldn't have been, right?
Why? Why not?
Because it exceeded the federal election commission's.
There are actually legal ways to make a contribution. How do you think Soros gives millions of dollars? I just gave the wrong way.
Soros doesn't give millions of dollars to.
That's an independent expenditure or whatever, right? That's not that's not a direct election contribution, right? Those are all a different set of things. It's like 2 packs. It's 2 things explicitly not direct contributions, right? I thought you were gonna watch Jubilee. I will at some point. I think I want to do a mix of slop and real stuff, so maybe not right after this, but
candidates or PACs, he gives them to things called super PACs.
But remember, my mind is always able to be changed with money, so.
A hybrid 401 or 403c5s, whatever, C4s, whatever, like the different organizations there, but not to a candidate directly. You give money to another person and tell them to give money to a candidate because you know that you would be bypassing the contribution limit. You're never allowed to do that.
All I'm trying to say is that a tip causes the FBI to assign $100,000 to investigate my case. And this is normal. When law enforcement suspects that there's a crime that's been committed, they haven't proven it, they think it might be.
But there's a crime to speak of there. The exceeding of the campaign contribution limits. What you're talking about, dropping ballots off at a drop box,
Can
is
you
not
think
a
of
crime.
a good reason for somebody, let alone 242 people, to go to 10 or more drop boxes?
How many cell phones data did you go through?
Millions.
So of millions of cell phones, could 243 go by where 10 drop boxes are?
Go from one drop box
to another to
10
or
or
more.
Sure. Look, we're not talking about...
240. Do you understand the odds that you're talking about here of millions of cell phones where they're post offices or post drop boxes near these locations? These are all post office drop boxes, right? Could I conceive of 240 people out of millions of cell phones dropping off stuff at drop boxes during an election season? Sure, I guess. That's a very low number of people who have to get those millions of phones you pulled.
There is no reason for anyone to go to 2 drop boxes.
No reason at all. You've never in your life gone to 2 drop boxes before.
We're not talking about showing up to City Hall and turning in your ballot. We are talking about these so-called mail-in drop boxes. Look, even if I were taking the ballots of my family members, am I going to say I'll put 1 ballot in 1 box and then drive to the next box and a 3rd box and remember that we're setting a high burden?
Could they just be mailing stuff?
What?
Could they just be dropping off stuff to mail?
You can send in your ballot by the mail.
No, it doesn't have to be a ballot. It could be anything, right?
Couldn't it also, like, at worst, even if I were to concede, or even if it was, like, plausible, it was some type of election fraud, wouldn't it be way more likely? It's just the type of, I've heard people talk about the granny farming stuff before, although this might not be exactly what it is, but, like, people will, you know, go to nursing homes or whatever and get people to like, sign off on, like, proxy voting, and then they'll go vote for, like, 100 people or whatever. Wouldn't it be, like, way more likely to be some shit like that? Which is not, like, something unique to the 2020 election. It's just that with 2020, we would have the data to track it. This is talking about in the context of the UK, I guess, so maybe it's not... maybe it's not as common here. Granny farming, US elections.
The mail-in drop boxes are only for ballots. They're not for anything else. They're not intended for the post mail. You don't put your utility bill in there. These are drop boxes set up for ballots. And what I'm saying is that it makes sense. All right, maybe by accident you went to
Would you say 3 African adults the same age as your parents, who you'll never meet or know, or your parents? So, like, I think I would say the 3 African adults. I think the moral thing to do, I would say, is the 3 African adults, and I think I would. Now, emotionally. Now, maybe, like, I you know, wouldn't be able to go through with it. I like to think that I would save the 3 African adults. Why is it moral? Because, like, I think you should value, I think, you know, I would view it this way. I think you should be impartial. And if I were, you know, behind the veil of ignorance, so, like, you know, if there were, in this case, I guess there's 5 people, right? The 3 African adults and my 2 parents. If you were to tell me I'm going to, you know, be randomly assigned to one of these 3 people, or one of these 5 people, and I have to commit to making a decision before I'm randomly assigned to one of these people, right? I would save the most people. I would do the one where I have the best chance of surviving. I think that's the way the veil of ignorance is, a way to make you a way to intuitively see how you would act if you were impartial. And that makes it much more intuitive to save the 3 African adults, right? Or if I were to live as you know, if you told me that I was going to have to live the lives of each of the 5 people in that example, I would, assuming the lives are good lives, right? I would want to live 3 happy lives as opposed to 2 happy lives, right? You have a high chance of surviving with your parents alive. So if we're, okay. How old am I in this example? What? If I, like, a child is gonna die if my... If it is the case, your current age, I'm not gonna die if my parents are dead. It would have a, like, probably negligible impact on my lifespan. Suicide rates are higher with dead parents. I have faith that I would not kill myself, but if we're supposing that I would, then maybe I would save my parents, because you know, then I would get their 2 lives and then my longer life, as opposed to 3 lives of middle-aged people or whatever. If I have uncertainty about whether or not I'm going to kill myself, it's just going to depend on how likely I think that is. And since I think it's very unlikely, even if my parents died, I would still, I could weigh that, I can factor that in, but I would still think the right thing to do is save the 3 African adults. And you could throw that into the value in your example too, if you wanted to say you could also be the one making the decision or whatever, and, like, maybe you end up with dead parents and you'd be sad and you have a higher chance of dying. Like, it still seems like rationally, if I was behind a veil of ignorance, I would want to save the 3 people as opposed to the 2 people plus having a lower chance of suicide or whatever, right? But so it would end all welfare in U.S. and transfer money to USAID payments. It probably would not be utility maximizing to literally end all welfare. I do think we should do more foreign aid, and I think like if your point is just that on the margin, like aid to the third world is going to do more good than welfare to people in the first world, then like that's true. I agree with that. And I think that we should do more foreign aid. Now, like the question then is like, and I think you've kind of brought up this point before with regards to like immigration, maybe even inflation. Like think about like how, like, okay, maybe immigration is good, right? Or maybe property taxes are good, but like they're so politically toxic that like even though they're better than you know, not having immigration or doing other taxes, like maybe it is actually net positive to, you know, not do those. No, I don't really think that's the case. I mean, at immigration, at some margin, it probably is, but it's the same type of thing where it's like, well, you know, at some margin, it's probably so politically toxic to give all the money the U.S. has to third world countries that it would actually not be like utility maximizing, because citizens here would be so discontent, and like there'd be enough backlash in the future to like give no aid to foreign nations, or like people would like overthrow the government and the U.S. government would become unstable, and that would actually be net negative in the world. I mean, in a vacuum, ignore any backlash, then like it's not clear to me that maybe all the money in that case, like there might be some like actual, like there might be some minimum aid to give to people in the U.S. that actually would still have a higher return than giving to people in the third world. Maybe because, like, you know, if you make people in the U.S. more likely to be business owners as opposed to giving money to people in the third world. What's up, Reynold? Like, maybe there's some higher return there. But, like, I recognize your point, which is simply that, and I agree, like, the marginal dollar is going to go further in, like, the third world and stuff. And, like, you should do what maximizes expected value. You get an America Fat Burger Reich every 2 months, unfortunately. Exactly. Reniel, you got to vote in the non-fun awards. You are up for a, you got to vote for yourself. I think you're up for best stream ally. I don't think you're in anything else. We didn't do that many debates together. Maybe I should start doing TikTok that way. We have more debates together.
Boxes, okay? You went to one and put in your ballot. You went to a second and had a smoke.
There
Once
you go.
You set the bar at 10 drop boxes, you defy
Can you
credulity.
show me the current results of the award? I don't want to do that. I think we're gonna do it on the 19th on Friday. I'm not gonna leak the results until then.
There's no reason to do that.
I will say I do know, at least on timer check, Reynold, you were not winning. you were not winning that poll.
And that's why in itself it is suspicious behavior. Now you're saying that in
And it was not that close.
in all the 242 cases, am I saying that all of them were equally guilty of the same type of fraud? I don't know. But I'm saying that there's very good reason to investigate further. And if this were done...
Let's say that I grant all that. Let's say that I say there's very good information to investigate these people for crimes despite having no evidence of crime being committed and no evidence of what these people were doing at the drop boxes. You don't think that there wasn't very good
Who's
reason
winning
to
Best
investigate?
Shatter? I'm not going to reveal any more than I've revealed. You guys will find out on Friday.
Donald Trump for committing crimes relating to the retention of classified material when he's showing classified material to people saying I could have declassified it, but I
Hell
didn't.
yeah.
I'm not saying that there's no good reason to investigate anything. I'm not saying that. I'm not
So
saying...
then the investigations of Trump were done for a good reason.
Well, it could have been done. It could have. Generally, when there's an investigation, there is some plausible basis for it.
Sure.
But I think
Like
you
willful
would be,
retention of
hold on.
classified material, yeah.
But I think you would be naive if you're saying, oh, you know what? Had this not been Trump,
I thought I'd host if you join TikTok. I mean, don't you do have your own little... I don't know if you're the one that runs it, but you and the other TikTokers don't you have your own show and everything where you do some things together? But yeah, I would appreciate it, Reynold. I just have to... I could do it. I have more stuff now to do it, actually. I think I have a... It's sample text, I know it. I have a... Why don't you stream it at TikTok? So it depends what you mean, easy buddy. I don't stream like this type of regular stuff to TikTok because it's just a pain to set that up. Like I'd either have to get a TikTok stream key, which is really fucking annoying. You have to join like an organization, and it takes a while to do that, and then they have to like apply for a stream key on your behalf, and then at the end of all that, you can't like promote your other social media on it, or at least they tell you you can't. I don't know how strictly that's enforced. So that would be really annoying. Or I have to do the TikTok live app, which from my experience is a laggy, buggy mess, and then I would have to use OBS virtual cam to like output my regular stream to the virtual webcam, and then I have to like have my audio sources separately set up in TikTok Live Studio, and it doesn't have my regular OBS filters for like my audio stuff, and that's annoying and laggy and stupid. Renil seemingly confirming. With regards to like why so I could do what Renil does sometimes and stuff where he like will essentially have his and I've done this like once or twice before. I could stream to TikTok like from my phone. Android emulator might be easier. Just totally not worth it. Yeah. Where like I just have like my phone set up to debate, and then like I capture my phone screen and I debate people on it. But part of it is just that I follow, as you guys know, sometimes when you ask me about how I feel about something, I'm just like, what? I haven't heard about that. Some of it is just like I follow current events less, and like I'm more of a guy that like will do my little niche bullshit on certain topics. And then it's like if I'm invited to some debate with by Gibbs or by Wick or something, I will like do research for it then, as opposed to like following like most of the lawsuits and stuff that I know Renil does, and he does it very well. You all should check out Renil and subscribe if you want to see more of that stuff, and being prepared to talk about like a number of those topics at any given time with the MAGA people that are on TikTok, although a lot of them are the same type of like bot people who you can there's a reason like Parker and Dean's dialogue tree, and I do think they kind of just run dialogue trees, but there's a reason they work, and it's because all the MAGA people, or many of them on TikTok, just say the same exact things. And it's a little stupid. You can see that Dems, immigration and crime and gender DI policies were bad, or are voters just stupid? I don't know if the immigration policies were not bad. Was DI policies not bad? I really don't know. I don't think so. If I'm factoring in the political backlash to them, then maybe DI was not bad. And maybe immigration as well, just because I think that is a decent reason Trump won again. You able to chat real quick? Yeah. You can hop into stream room, which I'm in as well. Yeah. But like I also don't think it's just that voters are stupid. I think some voters are misled, like Destiny even mentioned in these debates, right? Like there is a MAGA media apparatus devoted to misleading people about things. Social media has done a lot to have misinformation spread, and like some people were like you were talking about people voting like in their self-interest, or like some people probably were voting in their self-interest for Trump or whatever, or at least I don't know if all of them were voting in their self-interest, but like saw like actual negative effects from some Democratic policies, but they're not voting impartially in that like maybe immigration had some negative effect on the school system in their local community, and that made them want to vote for Trump. But like if it just has a lot of other spillover benefits, they don't see those, and therefore they feel justified in voting for Trump. What's up?
What's going on? Long time no chat, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's been a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's been a little bit, yeah.
I'm here to say that early on, all right, on Friday, I'm going to be hosting my own Stop the Steal rally. I know that Sample Text is rigging these votes, so there's no shot in hell that I'm going to let that happen. We have to fight like hell to preserve the integrity of our fan poll voting.
Yeah, what's funny is
okay.
Isaac was telling me the same thing. He was gonna host. He was gonna have his own Stop the Steal.
Well, maybe we'll have to combine forces. All right, 2 coalitions is better than 1.
Hell yeah.
What I wanted to chat about was I was actually kicking this idea around. I wanna. One of the things I really wanted to do lately is kind of merge the TikTok and Twitch like political communities a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it feels like there's a couple really good bridges to that could really make that happen. Because the TikTok debate sphere is bad and it's getting worse. Like it's so terrible right now. And that's like where I'm predominantly at. But if here's what I was theorizing, because like the Unfuck America guys are like currently kind of bridging that gap, and I know that I'm Really Important is trying to get Destiny on TikTok for realsies, and not like the first little fake run that he had.
Yeah, not the
What I was thinking about doing is basically just doing debate streams where I would like bring a guest on, and then we would just kind of go back and forth, you know. I kind of had a test run. Do you know Ethan from Unfuck America?
Yeah.
He called into one of my streams, and I chatted with him for a little bit, and we kind of did one of those things where he took a couple, I took a couple. I kind of want to lean into that. So listen, if you wanted in to doing the TikTok debates, that would be a good way. All right. Cause I get pretty decent viewership and shit. And you know, there's already the bridge here.
Yeah, I'd be down to do that. I'd have to, well, actually, don't you have like topics set? There's definitely topics I'm prepared for and stuff. But...
Yeah. I mean, TikTok Studio, what's nice is that, like basically my prompt is just text on screen. So it's a lot easier for me to change that than some people who stream from their phone. But yeah, I wanted to see if, first of all, if you wanted to do that, if you wanted to just come on and do some debates and shit, mainly because I know that you can, you know, I trust your ability to. And I feel like we are kind of like Tron pointed this out. Like, I feel like we are kind of a good dynamic duo because, all of my weak spots, you're super good in. So, and the second thing is that like, that is like a general strategy. If that can happen, that would be like super, super awesome. I want to see if I can, my end goal is Pisco. All right. If I can get Pisco over to TikTok,
that would be,
because it's like, it's so content. That's the thing, is that like coming over to TikTok, the debates aren't as good because there's not as many like established personalities, but there's like so much content, and there are like content creators over there too that are super, super insulated that I think is really shitty.
Yeah. I don't know if you know, but like when I first met Sarah and stuff, like you know, the bridge, like YouTube and the Twitch community that I was familiar with were like very separate. Like Pisco was never on, Gibbs was never on, Wick was never on. But I think it was mostly just her reaching out to people. Like she was able to bridge those communities very well, so it definitely could happen. Although TikTok does have some minor annoyances with it, but
vice versa. I've been trying to get a lot of the TikTok people because I'm more into the TikTok community than I am the Twitch community, although I know a lot of people from either side. I've been trying to get like a bunch of the people who are like relatively big on TikTok, like, listen, you have a following. If you reached out to Wick or some shit, like he would definitely get you on.
Yep.
Or Sarah, I've been telling them to like join the open panels and stuff. I'm trying to meld these communities as much as I can, and I'm getting like kind of, I don't know about in close, you know, but I'm talking to a bunch of the UFA people and stuff. I'm trying to get this done. All right. So also, if you have anybody, all right, speak the good word of TikTok. Okay. I need to, when IRI was talking to Destiny about getting him on there, he was like, listen, I want you on there because it's good content for you, but I also want you on there because people are phoning in the TikTok shit so bad, to the point where it's all like wokey bullshit or just conservatives lying, and there's like not a lot of like just straight liberal representation on there.
Right.
And we need it. We need the straight liberal representation.
Yeah, I'd be down. Yeah.
Word. Okay, well, that's really all I wanted to reach out. How do you feel? How deep are you into the debate?
I think probably a little over an hour. Yeah, an hour, 10 minutes.
I had to tap out after 2. I couldn't do the rest of the. I couldn't do it.
2 minutes or 2 hours?
I tapped out at, I think, almost exactly the 2-hour mark.
Okay, yeah. It's
it's super bad.
Yeah, it's been frustrating, but I don't know who. Do you know? Does Dinesh have fans? Does anyone actually like him? Does anyone like actually look up at him?
I think he has fans of his work, but he doesn't have fans of him. Like, I know a lot of people cite 2000 Mules, and a lot of people talk about like the documentary shit that he does, but like,
yeah,
I don't think almost anybody's gonna go to like a Dinesh D'Souza rally, you know, or like meetup or whatever. Because like I also wonder that, because every time I see Dinesh D'Souza talk to anybody, it's like one of the most generational blowouts I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
like, exactly. This one was super bad.
I've never seen him do like well in a debate, and like that's why I don't know. Like, does anyone actually like this dude? Like, does anyone actually think he like does well in these things, or like is good at this? Like, I don't understand.
I mean, realistically, he's an Indian on the right now, so I mean,
yeah,
probably not super well respected there. But have you ever seen him talk to Alex O'Connor?
I did. Yeah, that was horrible.
I think that is the like most one-sided debate I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it is. I would actually like never show my face again. Like, if that happened to me,
genuinely,
I don't know how this guy keeps doing it.
I wonder if he's like a grifter or what, because like I feel like if he was just a grifter, he wouldn't be agreeing to debates like this. I genuinely think he might just be stupid.
I don't, maybe he thinks he like has to do it to stay relevant or something, but like, yeah, I really don't know what he thinks is going to be the outcome when he accepts these debates. Like, I just don't get it.
Because he also got sued. Like, all of his legal troubles and shit too are just like things that a stupid person would do too. Like, he got sued for he got caught for improper campaign like donations.
Yeah,
I feel like you only get caught with that if you're fucking stupid.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It doesn't.
Okay, well,
wait.
Listen, good luck.
Do you know who James Fishback is?
The name sounds super familiar.
He's running for the governor of Florida right now. He's like he had his own like debate league or something. He's debated Destiny on Jubilee before. He was on another Jubilee video.
Oh yeah, I know this guy. Yeah.
Are you familiar with any of his legal stuff?
No, is it bad?
I haven't looked that far into it. But yeah, he has like some crazy bullshit lawsuit against the Federal Reserve. He has like some these charges were like ultimately dropped or whatever, but like he had some allegations against him that like he was harassing his ex-fiance who he met through his debate league when she was 17 and he was 27, and they were engaged like they were engaged like when she was 19. And I guess I forget exactly why they broke up or whatever, but they like broke up, and like James Fishback was like texting her a ton or whatever, and like constantly trying to reach her, and eventually the court like was like, hey, it doesn't really constitute harassment, but it's definitely not something character-wise that you want out of a governor.
Yeah, I looked up his name. The first 2 results were candidate for Florida governor denies accusation of an inappropriate relationship with teen, and Ron DeSantis aides have ties to controversial GOP candidate for Florida governor. Like, he's being used to smear Ron DeSantis.
This is the thing I'm least familiar with. Is he also like, I think he's being sued civilly for like some debt that he has. I think they're I know he's had like his Tesla seized or something as like collateral.
LOL.
Yeah.
I remember him from the Jubilee appearance. He was super stupid, but
he was working like Capital was ordered to pay the company more than $200,000 following a March court judgment.
Poor guy.
Yeah, his Model Y is being sold. Oh no.
All right, well, I love you, buddy. Okay. Good luck. I hope that it goes well. I'll DM you or something about setting something up. I also do you know Andrew JD? He's also another one of the UFA guys.
Yeah, I've seen his stuff before. Yeah, he's a UFA guy too, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to set something similar up with him too. I'm trying to really build the bridges here.
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right, well, love you, buddy.
Yep, I'll see ya. Appreciate it. I don't say love you back because that's gay. And I don't fuck with that gay shit. All gold bloods are pedos confirmed. That is true, Sasrama. That is true. It is absolutely true. Is he even a gold bug? He's probably a Bitcoin bug too. Can't wait for when did Destiny Dinesh get to that part? Voters are largely derive their voting politics from their own experiences. I don't disagree with that. No, love you. There's a reason why voters are angry that Trump has brought up prices despite him campaigning on it. Everyone's saying prices are down. Oh, and him saying the prices are down. Everyone saw the migrant crisis. I don't disagree with you. I also think that like voters, again, I do think it is relevant that their perceptions are shaped by social media, by like the organized MAGA movement that have people intentionally lying to them. Like clearly, like, I mean, you can talk about Dominion in 2020, obviously, but like, you know, Tucker Carlson has gone on to do, although he's somewhat critical of the Republican establishment at this point because he's too conspiratorial, to do much the same. You know, well, I guess part of the issue is that the people who are willing to lie to people aren't even supportive of Republicans anymore. Okay, they're all like weird Groyper, Candace Owen, or like insane conspiratorial type people now. But yeah, Renil, I do love you. Okay, I'll say it.
But let's say had it been Bill Clinton, they would have done exactly the same thing.
What about Hillary Clinton?
Are you saying the awakening wasn't real? Post-2020, college actively discriminated against white men to fill university quotas. Do you deny this is happening? I don't deny that, like, DEI, like, you know, had some, I don't know how big the effect was, especially because how long was it actually, when was the Supreme Court ruling on affirmative action? That was under Biden still, right? Wasn't it? So I don't even know how long the peak woke stuff was around. But I don't even think that's especially, I don't know how salient that specifically is to voters. Like, I think the prices and stuff are like way more salient to voters. Even the immigration stuff, to the extent that you live somewhere that's actually deeply affected by it and aren't just like seeing videos on social media about it. I don't know how salient the DEI stuff is to voters, but and I recognize people had issues with that, and there were, you know, certain people being negatively affected by it. Now, I don't know if on net many of those policies were bad, but I also don't, in my mind, that should not be a sufficient reason people vote for Trump. But maybe people are just more irrational than I think, and do view that as a sufficient reason to base who they're voting off of.
Bill Clinton because he was the president.
What about Hillary Clinton? She was running for president. We talked about her emails for years.
Talking about her emails is in the public domain is one thing.
The FBI investigated her email usage.
And what I'm getting at is, okay, the Hillary crime is, I haven't even brought that up. I'm not talking about that. If I were to prosecute a crime right now, and I don't know if it could be pushed ahead, but the Russia collusion hoax, which began with Hillary, was
the Hillary crime and the Russian collusion hoax. Yes.
And cooked up in the Obama White House itself, involved all the top officials of the Obama administration.
True.
Was executed entirely intentionally.
You know, this whole thing falls apart with a simple question as well. You're not going to answer.
What's your simple question?
Yeah.
What is it?
Why wouldn't they publicize the hoax before Trump won the election?
Why did
they wait to talk about this until after Trump won the election? Why wouldn't they do it before, like they did with Hillary's emails?
Well, this is...
Like, you know, Hillary probably lost the election because Comey made like 3 announcements. Comey's like a blog poster.
Oh my God. It's confusing me when people say having issues about immigration is all propaganda hysteria. I don't think you should have gotten that from what I said. I said I don't think immigration is a salient issue to people's experiences insofar as you don't live in a town like directly affected by it. I think that is shaped. Like, if you're living in Pennsylvania, your view on the crisis on the southern border It's not informed by your experience as much as it is informed by just what you see on social media and what you see on the news. For people in border towns in Texas, I could see the case that, yeah, like they do have experience, or people in New York where the migrants were shipped to or whatever. I could see that, like them having some experience that they're basing their vote off of with regards to immigration. But I don't know if that's true for my intuition would say that's not true for the majority of people. Seeing brown people on TV is very scary, so I hear. This is true. Has Biden considered just making the immigrants white? Have we considered just here's the compromise they don't want you to know about, okay? We just let Russia take over Ukraine, but we just have 40 million Ukrainian immigrants come to the US. This is a great compromise. And 40 million is basically the number Biden let over anyway, right? So doing whiteface could do that as well. That's what we really need from like a border wall. It's just like spray paints people white as they're coming over. Okay. You say how to turn all the videos of immigrants white. Yeah. If someone lived in Pennsylvania, they would say, I don't want what's happening. I don't want that happening to me in the future. I don't know. I mean, maybe. But I also think, I also think their view on what is happening is, oh my god, I'm never getting all the snow out of here, bro. Oh my god. Have we seen Europe? Europe's a pretty big place. I've seen, I like recognize what you're referencing, but I have no, I have no reference for like the scale of the problem, essentially.
Every day we.
There was something else I was gonna say, then last chat message threw me off. Fuck.
We got a new laptop with more Hillary's emails, but Donald Trump was completely under arrest until after Trump won the election. What a horrible hoax!
Well, the answer is really obvious. I'm only speechless because of the sort of it's so obvious the answer to that question. Hillary was
Say it. I forgot.
100% sure she was going to win the election. Hillary had it made. All the odds were in her favor. She was leading it tremendously in the polls. In fact, Frank Luntz just reflects the popular mood, where on the day of the election, he simply tweets, Hillary Clinton will be the next president of the United States. She believed it. I would think Trump believed it. Everybody believed it. And when Trump won, these people couldn't believe it. And they were essentially in so now what mode. So here's what I'm getting at. Do I have to explain what?
I don't know. Obviously, yeah, people did not expect Trump to win. It was a pretty surprise victory. Like, weren't the betting odds for Trump something like 13% like the day before the election? And also a non-negligible reason why Trump won and was a surprise was because the fucking Comey letter. But I don't know if that was outcome determinative, to be clear. I would doubt that it was, but it's not impossible that it was.
Why they had the meeting in the White House in October as opposed to July? You seem to admit they had the meeting. You seem to admit that all the deep state guys were there. You seem to admit that Hillary cooked up this false dossier, and this was used for at least 2 years, maybe more, to cripple.
That's something Destiny definitely admits, that Hillary cooked up this false dossier. I remember when Destiny said that. I remember when Destiny said Hillary Clinton personally cooked up. She opened Microsoft Word and wrote down that Steele dossier.
The presidency of Trump.
Oh my god.
Is that a crime?
So, well, the problem is it's not a crime to investigate things. It was a crime, for instance, when Donald Trump fired Comey to obstruct the investigation into all of the colluding Russian people around him, which was probably criminal in nature. But of course, Donald Trump will never be convicted of any crime now that the Supreme Court has said that the president apparently can't commit crimes. We do know that people were convicted around Trump for things related to colluding with Russian or Russian officials. Manafort was a great example of that. Roger Stone colluded with Lucifer when it came to leaking the hacks about the Hillary email address and all of the emails that she supposedly had on her server and everything else. But to talk about this collusion hoax with Obama and the bogus stuff that Tulsi Gabbard has released, all of this stuff had been investigated by our deep state operatives for like a year leading up to the election. Do you agree that Russia was intervening and interfering with all of the media cycles and everything in our country? Do you agree that Russia had
You really think 5 Facebook posts could convince
The
people?
Internet Research Agency was one of which Manafort turned down indictments about, that he was influencing the election in the United States. Do you agree with that? Or do you disagree with that?
Say it.
Well,
and bring up the Hunter Biden laptop too. Bring up Biden YouTube, social media, censorship, Hunter Biden cock. Say it.
that is not what the Russia collusion hoax was
Well, but do you
about
agree or
at all.
disagree with that?
Well, I agree with it in the blasé sense. that I think that because the United States is the most important country in the world.
So it was the
Hold
largest
on, hold
disinformation
on.
campaign in
Hold
all
on.
of foreign interference
Hold on
history.
a second.
Was
We cannot go through an election without the following countries: China, India, Israel, Qatar, Russia.
Sure. Can you give
many
a single
others.
example of China, Israel, or Qatar intervening in our election atmosphere the same way that Russia did?
I would say that the Qatar influence is far greater and far more pernicious.
Give me an example.
Hold on, I'll give you an example. So in the case of Russia, the attempt was an extremely clumsy attempt to influence social media posts by bots and other...
So it wasn't clumsy. They were literally organizing protests in the United States, and they had a company here. Some of the largest GOP accounts, 10_GOP, over 200,000 followers, was ran by Russians.
Qatar, let's look at what Qatar has done. I just read a report that Qatar put $1 billion into Georgetown University, a single institution. Qatar buys political science...
First of all, what was the budget of the Russian IRA in 2016? I imagine it's more than $1 billion. But second of all, dog, if we're saying it's an incredibly clumsy attempt to buy social media like influence and control a lot of GOP accounts with a ton of followers, how clumsy is it to invest $1 billion in Georgetown University? What do we even think?
Departments. Qatar has invested heavily in the U.S. media. If you want to influence an election, you don't think it's better to influence it through...
Does he just mean, like, Qatar has, like, a sovereign wealth fund, don't they? Is he just referring to the fact that, like, they invest in U.S. media through that? Qatar sovereign wealth fund, U.S. media. Or is he referring to, like, I know they have Al Jazeera English. Is he, like, referring to that? I don't know. This is more recent, and I think about allegations of, Trump taking bribe from them. Is he just referring to Qatar holding a subsidiary of QIA, holds a 13% in French media and publishing group? Not going to try to pronounce that. I think he might just be talking about the sovereign wealth fund, which invests in fucking Disney. 10% stake in Universal Media Group, 2019. Qatar sounds bad. Hopefully they don't bribe the president with a fancy jet. It's also, and maybe doesn't he will mention that. Yeah, it's like, it's funny that, like, when you look this up, the first article is about them influencing Trump. So let's say we had 4 terms of Romney-esque R presidents from 2016 to 2032. Would you rather have that or the status quo and a Dem wins in 2028? Probably the first one, almost definitely.
Massive media outlets that reach tens of millions of people. Yes. So Qatar's influence. I mean, again, if you can seriously contend that Russia was the leading influencer of the election, I think you're extremely naive.
Okay, so then let's say first of all, you have no evidence, but we'll say that I granted that. Okay, let's say that I just agree with you. So Qatar was influencing U.S. politics. Who was the guy who just got a $400 million jet from Qatar and just agreed to give them a security assurance the same as we would to a NATO ally and is allowing them to train fighter pilots in the United States?
So
it's Donald Trump, you didn't know. What did Biden get from Qatar? What did Biden get from Qatar?
You actually think you're making a good point by leapfrogging from the topic we were discussing, which is, you start out with a claim. Russia was unique in trying to influence the election. I make the obvious point. Who does?
I don't even think that's... Well, he kind of made... He said it in the same way. It's not unique. I think he was implying it was unique in the scale, unique in the way they did it, not necessarily just unique in the fact that they tried to do it.
You start out with a claim. Russia was unique in trying to influence the election. I make the obvious point.
But the initial point, like, Destiny was just... He was trying to establish some shared understanding of the facts. Also, what's up, Dylan Thomas? Welcome back. To try to say, okay, well, you agreed Russia was interfering in the election, right? It was supposed to be a jumping off point for the basis of the Russiagate investigation. That doesn't, he was simply trying to agree on the factuality of that, not to suggest that, like, Trump is, more corrupt or anything, but by trying to, he's just trying to justify the investigation.
doesn't, who's not trying to get a favorable outcome for their country? We know Ukraine was. Why do you think Ukraine was so
The
involved?
difference is that I'm giving facts. When you say other countries advocate for themselves, you're allowed to do that. There is a process by which you declare with FARA, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, you declare that you are spending money in the United States to do this. Russia did not do that. They use subversive means. So, for instance, Tenet Media was a recent example that was uncovered. The FBI said there were some 100+ other organizations doing this. And if you read the Manafort indictments, you can see that there were agents operating companies in the United States that were wholly owned by Russia, pretending to be Americans that were organizing protests, organizing rallies,
So that is your
social media. That's the examples that I've given that are later in the
so
nothing for Qatar or anything else. Yeah.
Your case, such as it is against Russia. But you notice that the collusion hoax had nothing to do with Russia per se. It was about Trump. The heart of the case was not that Russia's trying to influence the election. There's all kinds of things you can
agree on this one thing to talk about the merits of the investigation. Oh my
do against
God.
that. You can deploy the CIA. You can charge them under FARA. You can arrest Russians. You can do sanctions. Notice that the Russia collusion hoax, which frankly, many people in this room probably were like, oh, this is exciting. We think we can sink the president this way. It was based on the idea that Trump went along with it.
But he did, didn't he? Didn't Trump say on TV, if you release the 10,000 emails, Russia, you'll be greatly rewarded?
No.
Wasn't Guccifer a Russian hacker that Roger Stone himself was working with to time releases of Hillary's emails, the most damning stuff from the Podesta stuff?
Okay. What I'm getting at is...
Wasn't there a Trump Tower meeting where first Trump officials and surrogates lied about what the meeting was for, and then later they admitted that, yeah, there was a lawyer lady from Russia and we were seeing bad information about Hillary Clinton?
Okay. So prior to the Mueller investigation, all of this recycled garbage was in all the media, and all of you guys were cheering it and hoping it would amount to something. And then Mueller investigates it, and he goes, guess what? There was no collusion.
So that's not what Mueller said. I see you didn't read the report. Collusion is not a legal term. What Mueller said was there was probably criminal obstruction that prevented him from being able to do the investigation.
All right, so
that's what happened.
Do you
Can't believe you like watching this. What's your definition of like? I think I'm chilling right now.
Mueller's conclusion
It's not like that. This is slop. I recognize that, but I find it enjoyable.
There was no Russia collusion.
He wasn't there to determine collusion as far as a crime. There's no crime of collusion. Mueller said that he couldn't gather enough evidence to prove that, but he said that there was heavy obstruction that probably would meet the level for criminal obstruction along the way. For instance, why did Trump fire Comey?
Okay, hold on.
Will you answer that question? You won't, because there's only one answer. It was to obstruct the investigation.
Okay,
that's why
you said a little bit earlier ago, why would you even need a special counsel to look into something if a crime had not already been committed? You said that. Then you said just now, Mueller said, I don't have enough evidence that the crime was...
Sorry.
Will you answer that question? You won't, because there's only one answer. It was to obstruct the investigation.
Okay,
that's why
you said a little bit earlier ago, why would you even need a special counsel to look into something if a crime had not already been committed? You said that. Then you said just now, Mueller said, I don't have enough evidence that the crime was even committed. And yet, he had been investigating this for a long...
Watching Conservatives get owned lots is fun. It is. That's why, see, watching Dinesh is fun exactly for that reason.
...duration of time, and he concluded there's nothing there. But evidently, there was enough there for him to do the investigation.
What do you think obstruction is? Obstruction is when you make it hard for a person to investigate. That's what the crime of obstruction is. Why do you think Donald Trump fired Comey?
Why did Donald Trump fire Comey? Because, I mean, he's the president. He has every right to fire a...
When we talk about Democrats, we talk about what's moral and what's right. When we talk about Trump, we talk about what is in the outer perimeter of what is he legally allowed to do. He fired Comey because Comey wouldn't stop the investigation into him.
Comey is an utter sleazeball.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Hold on. Comey was in on the Russia collusion hoax.
Then why did he make public announcements about Hillary's email campaign that probably sunk her entire campaign?
Why do you keep changing the topic?
I'm not. I'm just pointing out how ridiculous all of your statements are. None of it makes sense.
He's not even. You're changing the topic of what Destiny is. You didn't even answer why he fired Comey. You just said Comey because the president can. He's the president. He's entirely within his right. What's up, Corpse? Hashtag non-fun fell off. What the hell? I fell off? What happened? It's true. We all enjoy suffering here. Exactly.
But Comey is a guy. This is a guy.
Why did Trump fire him?
Trump fired him because Trump realized that he was actually part of the hoax.
Do you even know why Trump stated he publicly fired him? He said it was because of the Hillary email stuff. Trump fired him because after Flynn was indicted, Trump said, well, now you guys should be done.
There's
you should be done.
Indictment.
It was a good indictment. It was good. Don't lie to the FBI about it.
Universal world wealth tax was implemented. Justice for individual countries' financial situation to pay for food aid to impoverished areas. Be good or bad? I don't know. So it certainly would not be the best way because wealth taxes are just not efficient to fund that type of thing. It could be. I don't think it would be net good just because it seems like the damage of like a actual worldwide wealth tax would have worse long-term effects than giving food aid than the benefits of giving food aid to people. But that, that'd just be my intuition. It could be net good. It's net good if you factor in the suffering of insects and saving people's lives by giving them food aid and making them live longer. Okay, that reduces the suffering of insects and wild animals because it leads to more habitat loss. So maybe it's not good if you fact it. I don't think that would work either, because again, the long term I think would be what is more important there. It seems like actual worldwide wealth tax would reduce innovation and stuff to the point where it would not be net benefit, even if it went to relatively effective like food aid and charities for people in the third world.
Talking to Russian about Russian
Comey
ambassadors.
actually went on TV and boasted that they entrapped Flynn. Comey basically said, we needed to get Flynn, but we normally couldn't get him. Because in the White House, you have to go through the White House counsel. But we knew that things were a little chaotic in the Trump White House in the first term. So what we did is we sent a couple of guys acting like they were not up to anything. They just want to ask him a few questions to clear a few things up. And of course, Flynn thinks these guys are on his side. They're just trying to sort something out. He cooperates, and boom, they go after him.
Wait a second. So a couple of police officers acted like they were on your side, and then you lied to them and they charged you with a crime. This sounds like every JCS video on YouTube ever. Welcome to the real world.
Wait a minute.
This guy is a general. How does he not know how the freaking police work? Seriously?
Look.
Just for the audience, how to do this responsibly. If you lie to the FBI or if you lie to police
Do you
officers,
know any poor
you can be
people
charged
who
with
care
crimes.
about the shrimp welfare fund? I don't. No, I guess I don't know many poor people to begin with. So
They're trying to be your friend. They're trying to get you to admit to a lie. That's all
I
purpose
only
of law
hang out with
enforcement.
rich
on.
people,
Wait a minute.
so I can get rich.
I hate to bring you into the 21st century on this. Hold on. It is actually part of the playbook of the FBI. If they cannot get you on something, they interview you for 10 hours. They then will find something you said in hour 7 that contradicts something that you said
Classic
in hour 3.
lib.
And they will say that both things can't be true, and therefore you must have lied. I know personally a case of a guy in Los Angeles, movie director, in fact, the guy who made the film Die Hard, where they went after him on this. He was friends with a guy, he'd gone to school with a guy who apparently was in the mafia, and they were trying to get this guy, John McTiernan by name, the director, by the way, of Die Hard 1 and 2. They told him, we want you to give up your friend. McTiernan basically said, I'm not doing it. Leave me alone. So what they did was they contacted him under dubious pretext we don't need to go into. We need to ask
Wait,
you
who they contact? Wait, did they contact the guy directing Die Hard? Wait, is that the guy that directed? I just need to mention one more time.
on something else. And then they interview him for hours and hours and hours, and they find 2 statements, by the way, not even directly about the case, that, quote, contradicted each other. And they're like, you lied to the government, you lied to the FBI, that's a crime in itself. This poor guy spent, I believe, 2 years in prison for lying to the government. Now,
I have a feeling
which
if you look at the
guy?
facts of the case,
Wait,
it's not going to be remotely
the one
close
who
to
made
what
Die
you
Hard?
represented them to be.
No,
But also,
that is
secondly,
the case.
secondly, just don't talk to them then. Why was he even talking to them for 10 hours?
No,
Was he
but
bored?
all I'm saying,
Did he need some friends?
All I'm saying, no, you think you're cooperating.
You don't have to. You just say I don't feel like talking to you for 10 hours. I'm fine cooperating with law enforcement. I wouldn't talk to the FBI for 10 hours.
I wouldn't either, but that's only partly because I've become savvy about how all this works.
And Flynn wasn't? He was just a
'Cause I have
doughy-eyed
my own
innocent
case,
person
which I
wandering.
lost.
No, I mean, Flynn did not think that Flynn comes in as the national security advisor in a new
The national security advisor who lied about speaking to a foreign Russian person in charge of political events. Why would you lie about that? Don't you think maybe that's probably not a good thing if you're the national security advisor to lie about?
Well, maybe or maybe not. Or it could be. Hold on.
What?
No, hold on. Wait, I mean, if you are in the CIA or the NSA or or in the security agencies, you lie a lot. You lie a lot as part of your diplomacy.
Congress?
You lie a lot as part of what you're paid to do. It is your job to mislead foreign governments. It is your job to mislead people domestically.
Not domestically.
Hold on.
You don't mislead your
Stop.
own agencies.
Stop.
Then
You're
stop
acting
lying.
like hold on. You're acting. You asked me a question, which
Why
is,
does it seem like
is
only
there,
well-off people care about this shrimp welfare project? Well, what do you mean by well-off? Like, there's plenty of regular, like, middle-class people that care about it. I think number one is just that not many people have heard about it. So, like, the people who are most likely to hear about it are going to be people who are well off enough to afford a computer and have enough free time to do all this philosophy stuff. And, like, second of all, like, obviously, like, I do recognize that, like, obviously, like, day to day, this is not going to be a thing that, like, most people care about, and that's going to be especially true if you are just, like, looking into problems in your own life and you're, like, relatively not well off. I don't actually think that, like, should discount the idea itself, but
a reason for Flynn, let's just say he met with Mr. X, and he is now asked, did you meet with Mr. X? And Flynn could have many good reasons for saying, no, I didn't. Okay, so did Flynn lie? Yeah, he did.
Wait,
Did he
give
have-
one reason why he should lie to our own FBI about that.
It could be that Flynn is dealing with foreign policy. The FBI comes in. Who knows what they told Flynn? Let's say they told Flynn, look, we're just investigating embezzlement inside the White House. We need to ask you a bunch of questions. We don't know what they said to Flynn. That's the key point.
I don't know
They
any
come to
normal
Flynn
people
under
look
one
about the
pretext.
shrimp. When I say, like, normal, I just mean like I said, relatively normal in the sense that they're like income wise, like they're not rich. Depending on what you like mean by normal, like if your definition of normal just excludes effective altruists, then there's not going to be many people who like aren't effective altruists who care about the shrimp welfare project.
And they're trying, and the key point here is intention. They came to entrap him. That's the beauty of what Comey said.
So what do you think entrapment is? Entrapment is when I ask you a question, you lie?
No, entrapment is where you basically go to a guy that you have no basis to suspect, right? In other words, they didn't know, they weren't saying that Flynn did anything. They're like, let's see what we can get on Flynn.
So no, entrapment is when you entice or force somebody to commit crime that they wouldn't have otherwise committed. If a police officer walks up to you and they say, hey, do you want to buy some illegal drugs? And you say, yeah, sure, that's not entrapment. If a cop comes up to you and he says, you better buy this drug or I'm going to beat the shit out of you or whatever, that would be entrapment. Entrapment is not, I ask you questions and you oopsies, lie to me about communicating with Russians. That's the national security advisor. Jesus, right? Like that's on you at that point. Sorry.
I think that when the government sets out to entrap one of their own in this way.
Oh my God.
This is just downright diabolical.
Then why has Trump failed to do it with his political opponents despite being so hungry to do so? Or do you agree, for instance, that the Hunter Biden stuff was just outlandish, given that the confidential informant that entire investigation started with, of which Jordan and Gomer, nobody found any good solid information about this, about Hunter Biden engaged in illegal overseas, not reporting.
I don't believe that shrimp is more important than saving children. This will never make sense to normal people. What do you mean by, I think you might be playing a funny game with the word more important there. If, like, the claim is that, like, the shrimp welfare project on the margin just has a higher return to your dollar than most, charities that save children to some effect, right? And like that, like, I think that it's going to sound unintuitive at first. I recognize that, how I'm explaining it. But obviously, it's quite trivially it's easier to help shrimp than it helps humans, right? Like humans, it's much harder. It's just a lot harder to get resources to people in the third world who need food or whatever. You have to put a lot of work into making that food, into shipping it to people who need it, right? It's hard to distribute it. And although I think like charities that help the third world like that, like GiveWell, for example, although GiveWell I don't think does much food. I'm just using the example as food, but they give like direct cash benefits. Like that is going to, I do think they are highly effective relative to most charities still, most domestically focused charities, but they're simply not going to be able to use resources as easily as the Shrimp Welfare Project can get resources to shrimp farms, which are heavily centralized, and stun billions of shrimp for just not very much money because they can simply supply stunners to farmers who raise billions of shrimp every year. I care infinitely more about the welfare of children than the welfare of shrimp. Does this make me a radical? I would not say it makes you a radical. I think so first of all, I think you can care more about the welfare of a child than of a shrimp, and still recognize the welfare of a shrimp has above zero value, and therefore can still be good to donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Insofar as doing so alleviates the suffering of shrimp. Even if you think, like, even if you just weigh human utility higher, like you think one unit of human utility should be judged more than a unit of shrimp utility, clearly there's still some value in donating to save at least some shrimp. But like, I don't think that makes you a radical. I just don't, number one, I don't agree with it. Number two, even if you say infinitely, even if I accepted that one unit of human utility should be valued more, you could still support the Shrimp Welfare Project, because like even weighing that, it's still like a really effective charity.
The entire start of that was a confidential informant who's now admitted to lying completely.
I think, okay, so like here's, maybe there's a better way to view it, Metro. It's very easy for us to intuit like human suffering because we are humans. It's easier for us to see the suffering of humans and directly relate to it. It's very hard for us to do that to shrimp because they're very small. They're not a particularly like cute animal to most people, right? Like no one is like buying shrimp plushies like they're buying teddy bears or dogs or cats or things like that. Culturally, obviously people just don't talk about shrimp or they don't respect shrimp as they should. There's a culture of eating shrimp and stuff. So like that's one reason it's kind of easy to see intuitively why our intuition might misfire there. And then secondly, humans are very bad at large numbers. So even if even saying like $1 to the shrimp welfare project will stun approximately 14,000 shrimp over the next 2 years, humans are just not good at contextualizing like what 14,000 shrimp really means, right? Or what, how many ever shrimp you want to say by donating, like saving 1 million shrimp. Like I think my shrimp welfare project stream, that approximately like 8 million shrimp were helped by that, right? Like 8 million is just a meaningless number to most humans. Fuck the shrimp. Evil corpse. Evil. And like we know like if you ask people like how much money would you save or how much money would you spend to like save 200 birds, and then like you ask some other people or like you follow up with the same people like how much money would you spend to save 2,000 birds, 2 million birds, we know like very quickly like people can't contextualize those numbers, and they're willing to spend like about the same amount of money to save 2 million birds as 2 billion birds, because we're just very bad at large numbers like that. So I think the proper response to that is to think more mathematically, to try to think more rationally than just relying on like first level intuitions. And then it's clearer in that case that like, maybe shrimp do matter to some extent. I'm allergic to shrimp, but they're tasty, therefore fuck up. I mean, Gorps, first of all, absolute hero Chad, not eating shrimp, okay. Regardless of whether you want to or not, okay. I still absolute hero for not doing it. Or I don't know, maybe you do it, and then just you always have an EpiPen ready, okay. But second of all, you can support stunning the shrimp before you eat them. Like at the end of the day, the shrimp still get eaten. I prefer if they didn't get eaten in the first place, right? But so, like another way to think about it, and you might still have an intuition against this, is like if you like we mandate that you like stun cows and like stun pigs before you kill them. Although I think with pigs sometimes they get gassed instead. To me, this seems like an extreme luxury belief. I don't think it really falls into that kind of. That's not how I understand luxury beliefs. Like I think like luxury beliefs like usually it's like a belief an educated person will have because like they don't actually experience like the effects of it, basically, right? Like it's like the luxury belief that like we should defund the police because you don't actually have to, like, you don't have the experience of living in a community that like relies on police. That's what I understand luxury beliefs to be. But like if you were in a world where we like didn't stun cows, for example, and like there was a charity called the Cow Welfare Project, if you were donating to stun cows, as we currently legally mandate you do, like I don't think that would be like a irrational thing to do, given that there are other, even if there are like children, you can also help by donating to charity, right? And I think that might be more intuitive to you. I think the same is true of shrimp. It's just that shrimp are less cute and we think about them less often, and they're very small. Luxury beliefs are kind of meme though. I mean, what do you mean by meme? I think a lot of luxury beliefs are memes in the sense that they're just kind of they're memes within their own circles that like people repeat without like thinking about them a ton. They might also be memes in the sense that like they're just not like a real thing, and like the people talking about luxury beliefs are repeating their own shared meme there. Then why not some money on lobbying lawmakers to stun shrimp? I mean, to be clear, I would support that. And there are, by the way, there are literally charities where you can do something something like that. There's a charity called Legal Impact for Chicken, and it's also a very good charity. I don't think I've donated to them directly, but I have donated to FarmKind, which works with them. And they like file civil suits in, I think, ask for criminal investigations into farms that are like abusing their chickens and stuff. That's something I also support. It's just that there's not a charity like that right now for shrimp, so I'm going to continue donating to the Shrimp Welfare Project. And then secondly, it's not clear to me the marginal utility there would be higher, especially because much of the shrimp farmed is not farmed within the U.S., and I think it'd be very hard to get a law passed and enforce it that said people in the U.S. can only buy shrimp that have been stunned. And I think in effect, like, this might still be preferable, but in effect, I think you might also just see Destiny, my favorite female streamer, real. The shrimp that are stunned are primarily farmed shrimp, like shrimp that live their whole lives and are born and grow up on farms that exist to farm shrimp. And wild caught shrimp are usually not stunned. Now, the Shrimp Welfare Project relatively recently actually did start giving stunners to people who farm shrimp as well, or sorry, people who catch shrimp as well. But it's not as common, and it's probably less effective. So if we said all farmed shrimp have to get stunned, you might see people just buy wild caught shrimp instead, and that's probably still preferable to farmed shrimp, but it's not. I don't know how effective it would be in practice.
About the origination of that story.
Okay, leaving aside the confidential originator of the case, do you agree that Hunter Biden and his partners received $83,000 a month from Burisma?
No, that was the reported payments, and that was the reported
You
payments.
don't agree that they got the money?
No, I don't disagree with you. I agree.
Oh, you agree. You agree they got the money. Do you believe that Hunter Biden is an expert on minerals and in the Ukraine?
He might be, he might not be. I think he was a business person. He'd been on boards of other business ventures before.
Not to mention a noted artist. He has done a lot of amazing things. We
He's
know.
more qualified than Witkoff is to talk about Ukraine, and he's currently our ambassador to Putin, and he doesn't even bring his own translator. So Hunter Biden was qualified to sit on the Burisma board, yes.
Yeah.
And if I were to ask you, is there any evidence that he was sat there improperly, you would be able to give me nothing. So let's both agree
I
that
would
he
be
was
able to give you
qualified.
something.
Okay.
I would be able to give you something.
Okay.
I will give you the evidence which is now released of detailed Hunter Biden energy reports, which appear to have been actually lifted from the Biden confidential files. In other words, you said before, Biden didn't even know he had these files. There was no reason for him to have them. Yes, there is a reason. The reason is to cash in on the information because one of the things that foreign countries want to buy from you is
I haven't done the whole deep dive on Hunter Biden specifically with Burisma. I've read a decent amount about how it relates to just Joe Biden. So, like, I don't know. There's my understanding that Hunter Biden was probably not qualified to be on the Burisma board, and did, like, in text messages that we have, brag about his dad being like the fucking vice president and shit. But I don't know, maybe Destiny's done more reading than me, or I don't know.
Information not available in the public square. And so if you have confidential documents, by and large, all these guys who go into government, very often when they leave, they become consultants.
Wait, Joe Biden took classified information of his son?
What's up, you good guy?
His own son?
Herger, welcome back. It's probably not worth it, okay? Other people have a comparative advantage in that. Okay, Pisco and Ringold, okay, have a comparative advantage in that stuff, okay? I have a comparative advantage in other stupider things, all right?
Into foreign operatives?
Joe Biden took confidential documents because he realized that they could become the basis for a, quote, insider information that benefited not just Hunter Biden, but James Biden, Frank Biden, and Joe Biden himself. Don't forget about 10% for the big guy.
Which means not. Okay, so I'm just curious then. So if I were to say Donald Trump does stuff like that, for instance, how he has two of the largest crypto schemes in the world set up right now, where anonymous people can donate to Donald Trump and even be seated to speak with him in the White House, or at Mar-a-Lago, like the event that he did, I guess like a year ago or whatever. Can you show me anything comparable
argues really dishonestly? I don't believe so. I've not seen that from him.
Access to Joe Biden like that, or any evidence whatsoever that he planned to use any of this improperly, or communicated with people improperly, or did anything bad with any of these documents?
Well, we're talking about two different things. You're talking about presidential fundraising.
I agree.
I would tell you the way that fundraising works in the United States is very simple. If you tomorrow had a business and you needed something and you wrote a $10,000 check to your local congressman, that guy will return your phone calls the next day, if not the day after.
Didn't you just argue against this and saying that you illegally donated money to your friend who was running for Congress up in New York? Are you admitting that that's what you were doing, a quid pro quo?
My friend who ran was basically look.
Like, I could even make a stronger argument because one of the accusations the prosecutors were making is that your friend introduced you to the person who was the primary funder for one of your documentaries, right?
You have this facile ability to jump leapfrog style to things that have nothing to do with each other.
I can explain the connections if you want. You just claimed if you want to make financing work in the United States, here's how financing works. But earlier, you gave me the exact contrary position.
That's was the one that
just because
initially changed the topic here, right? To his...
My friend very simple.
Or did anything bad with Harper and even be seated to speak with him in the White House, like how he
% for the big guy.
Which means not. Okay, so I'm just curious then. So Joe Biden took classified information about his son to sell his own son.
About the it was about the documents instead of the just focusing on the narrowly the Hunter Biden point.
Something, and you wrote a 10,000.
When Hunter Biden had like a public affairs / lobbying firm in D.C., had JD from the most prestigious law school, and obviously had connections because of his father. How's he unqualified to sit on any board? Well, I mean, maybe I don't know enough about Burisma specifically, but like it was a energy company. I don't think he has any special qualifications there. Although to be on the board, you probably don't like really have to. And then the fact that it is with a like foreign company, it's a little bit weirder. But I don't think it's anything especially ludicrous or anything. Pisco be doing looping on the Ethan drama. It's so boring. Yeah, well, I think it's boring content, and I haven't watched much of it. I watched him talk to Destiny, but I haven't watched the other 50 hours of backstory to this, so I don't even understand half the shit that they're talking about. I don't think I don't watch the full conversation of Destiny. I can understand though, like if Pisco feels he's being like misrepresented by even like people he considers to be relatively close or whatever, like Hutch or whoever. Like I can understand wanting to talk about that a lot, and if his audience, which his audience is doing this to some degree, like thinks Pisco is like being bad faith or something, and they also keep looping on it. They also keep calling in about it. I can understand wanting to talk about it a lot, but it is very not great content in my opinion, and it's not an issue I care about, and it's been going on for a while. When did they talk? I missed that. It was I think it was yesterday, and I don't even remember. Like a lot of the conversation was like a meta conversation about like how well Pisco was like treating Hutch in their conversation. They did talk about though, like Destiny did push Pisco on like Denims to a you know how poorly Denims behaved, and it seemed like he got through to Pisco a little bit about, you know, Denim should have acted more responsibly and was actually being somewhat malicious. So they did make, I guess, some progress there, but I think Pisco cutting off Destiny was unfair. I'm not gonna have a strong opinion of like interpersonal relationships where I probably like don't know enough about it. I'll say like I don't blame anyone for cutting off people that they think have acted, you know, poorly, especially if you're like primarily online friends, right? Like I know like Pisco and Destiny met, like were planning the New York thing in person together, I guess. I think Pisco was like at the election stream, but they, you know, I think primarily were friends online. I don't blame anyone for setting up those boundaries, I would say, but I don't think I would have done it. I just don't think it's wrong to have those boundaries. Destiny made Pisco, by the way. Well, yeah. You have a DMD Destiny? I don't know. Oh, have you DM Destiny? Like once? Yeah, once. Because I was Darius's editor for a bit. I told him to send some shit to Darius so I can make a video out of it and get a paycheck. Yeah.
$1 check to your local congressman.
Isaac's DM'd him a little more than me. What a shame those two were funny together. I know. It's sad. It's sad. I did. I mean, you probably noticed, Metro. I did. Like, I met him. Obviously, I have a picture of him.
That guy will return your phone calls the next day, if not the day after.
Didn't you just argue against this and saying that you illegally donated money to your friend who was running for?
Why did he friend you? He friends, like almost, like he will friend almost everyone just to like accept a DM from them. It's not hard to reach Destiny. He's not gonna. It's hard to actually maintain that friendship with him. I say maintain that friendship. It's hard to not be on the removed from friends list when Destiny reaches the Discord friend limit, which he does relatively often. I'm no longer he no longer has me friend on Discord. But he'll maintain the friendship. Yeah, is a dumb way to phrase it, but it's hard to be relevant enough to not be removed.
For Congress up in New York, are you admitting that that's what you were doing, a quid pro quo?
My friend who ran was basically look. When
I could even make a stronger argument because one of the accusations the prosecutors were making is that your friend introduced you to.
Also, we do have, not that this is that unique, but I probably have 15 mutual friends with him, which I don't even know if he checked that. I don't really think he does. I think he just accepts it, and then it's what do you want? And then you send him what he wants, and then he either won't reply or will if he feels is important enough. Where is Destiny's server? I'm in too many goddamn servers. I have 26 mutual friends with Destiny as of now.
To the person who was the primary funder for one of your documentaries, right?
You have this
Being friends with Destiny is one of the coolest things you can be. This is true.
Ability to jump leapfrog style to things that have nothing to do with each other.
I can explain the connections if you want. You just claimed if you want to make financing work in the United States, here's how financing works. But earlier, you gave me the exact contrary position of saying just because I'm illegally sending money to a friend running for Congress doesn't mean I'm looking for a quid pro quo. So those are two contradictory positions, and I'm trying to understand the contradiction between.
My friend was running a quixotic campaign in New York. She was running because a Dartmouth woman, Kristen Gillibrand, was the sitting senator. And so my friend Wendy Long said, I think I can raise some issues in the campaign. I said, don't run, Wendy. You're going to lose by 40 or 50 points. And she goes, okay, but if I run, will you help me? And I go, well, if you run, I'll try to help you. So this was the basis on which I supported a candidate who had no chance to win, lost by 40 points. I had nothing to get out of it. And so what I'm getting at is we were talking a moment ago about how presidents raise money and are solicitous of people who give them money. And I'm granting that on both parties, this is very common. But that's not the same as Hunter Biden. You jump from Hunter Biden to that. Hunter Biden was basically cashing in big time from a foreign government purporting to supply them with insider information, which is what they were paying for. And we know from his own business partner that money was ending up in the pocket of Joe Biden.
What insider information?
What?
What insider information does the United States have for the...
all you have to do is read the Hunter Biden reports in which he claims, I'm giving you all this information.
Information on how to run a business, because that's what his past was.
He's giving you information about the U.S. policy and posture vis-a-vis energy, and he's giving you information about various people in the administration.
Nothing insider.
How do you know that?
Because it was never... I don't even know if Palmer or Jordan alleged this. It doesn't show up in any reports ever. It was just always these vague stories of insider...
They're not vague stories.
Why wasn't he charged with any crimes at all? Why didn't the House didn't even recommend charges, despite the 50 million different subcommittees, special investigations, or whatever they tried to do on him? The facts are frustrating here. I know. I understand.
He doesn't know the answer for that,
But the difference is so if I look at the Trump crypto stuff, there's nothing even remotely comparable in all of U.S. history to a president being able to solicit anonymous donations from anybody on the planet, right?
The House recognized that to propose criminal prosecution to Joe Biden's own DOJ was a fool's errand. That's why they didn't do it.
But they did. They literally had him plead guilty to convictions. That has to go through the federal Department of Justice.
Let me finish.
Because what you just said is
If
true.
he didn't do anything wrong,
wait,
why did Joe Biden
pardon him?
Joe Biden was
Oh
very
my
careful
God.
to pardon Hunter Biden for crimes going back to 2014. In other words, he gave him a retroactive pardon, not just for things to do with Burisma, but for any other crimes this guy did, going back to when Joe Biden himself was
I like how he totally... I mean, Destiny pointed this out, but he got cut off. When it's like he just totally ignored the point that they did literally recommend charges under Biden's own DOJ. And he was charged under Biden's own DOJ, and he pleaded guilty. Ugh. Aren't all pardons retroactive? Well, yeah, but not to the same degree, obviously. I recognize what he's saying, but yeah, technically they are. All retroactive.
the vice president.
Why were they able to convict him of some things if they weren't able to recommend any charges? Wasn't Hunter Biden convicted of the gun charge and the IRS charge?
Yes, he was convicted of those things, and
so
I think
they could recommend charges.
And I think I've just given you what I think would be a good case to make. Now, why the powers that be decided let's not charge Hunter Biden?
Just so we can agree, what you just said had no basis in reality.
We still privatize Social Security. I don't know what the ideal model is. I'll read Andrew Biggs's book on retirement at some point. I think he has a model he proposes in there, and I don't know if that's would be the exact one I propose. Oh wait, does the snow slowly melt from these torches? I thought snow blocks wouldn't melt from just regular snow blocks wouldn't melt if I placed them from the shit. But I think it'd probably be preferable, but I don't know.
Could recommend charges. They did. He pled guilty to those two things. So they always had the ability to recommend charges. Isn't it more likely that they, especially considering the origination of the investigation was a confidential informant who admitted...
Did you guys see Hamsters reached out to Warren Moser like on Twitter and said he wanted to debate him? That'd be fucking fire if they actually end up talking. I have no clue if they will. Although Warren Moser seems pretty... He seems like he's down to talk to a lot of people, so... It would mean much lower returns. I don't think so. Unless you're suggesting if we privatized it, what we would still keep only investing in bonds or something.
No. Lying about everything, right? And that 10% from the big guy, interestingly enough, we're just citing the Russian leaks from the DCCC.
Absolutely not. We're citing Hunter Biden's own business partner.
No.
Yes.
No.
It was Tony Bobulinski who revealed the 10% for the big guy.
No, there's no connection to Joe Biden there ever. It's never been made. It's never been made. They had the ability to investigate for years. They found nothing.
The 10% for the big guy, it comes from Hunter Biden. There was a meeting with Joe Biden, Bobulinski, Hunter Biden at the Milano restaurant in Washington, D.C., not very far from here, in Georgetown, in which Joe Biden, who was very careful himself not to get into the business dealings, but he would always show up as if to say, listen, this is on the, I'm involved, I'm supporting my son here, you make the deal with him, the money will then, part of it, come to me. All of this is laid out. Now, I agree, Merrick Garland...
We think that's what happened. What did Joe Biden do for his son? What was the quid pro quo here for alleging that? What even happened?
This is the style of the Corleone family. What does Joe Biden do for his son? Joe Biden's son is Michael Corleone. He's part of a corrupt family operation. The other brothers are involved.
What is the operation?
What an incredible answer to the question. I love when he specified what Joe Biden did for his son.
The operation is to shake down foreign entities.
Shake down how? Like when Wyckoff goes to other countries and signs deals with leaders in Indonesia and Qatar and Ukraine and Russia for mineral deals? What about the $700 million in DoD contracts that Trump's own children have gotten for extraction deals in Ukraine that the president himself is negotiating? Okay. Well, supposedly him, but it's actually Wyckoff getting plans passed off from Russians, right?
I mean, Metro, like you can invest in a mix of, like, I think the average return, it's riskier, right? Because it's riskier, the average return tends to be higher, right? But I recognize there is a need there to have some safety net in the case where, those things, the riskier investments like stocks fall through, which is why, by the way, like anyone would recommend that you invest in a mix of equities and bonds, right? That's what people do, and that changes over time. What if I don't want to make it riskier? Well, but I think you would just be, and to a more limited extent, I am probably okay with this too, but I think you would just be more okay with like people just not having that type of safety net to begin with, right? Like you'd be okay with people not getting nearly as much Social Security income as they get today. But maybe I'm wrong in that.
So having personal retirement accounts is another way of making a future retiree benefits more secure for their retirement.
But I think I've seen people reference.
Believe that personal retirement accounts as a component to assist solvency does help improve solvency, because when you have a personal retirement account policy, it's accompanied with a benefit offset. With that feature in place, do you believe that personal retirement accounts can help us achieve solvency for the system and make those future retiree benefits more secure?
Well, I wouldn't say that the pay-as-you-go benefits are insecure in the sense that there's nothing to prevent the federal government from creating as much money as it wants and paying it to somebody. The question is, how do you set up a system which assures that the real assets are created which those benefits are employed to purchase? So it's not a question of security. It's a question of the structure of a financial system which assures that the real resources are created for retirement, as distinct from the cash. The cash itself is nice to have, but it's got to be in the context of the real resources being created at the time those benefits are paid, so that you can purchase real resources with the benefits, which of course are cash.
Mm-hmm. Does Paul Ryan understand a word Greenspan just said? Greenspan MMT confirmed. All the way back in the, that was past the 90s, right? It might have been in the 90s.
I can show you.
Your only mode of defense is the what about, and then you jump to something.
Well, no, my mode
Why don't you stay with this?
Wait, if you want to stay with this, give me one concrete example of Biden corruption. What was one concrete example? Not like I think this happened and there was a story. What's one concrete example? Okay. I just gave you like 5 for Trump.
All right, one concrete example is that
He's
Biden
say pardoning,
is
right?
vice president, and right about the time that Biden is designated as the U.S. man for Ukraine, a river of money now begins to flow from Burisma to Hunter Biden and his business partners, and all of this at a time when Burisma itself is under investigation for all kinds of fraud. And Joe Biden goes on camera before an international council and tells you that he demanded that the prosecutor of Burisma be fired. And not only that,
true.
he got him fired.
Yes, we got that meme. Yay.
And he not only that, he went on to say, I told Ukraine that you're not getting $1 billion if you don't fire this guy.
Why did he say that?
And then they impeached Trump for the same thing.
Why did he say that?
He said that because it's true and he got away with it.
No, why did Biden tell that to Ukraine?
Because Biden told that to Ukraine because he was essentially making a deal with Burisma in which Burisma
you don't even know
said,
the official
hold on,
story?
Burisma said, you sort out this corruption deal for us right here and we will start paying your son and money will flow right back to you. Nothing good. The timing is perfect. The amount of money is huge. And
the
all
timing is perfect. What else was going on in 2014 in Ukraine? Don't you think there might have been maybe the whole, I know this is, I'm a sucker for buying the official story that the entire European Union and the United States and the whole U.S. official administration, everything agreed with. The deal was that money was going to be made available to loan to Ukraine if they would clean up the rampant corruption in that country, of which there was a plethora of. We know this because one of the main benefactors of that corruption was Manafort when he was working with Putin to help his candidate in Ukraine that he was lying about reporting his income to. It was one of the big indictments that came out, one of the big convictions, and one of the big pardons that Trump made later. But you said that's unrelated to this, right? In 2014, I know, of course it's not, nothing is. In 2014, when Biden was making statements publicly, I'm just saying what the policy was in the United States. Biden was operating, this was the deal that Ukraine had already made with the U.S. You have to clean up. Shokin was known as a bad prosecutor. That investigation you were talking about into Burisma, that was dead for over a year. There was nothing even happening on that front.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like the IMF and EU both wanted Shokin fired too.
Ukraine was known to be a country with a lot of corruption and a lot of corruption-related issues, and part of them having access to low interest rate loans from the West, from the United States, was that they would clean up their corrupt businesses or their corrupt lack of ability to conduct themselves as a country. That was the story given. The whole rest of the world agrees. The European Union, the United States, everybody else. Nobody's brought this up until Trump was caught trying to do a good pro quo later with his own personal attorney, Giuliani, making phone calls, and then him making phone calls unilaterally on his own.
So let's repeat your dewy-eyed account of what is actually happening in Ukraine. According to you, there's a lot of corruption in Ukraine. True. Not surprisingly, very involved in the corruption, Burisma. Would you think that a giant energy company in Ukraine is somehow immune from the corruption? They're part of it. Okay, a prosecutor is looking into it. According to you, Joe Biden, having no personal interest in the matter whatsoever, motivated purely by the most sublime ethics, tells Ukraine, you have to fire, there's a corruption all over the country, but I'm only demanding one thing of you. You need to fire this one guy.
Their chief prosecutor.
Who is looking into, the chief prosecutor who is looking into corruption from the company that my son is about to make an extremely lucrative financial deal with for 83 grand per month to go on indefinitely. And according to you, it's all on the up and up. No investigations required here, guys.
You know why I know this?
We're all good Democrats here, and when our guys do it, it's all A-okay.
This is the easy killer question that, again, you won't have an answer for. If this was such a horrible, corrupt thing, why is it that Republicans only seem to recall the quote that Joe Biden made on stage in front of the whole world in 2014, years later, when it came up with Donald Trump in Ukraine? Why would Joe Biden go out on stage and admit to the corruption, saying, I told them that you don't fire Shokin, you're not getting anything from us. Why didn't nobody say, oh my God, we need to investigate for corruption? Because the whole world understood how corrupt the Ukrainian system was at that point in time.
The reason people went back to the video is for the simple reason that they, at that point of the video, didn't know about the money flow. So the point is, Joe Biden makes an action which seems on the up and up. It is that it's part of my job. I'm making sure
it's part of the job to fire prosecutors in other countries. No, it's not.
It is. First of all, it's a little unusual for the Vice President of the United States to name the chief prosecutor in this country and say...
Very unusual, I agree. So why didn't anybody think anything weird of it? Because this was the policy that the European Union and the West had in guaranteeing loans to help Ukraine. That's why nobody looked into it.
So you can think that something is weird without thinking that there's money changing hands. You can think, I don't know why he'd do that. That's really strange. And then a little bit later it comes out, hold on, you actually have checks made out to Hunter Biden's LLCs. You have contracts from Burisma. Now you know, oh my gosh, it all makes sense. This guy was doing it so to open up a spigot of money. Obviously, it's in Burisma's interest to shut down the investigation. What's that worth? $83,000 a month? Yeah. Is our Hunter Biden's expertise worth 83? Hunter Biden wasn't just getting 83. So was Devin Archer. So it's 83 per partner, not 83 total, per month. People don't give that kind of money, especially foreigners don't give that kind of money without having some interest in the matter.
So what would you say about the $2 billion that Kushner's firm got from the MBS when Donald Trump was crafting the Abraham Accords? You're saying that was really good there as well? Or what about the massive Qatari deal, the $500 million jet?
Donald Trump.
What about the minerals deal in Ukraine?
I think we should look at these. So I think with Trump, let me tell you what.
Let's move on to this. Can we admit for everything else? There's no solid proof of any of the stuff related to Hunter Biden. It's just, the big guy or whatever. There was no solid proof of anything related to Joe Biden or Pence with regards to improper handling of their documents.
Well, all I'm saying is when you say there's no solid proof, all evening you have been reciting these rhetorical, why do you think Trump took a plane from Qatar? There's no solid proof, but you've been saying it. Why did Jared Kushner make this deal? You constantly invoke these rhetorical whys.
So to be clear, I'm not invoking rhetorical whys. I'm not holding the issue is that Kushner was the guy who was the chief architect of the Abraham Accords, and Kushner's firm got $2 billion from MBS from Saudi Arabia. Or Donald Trump allowed Qatar to have a security agreement with the U.S. We don't even have with Israel, and in exchange there was a $400 million jet that was authorized for Donald Trump's, Secret Service and his presidency to have. This is an exact thing. Hunter Biden was never a public office official holder. So there is no, I can't draw the comparison. Now, Hunter Biden worked in the White House, or if Hunter Biden had the same role that Witkoff had, that Elon Musk Musk has, that any of Trump's children has, then I could say, oh yeah, that is kind of like weird and bad. But you guys seem very focused on the hypothetical crimes of Hunter Biden, none of which the House is able to actually indict him on, but you have no concern about the open, rampant corruption that Donald Trump is engaged in, where right now with a crypto coin, he could take donations from anybody around the world and nobody would know about it.
Let's look at the jet from Qatar, because I think if we're looking at corruption, let's look and see what's going on here. So Trump, and this is one of the unique aspects of Trump, I guess, is
being a criminal. Yeah, president. Yeah.
This is not a criminal act.
I agree. The Supreme Court
Trump operates. Okay. Trump is ultimately a transactional guy who acts as if the United States is his corporation, and he's.
You know, at least we get that. I want to say concession, but you know, Dinesh probably just views that as a good thing.
The CEO. So Trump thinks, the way Trump mind works, if I can get a foreign business to put $500 million into the United States, I'm scoring a big one for my company called the USA. Trump thinks that if I'm making a deal with Qatar, and the Qataris, as tribute, want to give the United States of America, not Trump, a plane, we'll take your plane.
It literally goes to his presidential library after his term, does it not?
It actually establishes who is paying tribute to whom. And Trump's point is, I can do these deals. Frankly, if it were the Biden administration, they would have given Qatar $400 million and got nothing out of it.
So if the CEO of your company cut you a deal, your company a deal, where your company now has to do work for Qatar, but the CEO gets to fly around in a $500 million private jet, you feel like the CEO was working for you?
You're saying, yeah, I do.
How does the $400 million jet help Americans?
The $400 million jet is $400 million less that the United States would have to pay Air Force One.
It's not really true, because we have to fucking like disassemble half of it, right, to make sure there's no bugs and everything. And maybe I'm making this up. Maybe I'm mistaken. I'm pretty sure if I Google Qatar Jet Trump Library, it goes to his presidential library. Does it not? Does it not? Google AI does, but I don't. Officially accepted a luxury Boeing jet from Qatar in July to serve as temporary Air Force One. President Trump has stated after his term ends, the plane will be transferred to his Presidential Library Foundation.
Air Force One is being refurbished or displaced.
So instead of paying American workers in an American company to make a plane, we got one for free from Qatar, a country that you said is influencing our country via foreign affairs more than almost any other.
Yeah, ABC News reports plane will be transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation no later than January 1st, 2029.
Country on the planet.
I think you think you're making gotchas on me.
President
You're not.
Trump
Qatar,
arriving in Saudi Arabia this
Let
morning.
me spell it out. The nation of Qatar is extremely cunning. They understand that you've got the radical jihadis over here, and you've got Israel over here. And the Qataris realize that there is a very important middleman role to be paid.
You will pay your trouble to the God King, like
to be played by a broker who has access to the terrorists, but at the same time is willing to make deals with America. And so, for example, if you want to get the hostages out, it's not easy to deal with Hamas. And so Qatar goes, listen, the guys in Hamas, they live in Qatar. We'll talk to them. We'll get some sense out of them. Now, this is the reality of the dirty world we live in. You have to work with these kinds of people. Are they duplicitous? Yes. Do they make promises? Yes. They go, listen, we want to run some joint air exercises with you at one of your military bases, but we are the good Muslims. We preach the Quran, but we don't want to bomb your buildings. And so you need to encourage the good Muslims to undermine the power of the bad Muslims. And so this is Qatar's sales pitch. Why do you think Georgetown took their money? Why do you think they don't? Why do you think they own political science departments around the United States? They have a pitch. Now, what I'm saying with Trump understands what their pitch is. But Trump is operating, I think, as no president that I've seen before him in the transactional world is something he is better at than almost anybody else I've seen in 40 years of American politics.
There was a post I read. Oh, where did I save it? I don't remember where I saved it. Actually, I think I saved it in yeah, this was a good post. I said I was going to read it on stream, but I didn't. It doesn't really matter. Just about like the cost of laying off people in Europe is just like it's so substantially higher than it is in America, and obviously like that's a rather big reason. They don't have as much like innovative tech companies. For example, it's just because when ventures fail, like when Google tries to do some new innovation technology or whatever, when Apple tries to make a car in the US, it's relatively easy if that fails to lay people off. In Europe, it takes, they have the figures here, for a large enterprise doing significant restructuring in the U.S. costs a company equivalent to 2 to 4 months of pay per worker. In France, that cost averages 24 months of pay. In Germany, 30 months. There's a good post that talks about it, and there's paper. I should check out the papers themselves, but he cites some papers in here that find like evidence of that actually leading to less innovation. The extent to which a country can benefit from the advantages of risky technologies depends on the institutional arrangements on firing and bankruptcy. The more employment protection there is, the more costly it is to excise the job destruction or firm exit option, which becomes more important when new risky technologies become available. By switching to U.S.-style EPL, which is like employment protection laws, would increase R&D intensity in France by 54%, Germany by 33%, Netherlands by 32%, Italy by 41%. That's what Dems want for America. It's really sad. I agree. I agree. It's sad that people don't know. People don't know. They don't know. They're not one who knows. We need more econ classes.
Biden people were so bad at this that they were giving away everything and getting nothing in return.
Why isn't it Donald Trump is able to create all these crafty deals with people like Qatar? And when you talk about the terrorists and everything else that they were concerned with, they were probably concerned with the fact that Israel had just bombed them. I think that was a major impetus for them securing a peace agreement or a security agreement with the United States, is because they didn't want Israel bombing them anymore, number one. Number two, he has all this ability to negotiate so cleverly and craftily with all of his enemies. Why can't he make the same negotiations with, I don't know, Canada and Mexico?
Well,
he's turned ally to enemy of almost every country on the planet of the United States.
I'll tell you why. Because what Trump is dealing with is basically 75 years of European freeloading off of America. The Europeans after World War II got an amazing deal, which is basically we, America, will locate hundreds of thousands of troops in Europe to protect against a Soviet invasion. We will guarantee the protection of Europe, and we, the American taxpayer, will pay for it.
And we didn't benefit at all from that. I don't know if they'll say we didn't benefit at all, but like, it seems clear to me that, oh my god, why is there so many fish here? The US has benefited pretty substantially from a stable Europe. And it's not like we don't have some amount of leverage over Europe because of the like military bases and stuff that we have there. I just don't understand how you're gonna party with people who don't understand or care about economics, just being independent. What do you mean by in a party? I vote for Democrats, obviously. I call myself a Democrat because I vote for Democrats, but I'm not like part of the reason, Metro, like why I don't talk about like political strategy that much or anything. It's just like I'm not a person that's super interested in like internal like party politics like that. Partially because there's no party that like is super close to my beliefs on things. I probably just naturally find it more boring for other reasons, but I'm not out here like figuring out the best like how can Democrats just appeal to young men like that's not I don't talk about the things very much. Ultimately I just vote for the party I think is better, and I just think that is Democrats right now will likely be Democrats for the foreseeable future, and it'd take a lot for me to get to vote for a Republican after Trump. Like on a state level, like maybe I could see it in some cases, but it'd be crazy. The liberals are always begging to be accepted by the progressives. I don't entirely disagree with you. Can't wait till non-fun realizes there are more than two parties. Well, I care about voting for the one that is actually gonna win. I mean, at least on a federal level. I mean, maybe technically all the independents are progressive though. Like I was gonna say, I guess technically they're like two independents at Congress, right? But like they're Bernie and the fucking guy from Maine, right? So that front is not looking appealing to me either. Also, there is no C Corps. You're luckier actually, because you get to, if you want to vote third party, you get to vote libertarians, but you got libertarians in there too. Is there a libertarian party in Canada in Congress, or is there an independent that's a libertarian? See, there's no like neoliberal party. Okay. Oh, I didn't know you're Canadian. True. The progressive liberal dynamic mirrors the Groyper MAGA dynamic. I feel like, well, progressives have definitely been around for longer. I feel like progressives have way more like institutional power already.
Meanwhile, you can take all the money that you are spending on defense and use it on your welfare state. This deal has been in place, untouched by Republican or Democratic presidents for 75 years. And every time anybody has questioned
and
it...
I also, to be clear, like I don't view the harms that even progressive Democrats could actually get through as like substantially threatening. I think like full-on European level like labor laws like would be pretty bad. I agree with that. I think single-payer healthcare would be relatively bad. I'm not certain. What's up? Stream Hub Shop. That sounds like the most bot account name I've ever seen. Incredible. But I don't think the things that would actually be able to get passed. Like even if I don't know if an unrealized gains tax could pass the House or Senate, really, even if there were a slim Democratic majority in the House. I think some Democrats would definitely be against it. I don't think that would have substantially negative effects. I think it would be net bad, but I don't think it would be that substantial. And it would be hard to get full-on single-payer healthcare passed, I think. And I just view the actions Trump are taking as like way more of a threat, obviously in the short term, but also in the long term, insofar as they I think I mentioned this before. I think part of the reason I'm like at least slightly more concerned about like AOC winning the presidency or something, I still would probably vote for her over like Vance. You know, it's like there are powers the executive branch now has that like AOC would be able to utilize that just like weren't there pre-Trump. And I don't think AOC would have been bold enough on her own to do most of the things Trump has done with regards to restructuring like independent agencies and such. But like now that those powers are there, I don't know how many of them AOC would roll back. I think she'd probably roll some of them back, and I think a more moderate Democrat would definitely roll more of them back. But like, you know, I don't like that if AOC would win the presidency, like she would have much of the power Trump does now. If AOC had as much power as, you know, Biden had, like that'd be less concerning to me. Did you see that what got passed under the New Deal without Republicans pushing back? Yeah, but a lot of that was like obviously the result of the Great Depression and the war, and it's very hard to very hard to really see how something of that scale could get passed without, you know, catastrophes of that scale happening again. AOC would probably open the borders, which is probably something you would want. Exactly. And like obviously I'm aligned with AOC on a number of things too, but you know.
The president or the president's team has basically said, we have to live with it. We realize we're being ripped off. And by the way, the same is true across the board. It recently came out...
Well, yeah, just focusing on Europe. Just focusing on Europe.
You'll have your turn. It recently came out that, by and large, pharmaceutical drugs all over the world are dramatically cheaper than in the United States. Why? Because all the R&D cost is borne by us. And the companies then sell the product for the actual cost plus a markup. So you might get the same drug for...
So let's just lower the... let's just cap the price in the US too. Then what do you think happens to all the R&D, Dinesh? I wonder. Or are we going to get, I mean, maybe he'll say we're going to get Europe to pay more, but are we going to at least condemn the Trump policy of just capping the prices?
$7 in Canada, and it's $50 in the United States because our citizens are stuck with all the R&D costs. We didn't even hear about this for decades until recently.
Wasn't there a president who was black who was trying to do like a public option?
First of all, well, when he says we didn't hear about it for decades, the president might not have been talking about it. There were certainly plenty of people who understood that issue, though. That's something that has been written on by economists for a while. I would vote Vance over AOC solely because AOC would bring up an immigration backlash like no other. I feel like she would, at least politically, would be sensible enough to not do immigration policy substantially bad enough to, like, harm Democrats' future prospects enough that I would find it to be net negative as compared to Vance. It seems like she's been able to, oh fuck, I'm gonna spawn the warden, moderate on some things as she needs to. Like, when was the last time she talked about defunding the police?
Or was it Biden trying to negotiate
with some irrelevant?
It's a lie.
Hold on, is it a lie?
Yes, it's a lie. We always have known that drugs cost more in the United States. Why do you think Obama was even trying to pass the Affordable Care Act? We've always known that these things are expensive. Why do you think Biden was trying to make it so that Medicare could actually negotiate with drug providers in order to have actual ceilings on prices? We've always known this, but for some reason conservatives are just now catching up to 20 years of like, wow, isn't this kind of a bad thing?
Hold on. You know, and this is really the story of this debate. Customarily, you shift the ground to you're taking it for granted that the drug should cost $50. And you're saying, now having ripped off the American citizen by making him pay the full R&D freight, let's now give democratically handouts to people so that they can now afford the $50, even though the price shouldn't be $50 in the first place.
The public option would negotiate the price down, right? Like the reason it's cheaper in Europe is because they have things like public options and regulation that get the price down. I say it was net bad thought. I don't know. So it feels like it's not a net bad to me. Like that would be where I'd lean. I don't know enough to confidently talk about that. But just based on what I know, it's not clear to me that it was net bad. I would lean towards it being net positive. Negotiations are de facto price controls. That's what I'm saying. I don't want those, to be clear. I think those are bad. I'm just saying Dinesh was saying like Destiny's taking it for granted that these drugs have to be $50 or whatever, and I don't think that's what Destiny's doing. I think what he says, like Obama wanted a public option and stuff, he's saying we would do something similar to Europe with our public option and negotiate prices down.
You go to the root of the problem, which is let's sit down these pharmaceutical guys from abroad. Let's kick their ass a little. Let's tell them, listen, guys, you can't pull the scam on me anymore. I know exactly what you're doing. If you want this drug, you don't have to take it. You can let your people die of diabetes or whatever. But if you want this drug, the company will amortize the R&D cost over the price of the drug worldwide. Americans are not going to pay higher prices. Whether we do Obamacare or not is a completely separate issue. But in your usual gymnastic way, you can't answer what I said, so you pretend everybody
What do you think
knows.
I can't answer? What is a question you've asked that you don't think I can answer?
The question I'm raising is this. You started out by asking me, why is Trump so combative and he can't make a deal with Canada? And I'm giving you the answer because those people have been enjoying a rip-off scheme for 75 years.
If all of these other countries have been enjoying a rip-off scheme with the United States, why are we outperforming all of them?
He's not fighting with all of them. He's made some
No, why are we outperforming all of them? Which European countries benefited so much from their one-sided, lopsided deal with the United States that they're doing so much better than us? Who's outperforming the U.S. right now worldwide? 75 years of extraction.
That is what is known as a non sequitur.
I'm sorry, what is the damage? You said that they were all...
And trying to fix the individual market, which is a small market, there are a bunch of cost-increasing regulations, especially coverage mandates and regular group policies that didn't need fixing. Was the individual market a small market in 2010? Like my understanding is the individual market is small now because the ACA, made it switched over a lot of people to employer-provided health insurance. As a more specific example, the elimination of lifetime / annual caps led to an explosion in a subset of highly uneconomical treatments. Oh fuck, I'm gonna die in Minecraft. There's creepers. When you say uneconomical, though, like lifetime / annual caps, like I guess I guess there are also the pre-existing conditions clause, and I might cover this too. Like, part of the issue I've heard of annual caps relates to the pre-existing conditions, though, right? Like, the concern is that like people with conditions that exist for a lifetime are just going to be like shit out of luck if they have like a rare disease. That if that's going to where is there a zombie spawner somewhere I'm not seeing? If they have a rare disease where they're just like certainly going to run up against that cap at some point. Like I think. Like, I've heard about, like, some fucking baby who was born with some genetic disease or whatever, and it's like, like, we, like, reached a lifetime cap on our insurance when this baby was, like, 3 years old, and now we're just fucked. But, like, maybe if you can get more specific, like, there might be some stuff where that, that's not the case, and, like, it actually is uneconomical, but...
leeching off of us, taking advantage of a state of affairs. How?
They're taking advantage of the state of affairs. Let's just start with Europe, okay? The truth of it is not only does America pay a large portion of European defense costs, but they don't even pay their freight in NATO. They were getting away, by and large, with paying about 1% of their GDP to NATO. Under Trump, they've agreed to raise it to 5. Now, I can see why they're pissed about that. Nobody wants to pay 5. They'd rather have that money to spend on buying votes in their own country.
What are they even paying for when you say 2%, 5% to NATO?
We're talking NATO is supposed to be funded by a collaborative. It's a collaboration of the United States and the major countries of Europe, and all of them are supposed to pay into the pot that bankrolls NATO. When we're fighting this war in Ukraine, who do you think's paying for all of it?
So it's investment. Well, the United States has been reticent to under the Republican leadership, but this is a percentage agreement that they agreed to put into their own military forces. It's not like we get that. It's not like NATO even directly gets that. And Trump is trying to separate himself from the security provider from Europe for the entirety of his presidency. But you keep saying other countries are taking advantage of us. Has America not gotten in exchange for the security agreement with Europe, the strongest military on the planet, the ability to have so much precision that we can murder random Venezuelans in the ocean and get camera footage of it for Donald Trump and Christine to show off to the American public? Like, we have like the strongest military on the planet. We've had the strongest military on the planet. Everybody's trying to steal military secrets and everything from us, the United States. You're acting like this has been a one-sided deal.
I'm making the point that this is like pure sophistry here.
I just saying it was not true. Does America have the strongest military on the planet?
Hold on. Let me zoom into what we're actually talking about. Okay, you have Europe. You have these countries that face mutual threats from each other. For a long time, they faced a Soviet threat. They face other threats. The United States comes in and basically goes, we will pay the lion's share of your protection. Okay? Now you're asking, don't we get something out of it? Of course we do. But any common sense transactor would know that while we get something out of it, they get a lot out of it. They can afford to pay. They might not have been able to afford to pay in 1946, but they can afford to pay a lot more to their own defense. But they refuse. Don't interrupt me. But they refuse to do it because they would rather freeload off the U.S. taxpayer.
You're saying freeload. The United States has gotten to coordinate security on the entire planet almost, on our entire hemisphere as a result of this arrangement. It's benefited us. We have the strongest economy. We've got the best trade arrangements. We've got the best intellectual property. We've got the world culture that we export from the U.S.
This is what I call global baloney. Okay, because the issue.
What is pure baloney?
A transactor in any deal. Okay, if a transactor in any deal is always going to think about not only what do I get out of it. I obviously going to get something out of it. But if I'm protecting you and your family, let's say, okay, I'm going to get something out of it. We're allies. You're my friend. But then I realize that you're doing pretty well. In fact, you have a more generous welfare state than I do. And you're allowing me to pay your security costs and store your house alarm, put guards outside your house, and you are contributing little or nothing. And then I go, well, I got the best IP, I got the smartest people, I got the biggest... Who cares? It's not a reasonable deal.
They had nothing to do with our welfare. I'm just curious. We redirected, what, $100 billion? Trump said $300 billion. It goes up every time. He's forgetful the last thing he said. How much money that we didn't give to Ukraine has now gone into American welfare?
But it's also like if you look at, like, Trump wants Europe to raise, their spending on military from like 2% to 5% or something. I'm not, for some states, maybe they're in a strained enough position that this is the case, but I don't think many states would be unable to raise an extra 2-3% of GDP to just fund the welfare they have now, plus the new military stuff. But like maybe, like I don't know, maybe France couldn't because France is having a lot of fiscal budget issues, but like it certainly would not be impossible for Norway.
The one big beautiful bill tried to cut Medicaid for tax cuts for wealthy people. So why are we trying to pretend that the Republicans are taking away from security in Europe? You said that he got a 5% commitment from NATO guarantees, that we've done less getting extorted by other countries. Okay, great. Well, where's all my welfare now?
You're as usual pivoting to an unrelated issue. The unrelated issue is what do we do? So now, following our train of thought, if you are able to convince your friend, look, you install the alarm. I'll provide a security guard. You pay for your own protection, which benefits you the most. It benefits me. I don't want to see you harmed, but you don't want to see you harmed even more. So you pay. Now I have some more money. And when I say some more money, what I mean is that even after the Cold War, if the United States had said, we are in a different world, the Soviet threat is over, we're not going to have German battalions coming through the Fulda Gap and swarming across Europe, we're in a different situation. Our defense budget can now probably be cut in half, or in a third, to a third. And if we did that, we now have a lot of opportunities, which governments are not very wise in the way they spend money, but we can deploy them any which way we want, which is a separate debate. But the country would have enormous added resources. Just look at how much we've spent on the defense of Europe.
It's like, it's not that enormous, though. It's like non-negligible, but like military spending is under 3% of GDP in the U.S. right now, right? Which is not negligible again, but why are we still watching this, dog? In fairness, hamsters have been distracted by chat for a large portion of it and just been chatting with people.
Since World War II, it's a giant number. Now, what have we gotten for it? Have we averted any great wars?
We've gotten the world's largest economy. We extract intelligent people from them via our institutions because of how easy it is for them to come and study here. We have foreign investment from these countries.
Silly Destiny, he doesn't know that actually when European migrants move to the U.S., it actually still benefits Europe. There's still a positive effect on European immigration just because in a way information could still flow to Europe after they migrate back, or if they have connections to institutions in Europe still. I think there's a paper on that. Not fun. Can you react to this on stream? Yeah. This is incredible. Man, we used to have bunnies like this. Well, one bunny. Well, we had 2 New Zealand rabbits that were albino like this. One of them died pretty early on. Well, we had it, and then they're all dead now. But then we had 2 that lived normal length rabbit lives, like 6 or 8 years or something. And then one of them was albino like that, and the other one was brown. What's up, Leela Parker? Welcome. How are you? I'm doing good. No, I will not listen to your music.
You don't invest a ton in U.S. Treasuries because of all the extra trade that we do?
Oh yeah. So the Europeans take our money and invest it in our treasuries so that they can then collect interest on that, and that's how we have a $38 trillion debt. And you think it's a wonderful arrangement in which we give.
What?
You don't think extra trade that we do?
Oh yeah. So the Europeans take our money and invest it in our treasuries so that they can then collect interest on that, and that's how we have a $38 trillion debt.
That's the causal mechanism behind our debt, is people buying treasury bonds with money from us buying their imports.
And you think it's a wonderful arrangement in which we,
like, that's maybe in a really dumb sense half true, because the fact that, like, we're the world reserve currency, and the fact that we like run persistent trade deficits, like, might contribute to the U.S. having lower borrowing costs, and that makes us more willing to borrow. But in, like, that's like probably good that we have that option, even if we're not utilizing it effectively and we're borrowing too much. Do you play other games? I play a lot of games. Act good. A good account you should follow is Alex, God of Sky. He argues with your boy King the coast all the time. He's a conservative who voted for Harris. I probably have seen him before, but I'm not off the top of my head familiar. If he argued with King of the Coast a lot, I feel like I would have seen him at one point. So I might recognize it when I pull it up in a second.
The money to then loan to us so we can then pay them the interest on that and go into the red to $38 trillion.
I'm sorry, as opposed to, what do you call a man? When somebody comes up to you and they say, oh, what's your net worth? Well, you know, I have $10 in my bank account. And then another guy, you're like, oh, you know, what's your net worth? What do you do? It's like, oh, I've got like a $50 million loan out. Do you think the guy with the $50 million loan is the poor one in that circumstance? The reason why we have a $38 trillion debt, and the reason why our interest rates are still relatively low despite having so much debt, is because so many other people want to invest in the U.S. economy. Our workers get paid more across basically every
knows that.
sector. Everybody wants to come to this country to live. Like, South Africa isn't begging, you know, Germany or Britain. If you want like surplus export economies, you can look at places like that, like Iran, or places like North Korea, or places like the United.
Or even places like Germany. And Germany has a fiscal surplus, and Germany has a they have a budget surplus and a trade surplus, and they're not exactly doing well economically. They've been pretty stagnant.
Kingdom is an export economy right now. Like, I mean, these are not favorable places to live, comparatively speaking, to the standard of the United States.
What you say is not untrue, but it's not the reason that our interest rates are low. People, Europe, first of all, with regard to Europeans coming to study in America, are you saying that Europeans would not come to study in America from the 40s to now, even though the United States is leading in technology? We have very good reasons for the Europeans to come study here.
Not when the current administration is supporting them for protesting against Israel.
Now you switch to something else.
I'm not. It's the current administration. You talk about students coming to the United States to study, and the president is attacking all of our universities, making it harder to get student visas. I'm saying no, they wouldn't come.
You're a hit and run man, because whenever I try to stay on a point,
hit and stay, man.
you
I'm staying on the
flip
same
to
point.
something
Not
completely
flipping
different.
at all. We're on the same point.
Same point. You said interest rates are low because Europeans invest a lot of money in the United States and hold a lot of our treasuries. And I think
Alex was the guy I was asking you to analyze the argument with. Oh, that argument? Oh, well, I mean, I must have seen him then. But yeah, Metro just told me to look at him. I don't recognize him outside of. Well, now that I see this again, I recognize this, but I don't recognize him outside of that.
That is not even close to the 7th most important reason why interest rates are low. The real reason interest rates are low is far more insidious, and that is our government is constantly printing oceans of money.
True. I love the Fisher. Good night, Sastrava. I love the Fisher equation when it suggests that when inflation is higher, interest rates go down. What? Can you look at the argument? I don't really want to like read the whole thread again. Well, I read it off stream. I don't know if I care that much about it. I think this is the worst part. Yeah, I think this sample. I think this is like the clip I like saw on Twitter where two retards fighting kill me. First of all, technically all else equal, the higher the nominal inflation rate is, the higher the interest rate should be. Now, if you could, like, if you, so for example, when we do quantitative easing, that might add to the money supply and also push down interest rates insofar as like the Fed is driving down bond yields and they're buying, you know, we did quantitative easing in 2008 to drive down long-term interest rates, because and that also adds to the money supply. It didn't lead to really any inflation because we were also paying interest on reserves. But I don't know what I don't know why he feels qualified to talk about this.
They have the ability to print money and dilute the money that is in your pocket. So you work hard to earn money. Your own government, as we speak, is printing money. When I came to the United States, I had $500 in my pocket, 1980. If I had saved that money, spent none of it, through great frugality, and if I had it now, the purchasing power of that same $500 today would be approximately $50.
Whoa. Advanced analysis we're doing here. But like, just like, you know, like, look at the equation. It's not that hard to, like part of the reason we have a 2% inflation target is because we want to keep nominal interest rates higher because we believe doing so will help avoid liquidity traps. Like, we literally at least partially target inflation because we want to keep interest rates higher. Nominal interest rates higher. Who do you think is right? From what I remember from the thread, I think I would lean more with Matt Darling and the fucking other dude. The Tyler guy or whatever. What's the Tyler? I think Tyler was on Matt's side as well, right? Or might have been someone else who was on Matt's side and Tyler on the other side. I like, from my understanding, the argument, if I remember correctly, was just about whether or not having a welfare state that supplies people with basic needs, how big the effect is going to be on people's decision to like move to cities, for example, after a factory is like offshored, right? And it was a dispute about like whether the marginal utility of getting basic necessities is high enough to keep people in rural areas when they should be moving to cities if the welfare state wasn't there, and they'd be more productive in the city, and presumably things would be better if they lived in the city for everyone else. I don't think the marginal utility is that high or falls off right after that amount of basic necessities enough such that it's going to have a major effect on people's decisions like that. I think especially because psychologically as well, people don't value like government transfer payments the same way they psychologically value market income. Like, there's a stigma to accepting market income or transfer payments. People don't view them as useful. They don't view them as earned. Sort of. I might be. It was like 2 days ago or something. It was a stupid argument.
In other words, we save money and we practice deferred gratification. And the one thing we want is for our money to hold its value. We would rather it go up in value because we've worked so hard to get it. But our government, our own government, screws us.
I love, yes. Why are we doing this? That's not what people want. That's not what people want. People want to be able to buy more goods. People want to be able to afford a better basket of goods over time. It is probably true that having some amount of inflation every year is better at supporting that goal than having money appreciate over time, than having deflation because wages are sticky and such. What we want to do is more inflation and maximize effective demand. This is real. This is real.
By diluting our money, because when they print money, they get to spend it, and the money in all of our pockets goes down.
True. I love Cantillon effects. Yes, this is exactly how that works.
Selling treasuries is not printing money. Quantitative easing or other things are different factors that you can talk about when it comes to monetary policy. But the reason why our interest rates are low is because a lot of people want to buy U.S. treasuries. So we can sell our debt at a very low interest. If not many people wanted to buy it, then we would raise the interest on our debt. Printing money and saying that that's magically making interest rates low doesn't make sense. It's not connected.
This is called... Oh,
The causal... Well,
doesn't make any sense.
So selling treasuries is not printing money. Quantitative easing or other things are different factors that you can talk about when it comes to monetary
like this
policy.
is true,
but
though.
The reason why our interest rates are
I don't know if Chattin knows enough to actually back that up, but then let's push him on it. But
low is because a lot of people want to buy U.S. treasuries. So we can sell our debt at a very low interest. If not many people wanted to buy it, then we would raise the interest on our debt.
that's basically true. Okay.
Printing money and saying that that's magically making interest rates low doesn't.
The marginal incentive of substitution of labor for leisure depends on income. At $0, the income incentive is extremely large. I agree with that. At 20K, it is a lot less. A lot less is not like very quantifiable to me. My understanding is that they were disputing like whether by a lot less, like it would affect people's decision to move. Like that was a big, like how big that effect specifically would be. Because I like broadly agree with that, but I think because people psychologically value government transfer payments less, and marginal utility probably does not just fall off super substantially after a minimum threshold of income, people are still like, it's not going to be big enough to affect decisions like that in most cases. At 20K income is a lot less, etc. This is all true even with no taxes. Like having to go, oh, they want to sell me art. I don't need art right now. I'm good.
It makes sense. It's not connected.
This is called... Oh, it doesn't make any sense? Okay. The interest rate is the price of money, right? How difficult it is to get money is what sets the interest rate. Now, let's just assume as a thought experiment that I, right now, double the amount...
They're not even...
out of money in circulation. Will the interest rate go up or down? Down. Because the supply of money is vastly greater. Just go back to Economics 101.
Economics 101. If you were a German citizen and you want...
Okay, if you okay. If you shift, like, the loanable funds, the supply of loanable funds to the right, interest rates can go down. That is true. And if it is, like, and obviously the loanable funds market itself might have some problems with that model. You can argue about that. But if they... Actually, isn't the y-axis on the loanable funds market, isn't that the real interest rate? Or do they do nominal interest rate? But it's also true that higher nominal inflation leads to higher nominal interest rates. And in fact, again, that's part of the reason we have an inflation target in the first place, because we want high enough nominal interest rates such that we don't feel like there's going to be a liquidity trap if interest rates fall a little bit and, get to zero.
Wanted to buy a U.S. Treasury bond, and it was paying 5% was the coupon rate on it. If you knew that the U.S. was going to double their money supply, why would you buy that Treasury bond for a lower interest rate? You would demand a higher interest rate on it.
You would. The reason you would buy...
Destiny, Destiny doesn't actually know that. He doesn't know the name of the equation or anything, but he got the logic there. Yeah, exactly.
That Treasury bond is because the German Bundesbank is tripling the amount of its own money. In other words, they're printing money too. And the United States is an abuser of the money supply, but not as big an abuser as other countries.
Okay, then how are these
that doesn't actually answer Destiny's question.
Shouldn't they be abusing the money supply?
He's just pointing out to you your logic there doesn't work, because investors obviously, if investors have an expectation that inflation is going to be higher, they're going to demand a higher nominal interest rate, so the real rate of return is the same.
They're taking advantage of us so much. Like
the reason that they're look, why was there runaway inflation of 15% per month in Argentina, and why do these interest rates and inflation rates vary so much around the world? There's more than one reason, but the primary reason is money printing, and you can see why it's very attractive for governments to print money. Here's why: if they didn't print money, let's just say we outlawed it, the U.S. government, every time they spent money, would have to come to you, the taxpayer, and tell you, we're going to extract more $20 bills out of your wallet, and you would be like, no. If you try to do that, I'll vote against you.
Even if you don't print money, you can still sell
Treasury bonds. The government has come up with a
bonds.
beautiful scheme. Let's not consult the citizens. Let's just steal from them by secretly removing $20 bills out of their pocket, and we do this by running this thing called the money printer.
If this was so bad for the economy,
that's like, it's in a dumb way kind of accurate. Now, like in the U.S., like the Federal Reserve can't like directly monetize debt. Now, in effect, they will, because they'll supply banks with reserves such that they can buy primary or treasuries at the primary market. But like technically, it's not directly true that like the U.S. finances spending through printing money. how much we finance it through printing money will depend on, you know, how much what the Federal Reserve is doing at the time. Do you believe in efficiency wages? It wasn't. It wowed me when Matt says he outright doesn't believe in a standard Econ 101 topic. I mean, I believe that they can be a thing. Is what Matt like meant by that? Like maybe he just doesn't believe they like actually happen that often. Do you have Discord? I do have Discord. ! Discord in the chat. You can join the Discord server and chat to all the non-fun fans. I will ban you if you advertise your art, though.
Okay, sure. Well, let's say it's so horrible. Why does every single country on the planet have central banking?
Because central governments love money cartels. What could be better for the governments of the world than to have a cartel in which they control the money supply?
All of these governments all over the planet are engaged in this anti-democratic behavior. No citizens actually want this, and no individual country has figured out that if we don't do this, we'll be better than every other country. Wouldn't it be a lot simpler to think maybe they engage in central banking practices because that's just a better way to run an economy?
No. This shows a colossal level of naivete. But let me put it this way: the ordinary person thinks that our whole system, including our banking system, works completely differently than it does. So I asked my wife the other day, if you put $1,000 in the bank, what happens to it? She goes, oh, it's in the bank.
Oh my god. Does he know the average American thinks that banking works in a completely different way than it does? Anyway, let me explain to you the money multiplier. Oh no. Oh no.
I go, so if you want to get it anytime, you can just go to the bank and ask for it, and they'll give you $1,000, right? And she goes, yeah, right. And I go, what if I told you that when you put the $1,000 in the bank takes the $1,000, they pluck out 1/10 of it, roughly, about $100,
Bro.
and they lend $900 to another guy. Let's say.
But this isn't even true post 2020. Even when the money multiplier model, the reserve requirements are 0 right now, and we pay interest on reserves. So it's like, you know, the reserve ratio did not matter post 2008 since we started paying interest on reserves because banks hold excess reserves at the Fed that they get paid interest on. But also the reserve ratio is 0. The reserve ratio is 0. It's 0. It's 0. You can go check the Fed's website. As of 2020, it's 0. But even before that, that's not really what the reserve ratio is there for. The reserve ratio, as I understand it, is there for to ensure banks just have enough reserves on hand at any given point in time, such that they can settle interbank payments. It's not actually reserve ratio is big 0. Yeah, it's been 0 since 2020. But you know, it's not. It doesn't actually restrain necessarily how much banks can lend in the sense that that's just talking about. Because loans create deposits.
Say Steve right here. But they don't actually give him the money either. They open up a checking account for $900 in his name. So now you have two guys who both think that they've got the same $900 in the bank, but it doesn't even end there. Let's say that Steve has a bank, has a deposit in another bank.
Yeah, exactly.
He goes to the other bank, let's call it Wells Fargo. He deposits his $900. What does that bank do? They take the $900, set aside $90, and loan $810 to another guy, or open up a checking account in his name. What I'm getting at is, whose $1,000 is it? And the answer is the bank, by a cartel arrangement allowed by the Federal Reserve. This would be fraud in any other area.
So wouldn't it be fraud? What you're explaining, it's called fractional reserve banking. It's what every country on the planet does. But then when your wife says, "Can I get that $1,000?" would you tell her no?
No, I would tell her that. I would tell her yes. I would tell her because even though the money is fictional, it has already been lent out. If you go to the bank, let's just say all of us tomorrow decide.
It's not even. Wait, he's a Rothbardian, OMG. Yeah, basically. No, well, not quite. Well, he says he wants Bitcoin a bit later on. I've seen a clip a little bit later. Within the next 5 minutes, I'm assuming they'll get to the clip I've seen. If marginal utility consumption were pretty flat, I don't know if it's. I don't know if I would describe it as pretty flat, but there'd be very little value in redistribution from haves to have-nots. The log utility curve is pretty steep. I don't know where. I guess. I don't know if I would describe it overall as pretty flat or pretty steep. I think clearly past certain thresholds, it either flattens out or gets or is very steep, right? I think clear I think it is clear past. I think if you actually look at studies on happiness, it's past even $200,000 or something. You don't actually get any happier as your income rises. Now I think that's kind of a underestimated the actual marginal utility of that consumption. But like clearly past $1 billion, it's probably pretty flat. Like there's not much you can afford at $10 billion or $200 billion that you couldn't afford at $1 billion, other than like maybe like I guess private jets might be a little hard to finance at $1 billion to keep using, because I know they are expensive to maintain and store and everything, and that might represent some reasonable increase in utility. But beyond like private jet level of money, like you can get like bigger houses and like stuff, but like that marginal utility is probably not very high. And I think past a certain threshold of minimum standard of living, you are correct in stating like that effect to substitution of labor or whatever is going to be there at least. I'm saying it's not flat. I'm proposing that if it was hypothetically flat, there'd be it would be little justification for redistribution. No, I can see it. Yeah, sure.
Go to the bank and collect our money, and the bank didn't have it. What would they do?
Do you do
Answer?
the non-fund awards yet? No. I believe non-fund awards will be on Friday. If not on Friday, then on Saturday. So there is still time to vote if you have not, and tell everyone else to vote too.
Phone call to the Federal Reserve. Print the money. So the backstop of all of
Wait,
this
what?
lent out. If you go to the bank, let's just say all of us tomorrow decide to go to the bank and collect our money, and the bank didn't have it. What would they do? Answer? Phone call to the Federal Reserve. Print the money. So the backstop.
Like, I don't know who. I guess he's saying the banks make the phone call. Like that part of the reason we have a Federal Reserve is because by changing the amount of reserves that banks have, they could respond to changes in the demand for money, more effectively than governments can under the gold standard, for example. Like they're concerned with the gold standard. And I don't know how the fuck this would work under a Bitcoin standard, because Bitcoin is just super volatile. Is that if the demand for money increases, the government can't easily respond to that because, dollars are just worth a certain amount of gold. So what happens is the price level falls. The value of other goods has to fall in order for the dollar to rise in value, because there's more demand for it, because people want to hold more money. And that would lead to, that leads to deflation, and that's typically not good, so because it makes it harder for people to repay their debt and such, and wages are sticky, so output falls and yada yada yada. That's why yes, part of the justification for the Federal Reserve, but that's kind of what we want. And the fact that the confidence is there that if everyone were to do that, the Federal Reserve would be able to stabilize everything and just print enough money to satisfy people's demands. Like that itself is justification for not withdrawing your money, right? Like that confidence itself, that certainty, prevents bank runs, because people know that their deposits are safe, that they can't, the Federal Reserve at the end of the day will probably print that money. Since 2008, not a dollar in even uninsured deposits has been lost, because the FDIC will insure deposits. And I don't know if I think during 2008, they probably tapped into newly printed money. I don't know if since then they've tapped into newly printed money. They might have in Silicon Valley Bank, but people know their money will be safe.
Of all of this is the unlimited ability of the federal government to prevent bank runs of the kind that occurred in the Depression.
Correct. That's why some things are called FDIC insured. So like a savings account would be an FDIC insured product by the bank. Wouldn't it be better for that $1,000 deposited in the bank, instead of just rotting there collecting dust, to be mobilized in the economy so that people could actually do something with it, like have a mortgage for a house or invest in a business?
I think this is where the clip I saw started.
Or do literally anything else besides sit there as termite food?
Okay, so I don't think we need to go to this because you don't even know what you're talking about.
What did I just say? What did I just say? Explain to me the velocity of money. Explain to me why it's not good to have money sitting in a bank doing nothing than it is for it to be mobilized in an economy. Tell me.
Okay. No, we're not disagreeing about mobilizing the money. We're disagreeing about the mechanism of doing it and who is left holding the bag. So
I don't know, obviously people people themselves make judgments about whether or not to mobilize their money based on the return it gets in different accounts and based on the liquidity that it has. You don't get any interest on a checking account, but you can use it to pay your groceries every day just fine, right? You don't buy groceries every day, but you understand the point. But your savings account, you do get interest on, but you're limited in how much you can withdraw from it. Like, this is like people individually make these trade-offs on their own. I don't really know what Destiny means by by what he said there. Destiny doesn't understand the velocity of money. Well, I don't think he's using that term correctly. I think I understand. Like, I think he broadly understands the velocity of money, but he did not use the term correctly there. Although I don't think he would have a very good understanding. But
19th century, we had no Fed. The United States became the largest economy in the world. In the 19th century, we had fractional banking.
Causal inference is my
but banks
passion.
couldn't meet their obligations. They went bankrupt. And so there was free market competition among the banks. It was to prevent that free market competition that the Fed was set up. Essentially, what the Fed decided to do is... What the year is...
Not, well... He literally explained part of the reason why the Fed was set up. To prevent, like, bank runs and stuff. And that's not really, like the purpose of doing that is not anti-competitive. It, like, you can say it's it's obviously not free banking. Like, it's not literally free banking with no regulations or whatever, but it's not really I don't think that's properly considered like an anti-competitive policy necessarily.
2025, and you want to emulate the banking system we had when there were cowboys and Indians in the 19th, 18th century? How far back do you want to go? We live in a modern world that has modern demands for our monetary system. Why does no other country on the planet employ the obviously superior form of banking that you're talking about?
Because it is in the interest of every state has recognized for thousands of years that controlling the money supply is the key to controlling the wealth of the country. That is what, in the era of gold, what the governments used to do is take the gold coin and dilute the coin. Put base metal into the coin. So the coin, which was supposed to be pure gold, is now only 50% gold or 30% gold. So this racket has been going on for a long time.
So do you think Trump should get rid of FDIC insurance and fractional reserve banking?
That's libertarian
FDI
swap.
insurance is a complete illusion.
So we should get rid of it and go back to the gold standard?
Not the gold standard per se.
FDI insurance is a complete illusion? What does that mean? It, like, in some sense, I agree with him, because even if we didn't have FDIC insurance, the Federal Reserve would, be able to respond to changes in the demand for money and try to prevent bank runs by just giving banks more reserves. But what?
But we should go back to a free banking system, which would include Bitcoin, which would include all kinds of currencies.
Yes.
We're talking about fake money, and you support Bitcoin?
Bitcoin is not fake money.
Okay.
You think that something is fake money because, first of all, you give this rhapsody to modern technology, and when finally a form of money is created privately that cannot be inflated, that has a fixed supply, and that in fact has...
It cannot be inflated. Bitcoin has one of the wildest volatility indexes of any currency on the planet, besides maybe Zimbabwe.
Do you realize that
Dude, Dinesh's response here,
inflating
bro.
a currency and volatility have nothing to do with each other? Volatility has to do with the market's appraisal of a new product. There is extreme volatility around all the internet companies for about 20 years.
There's no volatility around Bitcoin? You don't
There's
think
a lot of volatility around Bitcoin because the market is full of people who look at this thing, don't understand it, and go, what's this? I've never had private money. To me, a dollar bill needs to be said. It needs to stay on the bill, backed up with the full faith of the U.S. government. Otherwise, it's not money.
Efficient market hypothesis debunked, guys. We did.
So this is an ancient way to think. And something like Bitcoin confuses you because it's new.
But so to be clear, it doesn't confuse me. It just doesn't. It makes it so a country loses complete and total control of their monetary
Exactly,
system.
and that's why you oppose it, because you are a statist and you want your government to
No, I
control
oppose
the
it because
money
I took
supply.
econ in high school and I realized that.
True. Destiny's the statist here. By the way, they didn't get to talk much about this, but Dinesh supports, I believe he supports the deportations. I know I'm fairly confident he supports Trump taking over Intel, for example. Like, certainly, like, I don't know point blank if you asked him, like, do you support this? He would say just flat out yes, but like he would run defenses for them, absolutely.
There's a value to a country being able to control their currency.
What is that value?
Well, in times of great economic depression,
Did
sometimes it's
read
nice to be able to inflate your currency a little more because that's a
Bitcoin
preferential.
Standard book or something? Probably. He's probably just gearing up to his own Dinesh coin, right? That's got to be. That's my opinion. That's probably his goal.
State of affairs than half the country going unemployed, or like we did during the Great Depression. Or other times it might be nice to pull back on your currency if you want to deflate a market that might be running a little bit too hot, like the run up to the 2008 housing crisis.
So I reject this whole.
And you stand in opposition to central banking across the entire planet.
Doesn't understand the 2008 crisis was actually caused by overly contractionary monetary policy and falling in GDP. Unbelievable. To be clear, 30% credence in that theory. Maybe more than 30%. Maybe 40% or something.
This is a whole Keynesian understanding that is itself has all these embedded false assumptions. The false assumptions are that you've got this thing called, quote, the money supply. That the money supply is kind of like a something that can be regulated with a faucet. You turn it up, you turn it down. This was Keynes' justification.
If anything, maybe I'm wrong. Isn't, I don't know if Keynes himself said this, but like part of the Keynesian, neo-Keynesian, whatever, criticism of some of the monetarist stuff is that the money supply is not such a defined thing. Like the money supply is hard to define. Like maybe I'm crazy, but I'm pretty sure part of the Keynesian and new Keynesian critique of more monetarist ideas is that there is no such thing as the money supply, and it's hard to what money supply should we be using in the equation of exchange? Like, does M2 matter for that? Like, M2 doesn't seem to correlate super strongly, at least in all cases, with the money inflation rate.
In the 1930s.
What do you think is more prestigious position, Secretary of State or Director of FBI? I feel like Secretary of State, but I don't know. Maybe they do less than I think, but I feel like Secretary of State.
For an unlimited welfare state. Keynes was very explicit about his motives. He's very explicit about what he was trying to do. Frankly, he was not even an economist. But nevertheless, he advanced this theory, which has been regurgitated.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Dinesh. Hold on. If I just look at the Keynes, there is no such thing as the money supply. I don't know if there's anything from Keynes himself, although Google AI did give me something. The statement, there is no such thing as money supply, is widely recognized as a misattribution of John Maynard Keynes. He never actually said it. Have you ever been to any football games? No, not really. In the conclusion of Raising Keynes, Margolin writes, there's no theory of money in the general theory, or rather there's no coherent theory of money. Given the existence of a central bank, Keynes undoubtedly thought that the money supply is fixed by the monetary authority and the hurdle rate of interest is responding perhaps insufficiently to the money supply. So yeah, I don't know if Keynes himself said it, but
To economics.
I thought maybe you were referencing a more post-Keynesian critique of money. It might be a post-Keynesian thing. So like I said, I don't know if Keynes himself had said something to that degree, but my understanding is that the more Keynesian, post-Keynesian, neo-Keynesian, the economists who accept many of Keynes's other ideas do critique monetarism by saying the money supply is not a very clearly defined thing. Maybe I could ask ChatGPT. Or Google Gemini. My ChatGPT subscription ran out. I use Google Gemini, which is, from my experience, actually better at a number of things.
Students for almost a century now. All I'm saying is that money is valid. No money has intrinsic value.
I think the post-Keynesians say you can't target money supply because it's determined by private. There are, I know post-Keynesians do say that.
The bill has no intrinsic value either. So if you say Bitcoin doesn't have intrinsic value, neither does a $20 bill. By the way, neither does gold if you don't count earrings and ornaments.
To be clear, the dollar has value because the U.S. government accepts it as payment for taxes. Nobody has to accept Bitcoin as payment.
Holy shit, we got FMT Destiny. What the fuck?
Exactly. So whoop-de-doo, I take my Bitcoin, I change it to US dollars, and I pay my taxes.
If somebody's willing to buy it from you, yes. But you can't pay your US taxes or US debt obligations in Bitcoin.
So
Dinesh and Stephen, we do have about 15 minutes left, just so you guys know, and I thought maybe we should touch on Trump and political violence, if you feel like it.
Well, we actually haven't talked about the topic of our debate, which I took to be whether Trump on net is a good thing or a bad thing for America. And so I'd like to say a word about why I think a little bit about Trump, the man, and a little bit about what I think he's done for the country, and then maybe you can say the same, and we can kind of get to the heart of what we're talking about. So to me, Trump's first term was very positive for the most part, but kind of blasé. He was stopped in his tracks by 2 years of Russia collusion hoax, but he got a lot of things done, and the economy was in better shape, manifestly pre-COVID, in March of 2020, leading up to the election. Quite frankly, had it not been for COVID, I don't even think election fraud could have helped Joe Biden. But Trump was hit by this, was sideswiped by COVID. But, and that's a fact. Jane Fonda basically said COVID is God's gift to the left. So if you can't see the truth of that, I don't know what to say to you. The years of Biden were essentially the years of taking the American bus and driving it straight to the cliff. In foreign policy, with the Afghan disgrace, in domestic policy, inflation goes to the highest level that it was going. You have to go back to the 70s, to the OPEC era, to find inflation rates of 9%. Biden achieved that. And an open, porous border, which is actually inviting, not only inviting, helping caravans of people coming from thousands of miles away, no vetting, doesn't matter if you're a criminal. There were foreign governments that emptied the jails and boasted about it. And all these thugs, criminals, bad guys, terrorists are now in this country. I think if we had kept going in...
Really cool how we got here in the last 20 minutes of the debate. Can't wait for this. And I think a lot of it's going to be Q&A, right? Which I don't think we're going to watch, but...
this way, it's hard to see how the country...
It's probably the worst content you've ever watched. Okay.
...would survive a whole lot more of this. So Trump's great achievement
might be a little
was to
harsh.
come in and stop this dead in its tracks. The border is secure. You probably not only heard, but some of you may have bought into all the embellishment, all the rhetorical ballet. We need comprehensive immigration reform. There's no other way to secure the border. You heard all of this. You might have said it yourself. It's untrue.
Well, it turns out if you kind of just don't care and just like probably break the law by freezing many of these asylum things through the executive branch, then it turns out if you're willing to break the law, then yeah, you probably don't need it.
Just proved it to be untrue by just showing you can't get in. However, we have somewhere between 8, maybe 10 million illegals who are already here.
What's up,
What do you do with them?
Welcome back.
Trump is doing the most humane thing he could do. If it were me, I would ask all 8 to 10 million to leave. I recognize that certain things are a fait accompli. You might have Americans who came 20 years ago and they've had kids here. They're embedded in our society. I'm willing to be prudent about the issue in some ways, but I don't see any reason why people who essentially came across the border in the last 4 years under Biden as part of a cynical scheme to create future Democratic voters.
Oh my God.
Why those people should not be asked to leave now. So I would go much further than Trump and try to get these people to self-deport. If they would not deport, I would try to think of
sensible 6-7 million migrants. It's true.
Pragmatic ways to get them out. But they have broken the law and they need to pay a price for it. Now, on the foreign policy front, Trump's view is really simple. I'm not going to get involved in expensive foreign wars, but there are many bad guys in the world and I will not hesitate to pulverize them. This applies to Soleimani. It applies to Baghdadi. If I have one criticism of Trump, I think he didn't go far enough with Iran. I think that Israel was pretty close to toppling the Iranian regime. That would have been excellent regime change. Many people who think regime change doesn't work don't realize that you're operating off basically 2 examples, Iraq and maybe Afghanistan, where it actually worked for a while, but was handled very badly in the overall. But regime change, if you look at the examples of the last 100 years, has mostly worked and worked for the better. And I think it would work for the better in Venezuela. I think it would work for the better in Iran. And I think Trump stopped it in Iran, which I oppose. I think he is trying to get rid of Maduro in Venezuela. My wife is Venezuelan. Pretty much any living Venezuelan who's outside of Venezuela will tell you they fled the country. Maduro is a one-party dictator. The reason Maduro loves Democrats is because he sees them as his allies. The question of displacing him under Biden never even arose. But I think his days are numbered, as Trump says. Trump will probably get him out. And then you look at the economic front, and Trump is doing 2 things. One is he is creating a kind of...
oh my God, how long are we going to let him speak, bro? How many points? He's like he's raised like 5 different points for like each of the 3 things he's talked about, dog.
He's essentially unleashing American energy. American energy, the United States, as it turns out, has giant energy resources, probably more than enough for the next 100 years. Our main obstacle is we just don't go get it. And all kinds of reasons, environmental reasons, obviously people who are in the business have reasons to block it. Trump's point is, why don't we unleash energy? And so if we unleash energy, we unleash AI, we unleash robotics. We are looking at a potential...
Kind of crazy that all the AI stuff, that happens to be the one kind of sector of the economy where all that stuff is exempt from tariffs. Isn't that that's a little weird that we're seeing a lot of growth in the places where you can import stuff without paying a tariff on it. Interesting. What does Orhan say? Free buses means less bus drivers will get assaulted, so buses will become safer. I don't know why he says it. I don't think it's true. I think he, I don't know what the motivation behind saying it is. I know he cites that one study that like Matt Darling wrote a whole thing about why it's like just wrong what's around a citing. I guess I don't know his full motivation behind saying that other than just to make it sound like a better idea.
Era of abundance. By the way, Bitcoin is a big part of that. So Trump is turning the levers of creating massive abundance in the United States. It may even be that some of our problems like the debt can be washed away in this abundance. You don't have to scrounge on Social Security. You don't have to screw the Gen Zs or screw the boomers. We will actually have the wealth to do this. Do you know that the Biden people were basically blocking AI under the pretext that we'll only allow it if we control it? This is what the Biden people were telling the high-tech guys. We'll only play ball with you if you basically turn over the levers to us. Otherwise, we're not going to allow it. So what we're seeing under Trump, I think, is something that's quite epical. It might take us years to be able to look and see what was unleashed. It's kind of like in the 1980s under Reagan. We could see something big was happening. Microsoft was starting. I ran into a conference. There was Michael Dell. The tech revolution was getting going. And it's done a lot for the world. So my case for Trump is that this guy, being transactional, actually understands very well how the world works, is not unwilling to use U.S. muscle in trade deals or in the leverage of foreign policy power. And the best that his critics have are these kind of whiny, let's go back to the Mar-a-Lago case and look at it in excruciating detail because we really could have gotten him then. This is a pathetic way to go after a guy.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back from the last thing you mentioned to the first. So, what is Trump trying to do with tariffs?
Can you hear my PC fans? God damn, what is that? I don't know why they're like fluctuating like that. My CPU is like fine. For streaming and having Minecraft open, it's fine.
What Trump is trying to do with tariffs is this. The United States sells stuff abroad, and other countries, India, Australia, many others, place giant tariffs on those products. Sometimes...
What is Trump trying to do with tariffs?
What is the effective rate that Australia imposes on U.S. exports? It cannot be that high.
Trump is trying to do two things. One is he's trying to use the tariffs as a form of strong arming or arm wrestling, basically saying, I will put tariffs on you, and I will only take them off if you take off yours.
Then why does he keep changing them to countries like China?
Okay, so be aware that this has actually not even been seriously attempted before.
Because
Our
it's illegal.
Governments were
it's illegal.
It's not illegal.
The president can't. Do you think the president of the United States is allowed to do unilateral econ policy?
The president of the United States has a lot of economic levers that he can use
in times of national crises.
Wow.
Exactly.
Our debt is not a national...
You don't think trade deficits are national crisis? It's not even clear whether IEPA would justify the tariffs Trump is doing under, even if we were in a national crisis. Like if the Supreme Court arguments that are going on right now do not discuss whether like a trade deficit or something, it constitutes a national crisis. I kind of wish they would, but the president seems to be granted a lot of authority that's not really reviewable with regards to declaring, what constitutes some type of foreign national threat. So they're not really discussing that. They're discussing whether or not, even if we were in an emergency, they're taking for granted that we are in an emergency. They're discussing whether or not IEPA justifies the tariffs that he's done so far.
National crisis. If it was, Trump would be even worse for it. But
so
we have no trade deals.
I think that $38 trillion of debt. I think that a stagnating economy.
This is a tariff rate weighted average mean all products on U.S. goods. Or no, this might not be specifically on U.S. goods. This is just overall, I think. But I kind of doubt it's much higher in U.S. goods. Australia is 0.99. And then this is, I think, manufactured products, 1.04. Like, bro.
I think that
why did you say that the first Trump term was a good one? He added to the debt more than he needed to, right?
He added to the debt, which you'd have to put into the negative column. I mean, all presidents have added to the debt. Just look at the, essentially one out of every, I think, $4 in the country today was generated starting in 2020.
Sure, Trump is continuing to add to it even.
Actually, one out of every, I think, $4 in the country today was generated starting in 2020.
Sure, Trump is continuing.
Starting in 2020, who was president? The money supply contracted overall over Biden, but also the president just does not really control the money supply. Like bro, what are we doing here? Like this is all under Trump. I think from, if you look at January 2021 to January, I know it might not have contracted overall, but it contracted during much of his term. To January 2025, it's like it contracted from April 2022 to December 2023, and then it started going up again.
continuing to add to it even more.
Yes,
right?
Trump
won't have a
M2.
single budget surplus by the end of his presidency term, right?
Look, you should be happy with him for this. Trump is, in fact...
No, he won't have a budget surplus by
Trump
the end
is
of
a
his
big
4-year
spender
term, right?
when it comes to spending money. He's more like a Democrat in that regard.
Well, no, because Republicans have been the big spenders, right? Isn't a Democrat the last one with a budget surplus? Clinton?
Well...
Can we not agree on basic facts here?
Clinton was...
Right?
Come on.
Wasn't Bush the Republican the one that started all of the foreign wars?
The Clinton surplus was 100% the result of a peace dividend created by the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Surplus is a
which occurred
surplus.
A surplus is a surplus.
What?
But
I don't even think that's. I think you could argue the Clinton surplus is partly due to like the .com bubble, at least. I'm not sure what the peace dividend really had to do with it. Maybe, but.
I thought Donald Trump, you said collapse of the Soviet Union. Doesn't Donald Trump have like 9 country wars that he's ended? So we should have tons of surplus then, right? Do you agree? You acknowledge that by the end of Trump's 4 years, we will not be at a budget surplus, right?
I agree.
Okay, so then the debt
you're
point is
missing the
worthless.
argument I made.
You just said he might solve the $30 trillion of debt, and now you're saying it's not going to take away from the budget deficit.
Well, you weren't listening to me. What I was saying was one way to solve the debt is to start paying it off. That's a very painful way when you consider that not only the vast majority of our budget is currently in entitlements, but those entitlements are scheduled to increase dramatically. So this is a painful way to do it. You can see why our congressmen and senators in both parties don't want to do that.
Well, but the person who hurt paying it off the most was Trump with the tax cuts, and they did it this year when they solidified the tax cuts, didn't they?
The very best way to pay off the debt is to enlarge the economic pie.
Which he's shrinking more than he should be.
True, which is what the big beautiful bill is gonna do. It's gonna do so much. It's gonna offset all the decrease in taxes. No one actually believes this. No one actually believes this. No one believes the dynamic effects, or the increased growth that the big beautiful bill is going to cause is actually going to be enough to outweigh the taxes it's decreasing. Like, no one believes this. Like, no, what's up, Radical Coder? Let's fucking go. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. No, like, literally no one remotely competent believes this. If you want to like argue that like certain things are. By the way, if you guys don't know, Radical Coder, another based liberal streamer. I bet a lot of you guys do know him because you've seen me on Sarah's panels before and stuff where he's there. You guys should go check him out. Regardless, no remotely competent person believes this. There's no remotely competent estimate that finds that. You can look at the estimates from the Yale Budget Lab. You can look at the estimates from The Economist has an estimate. You can look at the estimates from the Congressional Bureau and stuff. Oh, hell yeah. What's up, Fuzzy B? Shout out to the shrimp well forever. I didn't even notice. Guys. I totally forgot to actually set up my fucking shrimp costume. It's been crushed up in the background. Can't believe it. Yeah, literally no one remotely competent believes that. There's no evidence we're like on the wrong side of the Laffer curve with regards to the taxes, the big beautiful bill cut, like I think personal income tax and the corporate tax rate.
It should be growing faster, but the tariffs have
and what I was saying,
why did they solidify the tax?
It doesn't mean right there too. Like obviously any conceivable benefit it will have to growth is probably going to be outweighed by things like the tariffs that he's doing, which are going to hurt growth. I didn't realize you had that pimple. Oh fuck! I shouldn't have full screen my camera then.
I was saying that the combined effect, in my opinion, of energy unleashing, AI, and robotics, the United States has been growing at a rate of somewhere around 1 to 2% for now decades.
Oh my god, is he going to do a 25% growth meme, please?
It was growing at 3 to 4% in the middle of the last century. If we can create growth rates of 5, 6, 9%, which are entirely in the realm of...
Okay, we didn't go that far, okay? I was worried we were going to get to... Trump can get us to 25% growth.
Ability,
when you hurt your trade relationship with every other country on the planet like we've done with the tariffs. You acknowledge, for instance, when Trump held up the tariff sign, that all those numbers were a lie, right? None of those tariffs were accurate for any other country, right? Can you at least acknowledge that simple basic fact that all the numbers on that chart were a lie? They used a math formula.
What is not a lie? What is not a lie?
But was that a lie, though?
What is not a lie? What is not a lie?
Wasn't that a lie, though? When he held up the sign, didn't he lie to the American public, to you and me and everybody else in here and the entire world when he said, these are the tariffs that every other country has on us? That was a lie, right?
Well, it was a negotiating tactic.
So it was a lie to negotiate?
It was a negotiating tactic. Look.
But it was a lie then.
He won't even say it.
It was a lie to negotiate. It was a lie, right?
Trump
Who was he negotiating with? The Fox News ratings?
No.
His YouTube views? It was a lie.
Are you saying that if
I'm saying it was a lie. I'm saying those numbers were a lie.
I'm saying if I'm negotiating with you.
Yeah, and you lied to me. I wouldn't negotiate with you. But those numbers were a lie, right?
If I'm negotiating with you and an NPR reporter comes to me and asks me something and I say, this is going to be the result, I'm actually speaking to you, but if I were to tell the NPR, oh, guess what? Let me give you my actual negotiating position, okay? Because you can then put it on NPR, and the Chinese will figure it out by tomorrow morning. I
think I would probably use the massive governmental apparatus I have to negotiate to do that, because that seems like a more
no,
appropriate
because the massive governmental apparatus that we
have
have is proven to be completely
I love how
and utterly incompetent.
So then
we're not getting an answer to the question at
everything that comes
all.
from the Trump administration, I should interpret as being potentially fallacious.
Probably because I have no clue. I have no clue if Dinesh even knows whether or not there were lies or not. I have no clue if he even knows the messed up formula they used to actually calculate the tariff rate, which did not really have anything to do with the tariffs they imposed on us. It was literally just a trade deficit divided by imports. Like,
it could all be a lie because he's trying to negotiate with other people.
I'm saying negotiation is a moving ball.
It was trade deficit in goods divided by imports, which is really especially stupid because the U.S. exports a lot of services. We import a lot of goods and export a lot of services. So if you adjust for that, the tariffs would not have been nearly as high. And if you use the correct okay, my Minecraft is crashing. Awesome. If you use the correct elasticity of prices, with regard, there's a term. Why am I forgetting the term? It's like elasticity of import prices with respect to tariffs, because they cited like the elasticity of retail prices with respect to tariffs, rather than just a actual import price, which is what matters for what they were doing, which is like, calculating the supposed trade barriers they impose on us. Then the tariff rates go down a lot too, and most countries get the minimum 10%.
I'm saying that Trump is very capable of putting on a tariff and saying, I'm going to put on this tariff on January 7th, and then he doesn't do it. Is he lying? No, he's not lying.
No, that's
he's
what we're talking about.
threatening to do it.
Well, he did do it, number one. The big chart was a lie. Why can't we just admit that? This is what I'm talking about at the very beginning of this conversation. Look at the reality. It was a lie.
I'm saying that these bombastic claims
were lies.
In the course of negotiation, it doesn't even matter, because the real issue is, what are you getting in the deal?
If I don't know if you saw me walk up on stage, but if I put in my Tinder profile that I'm 6'2", and I show up at my date with really good posture, does that count as just being bombastic, or would that be a lie?
Right, let me give you an example for why.
Well, let's have an example. How about when the president held up a board with a bunch of tariff numbers and they were all lies? Wouldn't that be a lie? Can we say that was a lie?
I'm saying that presidents, in the course of foreign policy and trade negotiations, every president lies to us all the time.
Give me an example of a single other.
He said the word lies finally. Okay.
Where presidents lied like that to the American public.
Okay, I would say that every deal that the United States has
One
struck.
example.
Okay, I'll give you 10 examples.
Just one. I see one.
Yeah. Okay. So the United States, for example, lies about its dealings with terrorists. It lies about Reagan lied about.
I'm sorry, hold on. National security secrets with terrorists and corporate things are not economic deals. We don't lie. The American president doesn't lie to the public about economic deals.
We're not talking about national security secrets. I'm talking about national security policies.
I'm talking about economic trade deals.
I'm saying economic for Trump. When you're dealing with foreign adversaries, the distinction between a trade deal and a hostage swap and a deal with Maduro to get out, these are all on a continuum.
Maybe that's the problem with Trump.
That's
every single thing with him feels like a hostage negotiation.
Well, because it is. That's the way the world is.
I agree with you. It is. That's not the way the world is, though.
No, it is the way the world is.
Trump was president. He holds our allies hostage. He has our economy hostage. He's holding immigrants hostage, sometimes illegally detained or otherwise, and he lies to us in order to sell his deals to personally enrich himself.
Maduro has a call with Trump. Maduro makes a call to Trump. Maduro says, I'm going now based on public reports. Maduro says, give me $100 million, thereabouts. Let me stick in there for a few months. Let my handpicked deputy Delcy Rodriguez run, and I will actually have a free election. This is Maduro in the phone call to Trump. Trump says nothing about any of this. Trump comes and says something completely unrelated, which on the face
notice
of
how we're not talking about the lie about the tariffs at all. You're talking about like national security, military related stuff. I'm just saying Donald Trump lied with the tariffs. It's very obvious that he lied. We have 0 trade deals right now, even though we say we'd have 100 deals in 100 days or 90 deals in 90 days.
Are you saying, okay, let me ask you this.
Oh no, he brought up the trade deals, and that's just never going to actually answer the question about did Trump lie about the tariffs. He's just going to talk about the trade deal.
What amount of money does the U.S. Treasury have as a result of tariffs that it wouldn't otherwise have? What is that number?
Oh, he's just right. He's talking about revenue now. Yay! Yes, incredibly responsive.
Here's something I remember. What was it?
You don't know.
No, because
it's
like 200
way less
billion.
than we would have got if we would have just not kept those tax cuts that Trump solidified with the OBBA. Whatever,
so you don't even know what it is, but you are quite sure that it would have been more if he didn't do it.
Well, I know it's in the ballpark.
And so what I'm getting at is,
what is the number? Wait, what is the number? Yes, it's about
It's a giant number, right? So the number.
You have no idea. You're trying to say I don't have an idea.
The number. Hold on.
I think our having no ideas are very different. I'm saying it's in the ballpark.
Awesome, man.
Okay, I can estimate the number because we're talking about a number.
Oh, you can estimate
We're talking about a $2,000 rebate to all Americans who make under $100,000.
Can't wait for the rebate check to come in, which, by the way, the revenue raised so far from tariffs is not even enough to pay for that. It's like $82 billion is short of that. And he's also promised tariff revenue to the fucking soybean farmers and that he has to bail out too.
happening. That's not gonna happen.
Okay. All right.
It's not. I'll give you 10 to 1 odds on
Okay.
$100 if you
So,
want. That'll never happen.
Let's put it this way.
Okay.
You are less curious about the actual tariff revenue benefit than
Why
you
don't
are.
taxes get automatically filed? I mean, I think they should get automatically filed. My understanding is that part of the reason is legitimately like fucking TurboTax lobbying for that shit, right? It's so pathetic we still have to do this manually in 2025. Yeah.
Scoring a gotcha on a press conference where you go, Trump misrepresented the tariffs, which is admittedly a moving target, but the actual benefit to U.S. citizens is a matter of completely difference to you.
Import taxes. Do you admit that a tariff is an import tax?
A tariff is an import tax that can be borne either by the no, that doesn't follow. It can be borne either by the producer or the consumer.
It's paid for by the consumer.
Okay, economic illiteracy 101. Let's look at an example. No, false. Let's say I'm Mercedes. Okay, I'm Mercedes-Benz, and I'm charging.
I like how he's not citing any evidence in favor of his position, because technically it is true. Tariffs could be borne by foreign producers. It is possible, and that does happen to some extent sometimes. Okay, especially if you're a large country, you know, importing, and you can affect the world price to some extent. But if you actually look at the evidence with respect to tariffs the U.S. has imposed historically, or even the evidence we have with regards to tariffs imposed now, it turns out, actually, foreign producers are not bearing the majority of the cost of the tariff. The amount depends on, the amount that foreign producers are bearing depends on a lot of things. It doesn't seem like it's more than, by any reasonable estimate, I haven't seen anything more than 20% by foreign producers. And then some of it is borne by U.S. producers, you know, U.S. retailers and stuff, who don't fully pass the cost on to the consumer. And then obviously some of it is borne by the consumers. I think if you look at the most recent Alberto Cavallo paper, I think they estimate roughly like over 20% is passed on to the consumer. And they don't provide an estimate for for how much foreigners are bearing it, but it's likely not very much, because you know, the same author actually has previous work showing that foreign producers, you know, bared less than 10% of the cost of the tariff by reducing their own prices.
Let me hold on, because I already know the explanation. Because I already know the explanation. Make it faster. You're going to say that technically the producer or the supplier of a thing can actually decrease their prices a little bit in order to make the price a little bit more bearable at home because of the import taxes that are being paid. And you would be correct in that. An economic analysis, a true one, would yield that it's about 50-50 paid for by the consumer and the producer. That's still a bad state of affairs. Okay. We're paying an import tax, and now we have the ability to import less.
It's not even 50-50.
And the foreign suppliers are supplying us less as a result of that. If you want to go the actual econ answer, that's fine. These are the same economists, by the way, that all support central banking and currency controls and everything else, by the way. They're happy to cite here, and they're all opposed to tariffs as a form of economic policy as well.
All right. Well, all I'm saying is that a minute ago, you said that tariffs were borne by the consumer, and then you suddenly realized that that's not true, and that Mercedes, if they are going to increase the cost of a Mercedes, let's just say by $40,000, now going to realize that many people would rather buy other types of cars or American-made cars, and so Mercedes decides, listen, we're making 40 grand on a car, we can't afford to eat the entire tariff, but maybe we can afford to eat 30K, and we'll only make $10,000 on a car, and businesses make these decisions all the time, and you actually know it because you just admitted it.
I didn't
but
admit it.
Earlier you were trying to con the audience.
I was giving a simplified answer to somebody who found out they just found out what Fraxer was making was like 10 weeks ago.
It's not a simplified answer.
The question is,
no.
At some point they will stop producing. They stop producing. They just won't make those products.
It's not a simplified answer. You were lying to the audience in the hope that you could get away with it. I called you on it.
True.
You quickly beat a retreat. And so, because you realize I can't get away with this lie, I now have to explain the process in which prices are determined.
Okay, you know what? Hold on. You got me completely in a lie. Would you admit that an income tax isn't borne completely by a worker then? That companies are forced to offer higher wages as a result of potentially higher income taxes?
Companies are not forced to do anything.
Oh my God.
Dinesh, final thoughts, guys. We got to do final thoughts.
I'll finish my thought.
I don't know. I doubt much of the incidence of income taxes borne by corporate. That effect might be there, but it's probably also entirely offset by the fact that income taxes is going to reduce savings and lower. You know, I went to the portal again, and make companies worse off overall. I think a campaign that ran on 1, a public option, for healthcare, 2, automatic tax filing, 3, massively increased penalties for crime, 4, ending all tariffs, and 5, raising minimum wage to 12 hours would win around 70% of the vote. I don't think you're ever going to win 70% of the vote because people are just going to be aligned with their party oftentimes. But I agree all those positions are popular.
All my life in companies, our tax rates, the tax rate when I started working in the early 90s, this is as a result of the Reagan tax cuts, by the way, the top marginal tax rate had dropped from 70% to 28%. It's now up to about 39%. So all my adult life, I've seen taxes go up from 28 to 39%. I have never been in a job, and I've been in many of them, where my employer said, oh, the government raised your taxes, we're going to raise your pay. The company might be nice and do that. You might be able to negotiate it through a union. But the idea, again, another like whopper, that it's somehow an automatic process, that if the government raises your taxes, that correspondingly companies raise. He said, of course, to raise your salaries commensurate with those taxes. And I'm saying that's simply untrue.
So for some reason, producers will lower their sales price.
I'm saying that producers will, because of the competitiveness of the market.
There's no competitiveness in the labor market in the United States?
Exactly. There is competitiveness in the labor market. So if the government raises your taxes, companies, by the way, are not in any position where they have to do anything because the taxes are being raised uniformly.
Not only is there state taxes that are higher in some states than there are others. And guess what? Companies offer more compensation in those states than they do in other states.
Because they have to, in that case, yes, they have to attract labor from Texas to come and work in New York. So I agree with that. But I was talking about a federal tax which applies uniformly where those pressures
Well, that's interesting. You bring up that different markets might engage in different tax behavior. Wouldn't it be harmful for U.S. markets if the U.S. was the only country that was levying these massive tariffs on other countries who were bilaterally tariffing us? Doesn't that make our market less competitive than foreign markets now who don't have those same arbitrary U.S. tariffs that all came from a big poster board that was full of lies, remember?
Well,
right?
here
they don't
we
have those tariffs on them?
Here we get to the fact that there are many countries that don't allow our products in at all. And if they allow them, they have high tariffs in place. So here's my question. You know, it's really wonderful to hear all these guys give economic analysis. Tariffs are self-defeating. They are
He's
horrible.
not gonna. Is he gonna cite any numbers? Is he gonna cite any numbers? Is he gonna cite any numbers? It's just not true. It's like the effective average tariff rate on U.S. products in fucking Europe and Japan and stuff is like all under like 5%. It's like so minimal, and it doesn't even like it's not even a good thing to do reciprocal tariffs unless you think you can get some well, there's an optimal tariff theory insofar as like you know, you can change the world price, but probably not many places where that would actually be effective right now. But you know, it doesn't even follow that just because a country is imposing tariffs on you that you're actually better off if you impose reciprocal tariffs on them. That'll just make things worse for you as well. Like that's still just not bad.
For countries, they undermine our own consumers. And here's my question: why does every other country have them?
They don't. That's the
they
True.
don't.
Yes, I love economics. Why is it good distortion that companies are forced to offer higher wage? I don't think it is. I never suggest that as such.
There's a reason why Ukraine wanted to join the European Union market.
Well, let's talk about India.
Russia.
India
We're gonna have to save it for round two, guys. But can we at least agree on the importance of public intellectual debate like this?
I think we can, and this has been very spirited. I've actually enjoyed it. I knew I was kind of coming a bit in the lion's den, but I thought that I would take up the challenge, and I think it's been really interesting and really good. So I'm glad we had a chance to do the sparring.
I appreciate you for coming out.
We need more of this.
Why did Destiny
All
say
right,
that?
let's give
I
them a
don't
big round of
even
applause.
know if Destiny was suggesting it was good. Destiny was just talking about how Destiny was just trying to draw an analogy there with regards to producers lowering prices and bearing the, you know, some of the incidents of income tax or tariffs, right? Like.
This has been the battle for the capital. Stephen
In
Bonnell.
fact, he was showing that just because, like, the point of the analogy was to show that just because the producer bears some of the incidents, that does not mean that it's good. Like that was really ultimately the point of his analogy.
Destiny and Dinesh D'Souza. Big round of applause. All right, we are going to take a really quick break while we set up for the poster signing here. Everyone feel free to...
You know, at least it seems like Dinesh recognizes that he did not do well. You know, he said, oh, I knew I was coming to the lion's den. At least we got that much. But oh my god, he literally must have a humiliation fetish. I just wish, when can we get Destiny back on the econ arc, okay? Oh my god, kill me. It is fucking hilarious though that Dinesh is like raving about fractional reserve banking right after saying, oh, Americans don't even know how banking works. What's up, Rocksfist? Welcome back. It was always fun watching on Twitter when Dinesh would say something stupid and historians would would come and be like, no, that's not right. I'm telling you, the guy has a humiliation fetish, okay? He has some fucking cuck fetish, bro. It must be. It's the only explanation. I gotta cook my beef real quick. Okay, we're gonna read at least one thing today, and then we'll do Jubilee if you guys want, I guess. I've seen some of this dude's Twitter posts about this, so my understanding is just that Instacart was just doing A/B price testing that like try to estimate just the elasticity of demand, rather than actually doing price discrimination. But I want to learn more about it because people were angry. They were fucking late stage capitalism posting about this shit, bro. On a Thursday in early September, more than 40 strangers logged into Instacart to buy eggs and test a hypothesis. They all searched at the same store, the same brand, and the same pickup option. Also, hold on, I'm gonna leave Minecraft actually so I don't die, and so my computer is not lagging a ton. The only difference was the price they were offered: $3.99 for some, $4.79 for others. We are, of course, supposed to not only be shocked by this, but also outraged. The Groundwork Collaborative, which organized the study, warned that companies like Instacart are jeopardizing trust in markets. The New York Times ran it as the hook for a larger piece about on algorithmic pricing. The notion of a single price offered to all customers for a predictable period is breaking down. The Times piece ends with Groundwork Executive Director Lindsay Owens saying, "This isn't about managing security or efficient markets. It's about pushing to figure out the maximum amount you're willing to pay and squeeze it out of you." Both pieces blur together several distinct ideas: that prices vary, that prices are set by algorithms, that algorithms use your personal data, and that all of this harms consumers. But they are not the same thing. Importantly, the study actually found no evidence that Instacart based prices on individual characteristics. As the Time piece correctly notes, the Groundwork study found no evidence that Instacart was basing different prices on customers' individual characteristics like income, zip codes, or shopping history. Yet Groundwork uses the finding to call for FTC action against price discrimination not justified by differences in cost or distribution. Oh my god, kill me. What this is phrased so vaguely that would this not also include like literally movie tickets giving lower prices to consumers and children? Elderly people and children. The Times frames the study as evidence of a trend toward algorithmic pricing and price discrimination. To see why this leap fails, consider that there are at least 4 distinct reasons you might see different prices for the same product. Randomized A/B experiments, A/B testing. Some shoppers randomly see $3.99 for eggs, and others see $4.79. The purpose is to learn how price-sensitive the market is across different product categories. This is standard A/B testing, the same methodology that virtually every online company uses to improve its products. Netflix tests different thumbnail images. I do that. Retailers test prices. Random YouTubers, even tiny ones, test test thumbnail placements. Over Substack, I can A/B test article titles. In the case of pricing, randomization means the prices are not based on any individual characteristics. You get $4.79 for eggs because a random number generator assigned you to that treatment group, not because an algorithm profiled you. I would argue that the movie theater advertises these specific prices, where this is snuck into your basic price. Well, like you can, I'm just saying, if you want to make that argument that like the reason it's bad is because it's hidden, I guess you can make that argument. I'm just saying like this in its own. I'm sure if the FTC were to actually regulate it, they would have exceptions for like that stuff, but like the way this is phrased, price discrimination not justified by differences in cost or distribution, I like probably would exclude museums and movies and amusement parks. I think do it too, for discriminating based on age. What about military benefits? Why would a company do this? When I teach my students about monopoly pricing, I draw the demand curve and assume monopolist knows that the curve and picks the optimal price. But real companies don't see the demand curve. They want to learn how quantity, demand, and changes of price. Randomized experiments are how you learn. Strategic randomization. Even without learning motives, firms might randomize prices as a competitive strategy. The intuition: if you always charge $5, your competitor charges $4.99 and steals your customers. If you always charge $4.99, they charge $4.98. In the jargon of game theory, no pure strategy equilibrium survives. Instead, sellers randomize. Oh, it's just Wordle. That mentioned me in my Discord server. Instead, the sellers randomize. Each seller picks one probability distribution over prices, not tailored to individuals, just one strategy for the whole market. Different customers end up paying different prices, but not because anyone profiled them. They just happen to show up when price was high or low. In practice, it can be hard to tell strategic randomization from price discrimination. A sale could be a random price variation, or it could be targeting price-sensitive shoppers who wait for discounts. Dynamic pricing. Right, hold on. Prices adjust over time to respond to supply and demand. Uber surge pricing is the standard example. I think the pain meds for period cramps being identical to the generic for everyone is a better example of a bad practice. Well, that's just like a lack of information, right? And that's just like branding, isn't it? And like everyone is willing to maybe irrationally like pay more for branded stuff. Like I don't know. I don't know. Like assuming there is no benefit to the branded period cramp stuff. Like that's just a lack of. That's just like an information asymmetry, isn't? Standard example: when demand spikes after a concert, prices rise to attract more drivers. Airlines do this, hotels do this. The prices adjust based on observed market conditions, not based on individual profiles. It's not always easy to tell what is truly dynamic pricing. Is an early bird discount reflecting lower cost, lower demand for food services, or strategic targeting of older people who are more flexible in terms of time? In practice, it can be both, but we conceptually separate the ideas. Price discrimination. Actual price discrimination is charging different prices for goods that are identical from the seller's perspective based on consumers' willingness to pay. Senior discounts, student pricing, and coupons are all forms of price discrimination. The fear driving the Instacart coverage is the algorithms will profile you and charge you the maximum you'll pay, which is an extreme version of price discrimination. This is the one that everyone seems to worry about. I'll say more about that later. Again, it may not always be possible to tell these apart in practice, but we should be clear that these four phenomena have different causes, different welfare implications, and require different policy responses, if any. The narrative versus the evidence. This brings us back to Instacart, the company that says its pricing tests are short-term, randomized, never based on personal or behavioral characteristics, and never change in real time, including in response to supply and demand. That's a description of A/B testing. I'm not saying we should necessarily believe what they say, but the groundwork study, despite its framing, found no evidence to the contrary. The evidence, which is always subject to revision, points to category 1. The narrative assumes category 4. After reporting that the study found no evidence of personalized pricing, the article pivots, but there is little doubt that Instacart and other online sellers have the ability to do so. A volunteer speculates if they know how you shop, even on other items, they can use all that information to say, we're going to tailor the price to you, and we're going to get the maximum amount of money out of you that you're prepared to pay and drain your pocketbook. The article then notes that companies, including Delta Airlines, Amazon, and Home Depot, have been accused of experimenting with such personalized pricing, only to retreat after consumer backlash. And it cautions that frequent price changes could make it easier for companies to adopt personalized pricing strategies in the future. This is a story about something that might happen, not something that did happen. The study found randomized A/B testing. The narrative is about algorithmic pricing. True. Okay, real quick. Would banning price experiments help consumers? Grant for a moment that A/B testing itself could be a concern. The implicit assumption in the discourse is that banning price experiments would help consumers stop the randomization, get stable prices, and consumers win. But what stable price would Instacart use? Let me pose a question that I posted to Twitter. For what classes at downward sloping demand curves would consumers prefer the stable price to randomize prices around the same average? Answer: none. Sorry, did I read this wrong? For what classes of downward sloping demand curves would consumers prefer the stable price to randomize prices around the same average? Oh, yeah, none. The intuition is that when prices are high, you buy less and limit your losses. When prices are low, you buy more and capture gains. The gains from low price periods outweigh the losses from high price periods. The intuition is that price stability being good helps consumers implicitly sneaks in an assumption about risk aversion that isn't part of standard consumer surplus analysis. Maybe you want to make that argument, fine, but you should be aware that you're making an argument that contradicts basic consumer theory. So the Instacart study found A/B testing, and I gave a simple, silly counterexample where banning A/B testing wouldn't help consumers anyway. That's not the only thing at play, but we can't just assume our intuition about constant pricing will ultimately help consumers. Here's what I find strange about the whole episode. We know companies engage in price discrimination. Senior discounts, student pricing, coupons, and loyalty programs are all price discrimination out in the open every day. Spotify charges students $5.99. I pay that, and everyone else $11 for, $12 for the same service. Amazon Prime costs $6.99 per month if you're on Medicaid, $14.99 if you're not. Airlines have turned price discrimination into an art form. If Groundwork wanted to document price discrimination, they could walk into any grocery store and photograph the signs, or just open any app on their phone. And if they had found true personalized pricing, which they did not, the framing would still be overblown. Price discrimination sounds bad. The word discrimination does a lot of work there. It's almost as scary as algorithm. Alex McKay of the University of Virginia, what's up, Easy Money, quoted in the Times, made this point. Many pricing strategies have resulted in a higher cost for less price sensitive and therefore potentially higher income consumers, while lower income consumers paid less. Shocking. Sure, that's discrimination, but is it bad for consumers? Remember the basics of monopoly theory. A monopolist charging a single price faces a trade-off. Lower the price to sell more units, or keep the price high and sell fewer. The monopolist leaves some transactions on the table, consumers who would pay more than the cost of production, but less than monopolist's chosen price. This generates a standard deadweight loss for monopoly, and is why antitrust cares about market power in the first place. The ability to use price discrimination changes calculus. If the monopolist can charge different prices to different consumers, it can sell to those marginal buyers without lowering the price from everyone else. Output expands. The transactions that were left on the table now happen. In extreme cases, the perfect price discrimination, charging everyone exactly the willingness to pay, the monopolist produces the efficient quantity. I think everyone has fucked up definitions of discrimination, but I have to think of more toward my argument in this subject. Well, I mean, it's kind of what the author's saying here. What's up, Dolphin? I don't get the tariffs. To me, it doesn't. I don't get the tariffs. To me, it doesn't do much for the American and the middle class. As somebody who supported Trump on certain policies he has made, I don't like the tariffs he imposed. Wow, brave. People may worry that consumers don't get the benefits of that output expansion, but that's just a textbook case with a single seller. With competition, the results can be even better for consumers. In my theoretical research, I found that price discrimination with competing firms can maximize consumer surplus. Competition forces firms to fight over price-sensitive consumers while still serving the broader market. Whether price discrimination helps or hurt consumers is an empirical question with a long literature. The answer varies by context. The empirical work is mixed, but hardly supports blanket opposition. What you don't find is evidence that price discrimination is systemically bad for consumers. I'm going to save this. It's only 25 pages, so maybe we'll read that tomorrow. I miss when you streamed at normal times. This was basically a normal time stream. I started at, what, 9 p.m.? I love the late night streams. See now, let's see. I'm just responding to my incentives, easy money. 8:04 seems normal to me. Oh, I don't know where you live, Roger. Where I am, it's 2:04 a.m. I started at 9 p.m. my time, which is a relatively normal for the time for like a streamer to start a stream, considering people are night owls and streamers especially are like night owls. I would have started a little earlier today, but I wanted to edit. I edited one video before I started streaming, but I couldn't edit it earlier in the day because I couldn't be in my room because there were people doing electrical work in it. Started at like 7 more often. I would have if it weren't for the construction today. But yeah. Well, I'm in New Zealand, South Australia for a couple of weeks. Yeah. See, not a incredibly normal time right now to be streaming for East Coast people. Are you over in NYC? I'm on the East Coast. I'm not in New York City. I'm in North Carolina. The real question. There are legitimate questions about algorithmic pricing that are only going to become more important. How their algorithms affect competitive dynamics. When does price variation reflect learning versus extraction? How much transparency should consumers have about how prices are set? But the Instacart study doesn't touch on these questions and found that a company runs A/B tests, something that's been standard practice in retail for decades, just done now with digital tools. The innovation is speed and scale, not basic practice. Economics is not just an intuition pump. When someone says this feels unfair, we need to ask compared to what? Compared to everyone paying the lowest price? That's not happening. That's not a plausible counterfactual. Compared to everyone paying the same price, consumer surplus theory says randomized around the same average price actually benefits consumers. Price theory exists to cut out exactly this kind of confusion. Let's use the tools we have. For more price discrimination, check out the following newsletters. True. I should put this in Zotero, but I don't know where. I'll put it here for now, but I should separate this out into like the fucking books and the studies. Is there an AI voice that can read this? Probably, but I like reading it myself. I feel like I learn better than I do with like audiobooks and stuff. The best state is South Carolina? Just not true. Okay, just not true. Okay, listen, I joke about North Carolina being the best state. Is it really the best state? I don't really know. I can understand, okay, if you don't have the NC blood like I do, not feeling that way. But like, South Carolina is just absolutely worse. Okay. Like, in every way possible. Like, the one thing South Carolina has is Myrtle Beach. But like, we have the Outer Banks. And they're not as busy, in my opinion. They just like look nicer. Like Myrtle Beach it's not a, I mean, Myrtle Beach is a beach and it's got like fun stuff around it kind of, but like there's no, it's not a particularly beautiful or nice place. The Outer Banks are actually kind of nice. Weren't you both on the wrong side of the Civil War? Well, yeah, dude. I don't think this is true. I remember in my school we were taught, well, do the Wordle. Well, I don't want to show the Wordle on stream, so I guess I can do it and like, I guess tell you what I get if you want to know. But I was told the reason North Carolina was in the Confederacy. Also learn how to explain tariffs to a child. That I have had to learn already. And also the if you're going to stream with Readin, you need to brush up on arguments for keeping the Fed and why we shouldn't do the gold standard. The gold standard arguments, I feel like I know enough to talk to TikTok dumb fucks about it. The Fed is a little more challenging. When I crossed the international date line, it messed up my Wordle streak. That makes sense. Yeah, we're watching a Jubilee soft cuff it, okay. What's I saying? Myrtle Beach is not. It just doesn't look nice. It's just like a big, like, flat beach. Like the Outer Banks, they have some nice fucking form. Okay. They have nice islands, like behind them and stuff too. It's nice because like you can get, like you can, you know, like rent a house that's like on the. It's gotta be a name for it. On the side of the Outer Bank little strip of land that's not facing the open ocean. It's facing the, towards the rest of the state, and like it's not very busy, and like you can fish and like swim in there and have a fun time. And then you can just walk to the beach when you want to go to like the real beach, and a lot nicer than Myrtle Beach in my opinion. Thing with James, Tallarico, I think that's how you pronounce it. It says primary opponent James Crockett needs to drop out. Yeah, I don't know why kill is censored. Prices used to go back down after they rose under the gold standard. This is how it worked, but this was very costly in terms of employment. Universal suffrage, that's the rise of the labor movement, made it unviable. I think it was just that bad. Like, I think it's just better to have fiat currency where the government can easily respond to changes in the demand for money. Or the demand for, you know, the central bank can easily respond to the demand for banks to hold reserves. We're going to hope Jubilee won't copy strike me for this. I'm not going to turn on the filter. I'm not going to mirror the video. And it'll be fine, maybe.
My first claim is that cuts to healthcare and food assistance hurt all of us.
If it does go down, by the way, Twitch, Kick, I'll still be streaming. Turn on filter and mirror, please. I think it'll be fine. Other stream got taken down for... Okay, I guess I'll have to do it. Okay, mirror. And then... the stupid ugly filter. Where is the stupid ugly filter? Okay, I'm gonna turn it. It looks so bad. It looks so bad. It's just so ugly. It's just so ugly. Okay, I'm turning the opacity down a little bit. Okay.
Hi.
Hi, James.
Daniel.
Yes.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
My faith teaches me to love my neighbor as myself. In fact, all the major world religions teach something similar, that we should treat others as we want to be treated. The golden rule. I think all of these ancient...
Another argument for utilitarianism, by the way. Caesar's IRI got shut down. Oh, did he?
Wisdom traditions are hitting on the same truth, which is that we're interconnected. That what impacts any of us directly impacts all of us indirectly. We are a social species. We rise and fall together. And I think that's particularly true in healthcare and food assistance, because the Republicans in D.C. are trying to raise premiums on some Americans.
I really don't understand the guy. He's candidate. He's essentially Bernie Sanders if he became a Christian pastor in Texas. Dude, that appeals to a fuck ton of people. That's like, okay, you gotta understand the median voter likes the populist brain rot, bro. Okay? It's just that some of the a certain subset of the median voter is fucking a conservative Christian adjacent people. So this type of person appeals to them.
Premiums on all of us. Right now, they're cutting food assistance for hungry.
I don't know if that's true.
These premiums on some Americans, that will end up raising premiums on all of us. Right now, they're...
I don't see the mechanism for that. It's kind of Pete Buttigieg coded, though. Yeah, it seems like it.
Cutting food assistance for hungry kids and working parents, that's going to end up raising grocery prices for all of us.
That's almost certainly not true. Now, I still think SNAP and everything's a net benefit, but I don't think that part's true.
Americans, but in fact, they're attacking all Americans.
I think, like, conceivably might have other negative effects on you and stuff. Like, if it, I doubt SNAP alone cuts to that would lead to more crime, but like maybe there's some effect on crime. If it certainly makes children worse. We can't afford another non-fun hiatus. I was gone for like 8 days one time, bro, but it's true. I don't like it probably makes children worse off at least, and it reduces like their long-term earnings, but I guess you're not going to directly feel the effects of that for a while. But how would lowering demand increase prices? Yeah, that's why I don't know exactly what he's I don't know if he's going to describe the mechanism at all. Not when it doesn't matter if it's true the vibes are good. Well, unfortunately, I don't like James, but let's watch this. Yeah, from what I've not this is my first impression of him. So he always does rich people stop. Yeah. Oh boy.
I want to focus on the religious aspect because I agree. I have a very Christian background. But if you look at major religions, including Christianity, it is not a focus on a political system. It's a focus on individual responsibility. And when the political system takes away the individual responsibility and says, don't worry, the government's going to take care of you, you are absolutely going to catch people who need that. And it's a hand up and it helps them. But you're also going to take away from the individual responsibility, which is needed to get out of those situations. So when you talk about food stamps and healthcare and helping, how do you balance that? Because I haven't heard a good democratic argument of, great, let's help people, but how are you? There are nasty people. There are welfare queens. There are nasty people who take advantage of the system and take away from those who earned it, take away from those who need it. So how are you going to take that into account? How are you going to make sure we cover that risk as well?
The biggest welfare queens in this country are the giant corporations that don't pay a penny in federal taxes.
Oh my
the biggest
God.
welfare.
Okay. Oh, okay. I mean, you know. This is gonna appeal to the median voter. Okay, like maybe. Maybe it's on net positive. I just don't think that's true. I just don't think that's true. I do also think like he could have, there are probably better answers. Democrats do support fucking means testing, and I don't even think that's particularly like effective or good. But like there are a lot of moderate Democrats who want more means testing for welfare and are opposed to like universal benefits. Even some progressive Democrats want fucking a bunch of means tested bullshit. But I would have said it's the farmers. That's true. That is true though. Issue is a median voter probably respects the farmers. Unfortunately, they've been propagandized to support the farmers. It's horrible. But it's also it's probably just like not a very big concern. It doesn't seem like the evidence we have supports that like welfare payments, especially like in-kind benefits, substantially reduce like the labor supply or anything. Now I think the bigger concern is with welfare cliffs, and you solve that through less means testing. But I guess we're going to talk about how corporations are evil and Walmart gets all the SNAP benefits and also doesn't pay their workers enough. And
Queens
let's
are
go.
the CEOs who get a tax deduction for flying on a private jet. It's
True.
not hungry kids. It's not working parents who work multiple jobs to provide for their families. I agree with you that we need individual responsibility, and I don't want to create a culture of dependency. I want a hand up and not a handout. I believe that you don't give a man a fish, you teach a man to fish. But if you're going to take your friend out on a boat for the day to teach him how to fish, you want to make sure he had breakfast that morning. You want to make sure he's not sick, because that allows him to learn how to fish. Again, I was a public school teacher, so I saw how when kids showed up hungry, they couldn't learn that day. Even my brightest students, even my hardest working students, couldn't succeed.
Is this the Tim Miller one? No, this is the Texas. Is he running for a Senate? He's running for a Senate, right? He's trying to win the primary for Senate. James Tallarico one.
Themselves up by their bootstraps when they didn't have boots. That's what I'm trying to fix in this country. We don't want dependency. We want
that's a better
hard
argument.
work, and I think that should apply to those billionaires, not just working people.
I'm going to push back.
Yeah.
Had to ruin it.
I agree with a lot of what you said.
Yeah.
Damn it.
But the issue is, how do you prevent people from taking advantage of the system? And I'm not going to say that, like, we would agree that in any kind of welfare system or any kind of aid, you have a population of people who need it, who use it to better themselves and better those around you. You also have a population of those who abuse it, and because it's there, it's harmful to them because they're uninspired to live up to their potential, and it's harmful to everyone else because they're a leech on society. And I think generally we would disagree on the percentage of how much is this group and how much is that group. That's okay, but how do we prevent this group from taking advantage, not only of those of us who are hardworking and make a good amount of money, but those that really need the aid who get bad reputation because of these shitheads over here?
So this has actually been studied, and the fraud rates for SNAP, the food assistance program, and for Medicaid are shockingly low. And what happens here is the corporate media, they try to pick out
Oh my God. Why do we have to do it every time? It's like the first part's true. That's true. The error rate for SNAP is like very low, and like a lot of the fraud that does exist is the type of fraud that people are imagining. Like a lot of the Social Security fraud, for example, it's not like illegal immigrants stealing Social Security numbers and collecting payments and sending them to Somalia. Like a lot of it is like someone who was previously retired now got like a part-time job and like just doesn't report like their change in income, right? It might cost more to try to actually find the fraud than it would save from reducing it. But like, why are we? It's all because the corporate media focuses on these examples. Crockett is horrible because she's actively hurting Dems by running. Tellerico is way more likely to win a general election, but she's more likely to win a primary. Yeah, I haven't paid much attention to it, but that makes sense. I just wish we'll never get the ideal. We'll never get truly good policy. It'll never happen. The median voter will stop at nothing to prevent it.
Rare case, and they blow it up, they sensationalize it because
a lot of product people thinking a family can afford food without government handouts. True.
Discredit these programs because they don't want tax dollars going to help feed hungry kids. They want tax dollars going to billionaires that own the media so they can get even more wealth. I want to go back to something you said because we're both people of faith, both Christians, it sounds like. I completely agree with you that everyone has a personal moral responsibility to do right, to do good, to better themselves. But I'll also just say we also have a responsibility to our neighbors, to our community. And in fact, so much of our tradition comes out of the Jewish tradition, which is all about a covenant, a community of people, not singular individuals, but us as a community.
Never realized true liberals in our
Jesus didn't tell us to love our immediate family members. Jesus didn't tell us to love our close friends. Those probably would have been easier commandments to follow. He told us to love our neighbors. And then he specifically went further and defined neighbor as someone who's very different from us. And that is an inherently a public thing. Loving your neighbors is something you do out in public. It's why my faith motivates me to do public service, first as a public school teacher, now as a public official. And so I just want to hold both of those two things together because there's absolutely a role for individual responsibility and individual choices, but there's also responsibility to others and to the community. Both those things can be true at the same time.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please
you did a great job. Yeah, it's nice to meet you. Hey, Stefan. So nice to meet you.
On its face, what you're saying, cuts to healthcare, cuts to food assistance for solvers, sounds good. But if you look at it at the inverse, increases to healthcare and increases to food assistance doesn't help all of us. And the reason why is we have a bloated healthcare system where a lot of the money that goes into it gets accrued to the intermediaries, the companies delivering these services, the consultant class. A lot of fraud happens. I mean, we have a current member of the Senate, not in Texas, but in the US, who defrauded millions of people out of Medicare benefits and the like. So one of the things that I worry about is when we're talking about restoring the
consulting class,
money that's been
he's
cut,
abundance pilled. He hates the consulting class.
Is how is it going to be used effectively?
How does the rule believe in abortion? Even most of the Christians I know don't support that.
I mean, that money being used
I don't know.
inappropriately.
I don't think it's like that crazy. It might not be the majority position, but it's like people, plenty of Christians do not like literally interpret the Bible in many instances. It's not particularly crazy to me that people, will support abortion who are Christian because they don't, believe in the value of preborn souls or some shit. Like plenty of other instances of people just not taking things too literally. The long history of abortion in the Christian history and even in the Bible, I think there's like one part of the Bible that talks about a ritual that like induces an abortion, but it's meant to be like isn't it meant to be a punishment or some shit? Damn, I definitely looked into this race as a possible canvassing target, but it's probably going to turn into a neocon versus MAGA race. Yeah, I can't wait.
And you talk about the wealthy.
Don't you live in? Well, I guess you do. Whatever DTG politics stuff. I was going to say, don't you live in like Michigan or whatever? I don't think you're not in Texas, right?
Versus bottom. This is a system that actually makes more people poor and the fewer that are really rich, richer because it gives more opportunities for money to be sucked out of the system and accrued into fewer hands. So you're not necessarily serving more people.
I don't think it makes more poor. Like it definitely it increases the income for people at the bottom 20% who get the benefits, even if it also, through government contracts or consulting or fraud or whatever, like it increases corporate profits or, whatever else as well.
So that's why I hesitate to agree that necessarily cutting healthcare, cutting food assistance is necessarily hurting all of us. Maybe it's probably hurting the rich more than it is hurting most of us.
Well, you were preaching to the choir. I think we've got to transform this healthcare system from the bottom up. Most of the countries around the world have figured out how to provide quality healthcare at lower costs for more people. We're the only rich country that hasn't figured this out because we have giant health insurance companies leeching the life out of our healthcare system. And so I absolutely agree with you. If we're cutting some of those
Okay, we didn't get like life expectancy memes or price is much per capita memes. Okay. We just got the one where the only developed country which hasn't figured it out. Which is like basically mostly true, but also people like Germany does not have like single payer healthcare. Okay, the Netherlands, a lot of these European countries, other developed countries don't have fucking single payer healthcare. They don't have anything like what Bernie was proposing. They just have a public option and or some type of strict managed competition model. And a lot of it doesn't cover like dental and whatever shit Bernie wanted to cover. Like
those profit margins for these giant healthcare companies, I'm all for it. But that's not what's being proposed in Washington right now. That big ugly bill is going to kick millions of Texans off their healthcare. Right now, this government shutdown is all about the Republicans trying to raise premiums on working people. Those folks who can no longer afford to pay those higher premiums, they're going to drop their health insurance.
Those
folks are no longer going to get
yeah.
their screenings. They're no longer going to get their checkups. They're going to wait. Things are going to get worse. They're going to get sicker. And then where will they go? To the emergency room. And who pays for that? Me and you. It's going to raise our property taxes here in Texas. For indigent care at the county level, we all pay for that. And it is so much more expensive on the back end.
Wait, what was that?
It's going to get worse. They're going to get sick.
His point, he has some point there, although I don't know if that's true at the current margin. It is true that, like, people make the same argument about, like, the fucking illegal immigrants on healthcare, too. It's, like, obviously, because we subsidize care on the back, like, emergency care on the back end for people who can't pay, it probably makes sense to give preventative care to people. But I'm not sure that at the current margin, cutting benefits would actually, like, be a net loss. Although I still think it'd be bad. Like, net loss in a sense of fiscally, budget-wise, not in utility. In utility, I think it would be net loss, probably.
Sicker. And then where will they go? To the emergency room. And who pays for that? Me and you. It's going to raise our property taxes here in Texas. For indigent care at the county level, we all pay for
property
that. And
tax
it is so much more
though.
expensive on the back end than it is on the front end. We end up saving money if we invest in preventative care on the front end. And so that's my point with this claim, is that we're all interconnected. What hurts some of us ends up hurting all of us. And when we're all better off, we're all better off. Same with the food assistance cuts. Cutting SNAP benefits for hungry kids and working parents, it disrupts the entire supply chain in our economy, from ranchers and farmers here in Texas to distributors and truck drivers to grocery stores like H-E-B. And when supply goes down, prices go up. So because the Republicans in D.C. are cutting...
Yeah, but it's not the supply curve shifting. It's a movement along the supply curve because demand is shifting left, right? You wouldn't, like... Maybe there's some special stuff that goes on with food insofar as, like, producers can't immediately respond to the fluctuations in demand because, you know, they're basing everything, like, you know, it takes a while to raise chickens and cows and all that stuff. They have to go through cycles. But I think he's confusing a movement along the supply curve for a shift in the supply curve.
Food assistance for poor folks, it's now going to make grocery store prices even more expensive for everybody. So if we make the decision to invest in our neighbors, to love our neighbors through good public policy, even when we're open to reform and fixing these broken systems, it's actually going to make us all healthier. It's going to make us all safer. It's going to make us all richer.
I mean, that sounds really good. The only thing that I'm sort of hearing coming from your answer is it's an acceptable cost or benefit to give more money to the intermediaries if it's giving more people healthcare, and that's where I continue to sort of hesitate.
Let me give you a solution that could address this. I'm for a public option. I'm for allowing anyone in the state of Texas, anyone in America, to sign up for Medicare, to be able to access high quality, low cost healthcare.
At least
I think when we do that,
single
you're
payer.
going to see folks who are in terrible healthcare plans flee and join this public option. It creates competition in the market. It creates choice. It creates opportunities for people to decide what's best for themselves and their families. So I am not satisfied with this healthcare system. Please do not misunderstand me. We need transformational change when it comes to healthcare in this country, because I believe healthcare is a human right. And it shouldn't depend on how much money you make, how much money your parents make. We all are entitled to high quality, low cost, affordable healthcare.
Why instead of reform, not just completely dismantle and start from scratch? Because to me, cutting or reforming has not worked in the last 20, 30, 40 years. There's been incremental changes around the corners, and none of that has worked. To me, the solution is a complete reworking of the entire system. So any sort of reform to me does not do the job, does not go far enough.
I'm completely for holistic reform and reworking of the system. As a legislator over 4 terms in the state capitol, I've realized how difficult it is to make change. I've got big dreams for this state and for this country, but I'm also very realistic on what I can promise as a candidate for office. And I don't want to sit here and tell you that I can transform the system overnight. I can't. What I can do is adopt some actual reforms that'll help provide more healthcare to more people. And you've said that we haven't seen the system get better. I want to push back on that, because when the Affordable Care Act was passed, we suddenly saw health insurance companies no longer able to deny Americans coverage for pre-existing conditions. We saw that young people could stay on their parents' plan until they're 26.
Are we serious? Why would anyone want to be in a private market? Yeah, it is a little... the private market actually, or public option just creates more competition, okay? Because now we have the private market competing with the government, supposedly subsidized plan, the government plan that's going to negotiate. It's going to have much more negotiating power. Drug companies, for example, like... It is a little silly to say some of that sometimes, like, you know.
We have seen progress. It's too slow. It's unacceptably slow. The only way that's going to change is if you and the people around the circle take more ownership of this democratic process, not just voting, but running for office yourselves, supporting candidates, organizing, protest. That's how we can speed up the pace of change, which I desperately hope we can do because people are counting on it.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Great job.
Yeah.
Hi, Brandon. So nice to meet you. Yeah.
Pleasure.
I don't want
so,
my insurance.
I agree with your sentiment.
Valid.
However, what I've seen over the last 2 weeks or so, I live in East Texas. So when the SNAP benefits were being cut, I made a post on a Facebook group out in our area, and it received more love and support than I've seen through communities. So I think that I agree that the benefits being cut is a very, very bad thing. That we should definitely be doing everything we can to help the people who are in need. But it's also shown me that the indomitable spirit of the American will come together and rescue the people that really need the help. You know, at that time. So
private charity would just really be able to fulfill all the SNAP goals.
8,000 people who have signed up to volunteer for the campaign, which is great. As a politician, you always want to have people volunteering. But when these food assistance programs were cut, we decided to channel all of that volunteer energy away from our campaign and into food banks all over the state of Texas. We had a bunch of Team Talrico volunteers at the San Antonio and Houston Food Bank helping to make sure that we were taking care of our neighbors. I'm trying to go a little further with this claim and say not only is it the right thing to do, it's also the smart thing to do. Because when we cut these programs that provide a lifeline to our neighbors who are...
I don't think at least I haven't seen any country, even historically, where charity was over 2% of GDP consistently. It seems like that is roughly what people are willing to give. Whereas social spending obviously can be much higher than that. I don't think it's the case that charity would be able to sustain anywhere close to even what he was mentioning with the after SNAP benefits were cut, I made a post that we organized and so much love, whatever. I don't think that would be sustained. And that's just SNAP. I would imagine if healthcare benefits were also cut, what the fuck are we even going to do about that one? You'd have to start pulling actual money together from your community so we could afford to buy an insurance plan, giving cash transfers to people. This guy could have been created in a lab to win Texas, to be fair. This is apparently I've been told by chat or by Darko, who I trust, or it might have been someone else she might not win the primary, but sorry, he might not win the primary. But he does seem like a guy who could definitely win. So
we're struggling. It ends up allowing them to be more productive. It allows them to give their gift. I believe every person is made in the image of God. Every person has something unique to give this world. And when we make sure that everyone has enough to eat, we make sure everybody is healthy, people are able to give that gift. And that ends up benefiting all of us. I really do believe that the next great business idea is trapped in the mind of a kid in poverty on the west side of San Antonio.
I think the scary part for me is that...
What he's pointing to there, that there actually is kind of some evidence of that. So there's evidence that SNAP benefits given to children early on, under the age of 5, does actually increase their long-term earnings, does actually increase their intelligence and stuff long term. There's evidence of that, and there also is some evidence that SNAP specifically, I think, actually does increase entrepreneurship as well. Will actually have some a positive effect in business formation because it exists as a form of social insurance, basically. So there is evidence of oh shit, lava. He's phrasing it in a very populist, very loose way, but he is basically right there. And I think those are good things to mention. Last Senate race, the incumbent broke the record for most votes for Republican Senator ever, which is obviously for Texas, this is a small state. Or isn't a small state, but still, yeah, okay, interesting. So long race ahead. Yeah, maybe he's got it. Maybe I have faith, kind of, maybe.
What we're witnessing right now is that these programs that are designed to help people and designed to help further our communities can be used as weapons, as threats that if this bill doesn't get passed, we're going to cut, we're going to cut healthcare, we're going to cut,
well, technically, the healthcare stuff was not illegal, but technically probably was not legal for Trump to freeze SNAP benefits in the way that he did. The healthcare stuff, that's all just fights in Congress, so that's going to be legal, but.
For food for children. My problem is that there's so much partisanship in politics now, where it feels like the politicians that we have in office right now don't necessarily care what the issue is. They just care about the outcome, which is my party wins, the other team loses. So what would be your plan to work with the other side?
I've had to work across the aisle to get stuff done, and I have. So I want to tell you a story. When I was running for this seat in the state house, I was 28 years old, healthy guy, and I decided to walk the entire length of my district from Round Rock, Texas to Taylor, Texas, 25 miles. It was a long walk. It was all in the Texas heat. Halfway through the walk, I started to feel fatigued and nauseous. I actually threw up a couple times in the last half of the walk. Somehow I finished it. My family got concerned. They took me to the ER. The nurses tested my blood sugar. I don't think I'd ever had my blood sugar tested before. They told me that a normal blood sugar is 100 or lower. Mine was 900. I was in a state of diabetic ketoacidosis. They told me that I had type 1 diabetes. I didn't even know what type 1 diabetes was, to be honest with you. I went to Walgreens to pick up my first 30-day supply of insulin.
Really challenging courts to battle against people trying to get SNAP paid for forms. It was a good look. That's true as well. But yeah,
this new medicine that I now needed to live, and it cost me $684.
Yeah, it's crazy
for a 30-day supply. And I
James, if you want to buy that same bottle of insulin for your dog, it's $25.
Well, and so here in Texas, after I got elected, I worked with people with diabetes all over the state. I found out that people were rationing, skipping their doses. Some of them were dying because they couldn't afford it.
Right.
And I was able to work across the aisle with my Republican colleagues to pass the first ever cap on insulin copays in Texas history.
Sure.
So from $684, even with insurance, we capped it at $25. Yeah. So now, through public policy, we're going to make sure that people with diabetes can live a long and healthy life. This system is...
This insulin stuff is such a meme. I mean... It's my understanding insulin is like generally actually more expensive in America than comparable countries and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I just don't think the evidence on pharmaceutical price caps is good. So
is broken. This healthcare system is broken. Progress is way too slow. But when we come together, when we actually believe progress is possible, we can make people's lives better. And that's the whole purpose of politics.
Sure.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Great job, Readin. Thank you. Hi, Maria.
Hi. Yes,
so nice to meet you.
Okay, so I want to go back to kind of what you guys were saying.
Yeah.
You were saying that through your faith, charity and giving is part of what makes us all run. And I think that the issue here is that the charity and the love is important, but it's not something that is in government. I think it's something that's moral and civic education, and that's very much needed in order for us to live in a just and free society. But government isn't where you put the charity. Because the thing is, I was a former social worker before I became a stay-at-home mom. And I worked with a lot of people, adults and kids. And one of the things that I've seen is like when people are on food assistance for too long, and I think something like 30% of SNAP beneficiaries stay on it long term, it kind of perpetuates and keeps them in poverty.
Yeah, that's definitely the most reasonable explanation. Not that a number of, the 30% of whatever people on SNAP are like disabled or have some other type of, or elderly, right? Like people who shouldn't be working. I think that like basically accurate though, that number. SNAP benefits usually last 1 to 3 months depending on factor. Okay, thanks Stan Fact Check. That's very useful. Okay.
Rather than helping them out of it. And if we're missing a big middle class, we're talking about like the poor kids that obviously should have food, but there's a big class outside of that is struggling and doesn't have the food assistance. So I don't think it's a government
I hear you.
thing.
So I was just talking about a scripture that guides me, and that's Matthew 25, about how we're judged and how we're saved. I forgot to add that judgment is not just on individuals, it's also on the nations. So it is both us as people, it's also us as communities. And whether or not our communities, our nations, our governments are caring for the poor and the hungry and the widow and the orphan. So if you look through the entire Bible, particularly the Hebrew scriptures, there's so much criticism of kingdoms and empires and governments for not doing right by their people. So many of the Hebrew prophets called out the powerful, the people who are in charge. The difference is today we live in a democracy. We don't live in an empire. And so we are making these decisions together. And when we decide as a country, through the consent of the governed, that we want to pitch in to make sure that the most vulnerable people have what they need to succeed and fulfill their potential, I think it's a beautiful thing. I think it's a very Christian thing to do. There's so many politicians who talk about making this a Christian nation until it comes to feeding the hungry, until it comes to caring for the sick, until it comes to serving the poor.
Though.
You talked about people being long-term on food assistance. I would say the reason for that is because we haven't raised the minimum wage in this country in 15 years.
Why do you have to ruin that?
Here in Texas, it's still a little over $7 an hour. We allow these giant multinational corporations making record profits to pay people poverty wages. That is what's keeping people in a cycle of dependency. That's what's keeping people in poverty, not because we want to provide some basic healthcare and basic food assistance.
I think it's both. I mean, on paper it's $7, but if you go to McDonald's, you're making $12, which is not good.
Right.
Actually, kind of true. Let's go. My goat. She's my goat. Actually, yes, this is true. The federal minimum wage. We effectively do not have a federal minimum wage. Okay, it's non-binding. Very less than 1% of the workforce. It might be slightly over 1% of the workforce. Actually gets paid $7.25 an hour. Yeah, Fred has a chart, but I'm fixing the grammar errors in my notes real quick.
Sure.
It's still not great, but it's more than $7. But I think when you're trying to put government charity into policy, you're taking away communities. You're taking away the power in communities rather than. And a lot of people.
I mean, I don't like. Well, maybe you'd have to measure. Maybe more as we've expanded the welfare state. Maybe more aid has been going to foreign people instead of people domestically. But I don't think you've seen a decrease in just the aggregate amount of charity in the U.S. charity spending as a percentage of GDP since we've had the welfare state. I don't believe that's true, but maybe maybe like the type of charity we've been doing has shifted from like community focused stuff to bigger picture stuff. It's always killed me. What? There's something I was gonna look up before that though about not the Fred percentage of workers federal minimum wage. Do I have to make it myself? This is 25 years or older. What? I can find this for 25 years or older. I thought they had a one for everyone. Oh, it's 16 years older. Here we go. Yeah, literally 1% in 2024. I could manually, I think, create it, but that's good enough for me.
They don't have the education and the statistics. They kind of just go, like you said, they vote based on what the billionaires kind of like drift down. But what's needed there is the education piece and keeping policies or putting more money into systems that are keeping people longer into poverty or keeping them there isn't going to be helpful.
We want to lift people out of poverty.
Right.
We want to end poverty. We want to make sure that everyone can contribute what they have to give to this economy, to this country. That's the goal. And I think the way we do that is by unrigging the system, because working hard no longer pays. It really doesn't. You can work multiple jobs and still not get into the middle class. That's what we have to fix. And you're right. It's not just government. It's also churches and nonprofits and community groups. It's all the above. All of us have to be working to make sure that every single Texan, every single American can fulfill their God-given potential.
All right.
True. It's like 2% right now, according to this charity percent of GDP. I don't know. I need a historical graph. This is giving per capita. It's gone up, basically, as the welfare state has expanded. Is this inflation adjusted? It's gotta be, right? Yeah, $2016. Okay, yeah. It's like been kind of flat since like 2000. Because it's been spikier, but still seems like over the long run. What the hell? A general increase. Unrelated, but why does Nicholas Decker defend bestiality? Well, my understanding is he... well, number one, my understanding is I don't think Nicholas Decker actually cares much about animals at all, right? Like he's not vegan. I think he has, said before he almost straight up just does not value animals, and he doesn't think it promotes any substantially harmful norms in society, right? I'm sure he's laid out his exact position before, but that's my understanding of it. Is that he thinks he's some form of utilitarian, he thinks actions are wrong because they cause harm, and he just doesn't think that bestiality really causes much harm.
Sorry.
Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job, everybody.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact check.
Wow.
and.com's better way to get the news. Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News.
How is that not a harmful norm? Because what would be the biggest harm I would see from it is the harm to animals, but he just doesn't care about animals, right? So.
For partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next claim is that immigrants make America stronger and richer.
True.
Hi, Jade.
Yes,
Hi, it's nice to meet you. Let me just lay out what I mean by this, because I know it sounds a little controversial. I'm a 8th generation Texan. My family's been here since it was Mexico. My mom actually grew up in Laredo,
minimum wage,
right on the Texas.
tying minimum wage to cost of housing and food in the area. I don't know, it seems basically silly. I think it's better to have a local minimum wage than it is to have a federal one. But if you want to tie it to anything, you should probably just tie it to to median income. But I think there are probably better ways to help people than a minimum wage. It probably is better to give cash transfers than a minimum wage, really. And obviously, I don't think the cost in like the cost in food and housing is going to be sort of the most effective way to try to keep minimum wage within a range that doesn't cause too much unemployment for it to not be worth it, or too much reduction in working hours, or too many barriers to entry for new business formation to be effective.
This Mexico border. I feel like we Texans understand immigration more than people outside of Texas because we live with it every day, the benefits and the challenges. The more I travel the state, the more I've realized that most Texans are in the same spot on this issue. The metaphor I've used is that our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front and a lock on the door. We can both welcome the stranger, welcome immigrants who want to contribute to this economy, who want to live the American dream, who want to make us stronger and richer, and we can keep people out who mean to do us harm. I will say what I think not enough Democrats have been willing to say. Joe Biden failed us on our southern border. I remember talking to my colleagues in the Texas legislature who represent border communities. They told me about the utter chaos on the border. And that failure by Joe Biden paved the way for Donald Trump to come in with masked men in unmarked vehicles, secret police.
At least he's throwing Biden under the bus, okay? At least we're willing to do that. Woohoo.
Their children, kidnapping people off the street. I think both parties have failed us on this issue. I think we all should come together and finally pass.
Okay, well, I think politically it is good to throw Biden under the bus like that, okay? It's good, but also, I think both parties have failed us on this issue because, you know, Biden didn't do enough to combat the asylum crisis, and also, you know, Trump is illegally detaining and deporting people as we speak. Do you think throwing Biden under the bus is good? And politically, yeah. Yeah, politically, yeah. And like, because I want Democrats to win, that's like not good. I don't like, and I've talked, obviously I've laid out my position on this before, Easy Money. I don't think that like Biden performed as poorly on the border as many people think, and that like, I think, you know, he was essentially following the asylum laws we had, and even the one thing he did closer to the end of his term after the bipartisan border bill failed, where he like, you know, froze asylum processing or whatever. Like even that was probably not legal to the best of my understanding, and he still did it. Ooh, I don't want this junk though.
Pass comprehensive immigration reform, more immigration judges, more border patrol, modernize our ports of entry where most of the fentanyl gets in, reform our asylum system, relieve the visa backlog. We should finally fix this problem instead of grandstanding on it.
I completely agree with you on that. But what I disagree with is the claim that immigrants as a whole are making America stronger. I think there is a lot of nuance that is not added to that claim. I think that there are a lot of immigrants, and immigrants are needed in this country. A lot of these immigrants are the ones that are driving America forward.
You do that, like, obviously, it'd be very hard to get, you know, the optimal bill through Congress because you have to deal with both the progressives and the MAGA people and the Republicans. Like,
I also think that there are a lot of immigrants who America's supposed to be a melting pot. America's supposed to have people from everywhere come together, and there's this concept of assimilation where
I can explain how Biden's EO is completely legal. I mean, you can, if you have something for me to read or an explanation that makes it simple, you can tell me. But from my understanding is that there just is no legal basis for the president to not process asylum claims without permission from Congress to do so, because the asylum laws we have on the book state that if you present yourself at the U.S. border, you have a right to file an asylum claim, even if you cross illegally. Or even if you don't come to a port of entry. I think if you cross illegally, you might not. But like, if you show up at the border and are encountered, like Border Patrol encounters you, you have some right to claim asylum. And I don't see the basis for the president saying, no, don't do that, when it's in our, when the law kind of says you have to.
Be partial assimilation. You don't. No one should be forced to completely assimilate and change who they are and change their beliefs to fit in. But at the same time, whenever we have people coming to this country and then going out in the streets yelling that they hate the country, it's counterintuitive, and it really does hurt America as a whole.
Do you know any undocumented immigrants?
No, I do not.
When I was a teacher on the west side of San Antonio,
in asylum, we don't need this fraudulent cheat code in our there was no, like, Easy Money. You recognize Biden could not have straight up ended asylum. There's just no way that bill would have ever gotten through Congress, right? Like that. There's just no fucking way he could get enough Democrats on board to pass that through Congress.
students who were undocumented. And I don't want to stereotype, but those students tended to be the most patriotic, the hardest working students that I had in the classroom. They understood something about this country that even I, as a native-born American, often take for granted. They believed that this was a land of opportunity, and they were ready to do whatever it took to make it in this country.
Oh, yeah, treaties also do affect a lot. Like, I mean, effectively, I think we ignore that stuff, Tron. But yeah, like treaties that have been ratified by the Senate or whatever, like are supposed to have the weight of federal law. And we have signed the 1967 Convention on the Rights of the Refugees or whatever, which also mandates something similar to the asylum process we have now. But, you know, effectively, the U.S. does not appear to be so good at listening to things like that. But, you know, it's still there.
And that's what generations of Italian and Irish immigrants did in this country. And I think if we welcome folks who want to contribute, who want to be
American. I say, if you have anything to read, you can link it. And then if there's, I mean, if you just have a very simple explanation that you can type out, it's just hard for me to, I don't understand where the authority is coming from to not process asylum claims when it seems our asylum laws require asylum claims to be processed. There doesn't seem to be, like, there's, as far as I know, there's nothing in the asylum laws, like what Biden wanted in the asylum laws near the end of his term was, you know, something that said, if border crossings get to this amount, then you can stop processing asylum claims. I mean, the question is the first part of it. Okay, I don't...
Americans, it's going to make us stronger and richer because it already has.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority.
Great job. Yeah, so nice to meet you.
Filled out already? Goddamn. Listen, okay, every fucking dude complaining about immigration and assimilation, okay. Clearly, blue hair, nose ring, white girl on college campuses, okay, probably just as opposed to American values as these immigrants are or whatever. So, you know, maybe we should do something about that too, but I'm just not, I just don't think it's going to be so substantially big as to outweigh, like the assimilation thing is going to be so substantially big as to outweigh any of the other benefits immigrants have.
Hi.
If there's an emergency, the president can do something to make a momentary change until it is fixed and or Congress can pass a bill. Where is that? With respect to the border? Like, so there are, my understanding, so there are certain laws that have, like, written in an emergency, the president can do this. And certain laws that say, in an emergency, the president can do this, but Congress can also undo it, and, like, Congress has to vote on it within 60 days, and if they don't vote on it within 60 days, the president can no longer do it. That's, like, my understanding. Like part of, like, we don't have tariffs in Canada. Well, we have some tariffs in Canada. We don't have, like, the IEPA tariffs in Canada because the Senate basically overruled the president and said, actually, this is not an emergency, right? So the Congress can do that in some things, but my understanding is that has to be written into the law that says, in the case of an emergency, the president can do this. No such thing, to my knowledge, exists for the asylum claim. I believe if the treaty is slightly above the law, so if law conflicts with the treaty, we sign that a law would be rendered moot. I think that's, I don't know if that's true. I know for state law that's true. I know if it's subject to the supremacy clause, as in, like, if the federal government signs a treaty, like, state governments have to adhere to that treaty too. But I don't know if that is true one way or the other, Tron. It could be.
So I would argue that as someone who has, my dad's side, they come from immigrants and, you know, things like that. Yeah. I'm originally from Florida, so yeah. I'm African and black, however you want to put it. Yeah. But I would say I'm in favor of stricter borders, mainly because when we have so many immigrants now that are just coming, like, as a flock, and, you know, from everywhere, from India, from Japan, however you want to put it. I think what's happening now is that, like, just how
the Japanese immigrants, bro. There's just too many Japanese immigrants in America right now. Really? Really?
The guy who won for New York, what's his name?
Mamdani.
I think that the people, when there's too many immigrants coming, they think that they know America better than the originators or people that are born here generationally, and it causes a conflict on government. Like, you know, Ramazani, I don't know how to say his name, the Indian guy, who was born here, right? Mm-hmm. And now he's a part of the government, and I think that kind of plays a part in religion, government, what.
because the border was able to handle 2012 to 2019 levels of border commerce. After COVID, it ramped up. After a couple of years, it was overwhelming resources that we had set up there. Sure, I just don't understand. That doesn't answer my actual question. Like, I don't understand. To my knowledge, there's nowhere written in the law that says, in the event of an emergency on the border, the president can do this. In fact, that's why we needed like the Langford bill in order to do that. And I don't know where else the president would get the authority to declare an emergency on the border, then freeze asylum on that basis, unless it was written into the asylum laws. Or like I could imagine, obviously, I'll say like I could imagine a hypothetical where like, you know, there's like such a severe threat, like actually overwhelming threat. Not everything is written into law. So if something is not in the Constitution, it's not listed as a power the president has in the Constitution, the place where he gets the power to do things is through Congress delegating that power to him. Nowhere, to my knowledge, in the Constitution doesn't say the president has, you know, authority over the border like that. That's mostly subject to Congress. Now, as I was about to say, like I could imagine cases where like the threat is so severe, or like there's some major foreign relations component of it that like the president would have the authority to do that based on his constitutional powers with regards to foreign relations and national security. But I don't think we reached anywhere close to that threshold under Biden, you know, to trigger like some core constitutional power the president has. But my understanding is that if Congress says this is the law regarding immigration, the president cannot just violate that law. Like if Congress says the president, like, you know, we have to process asylum claims, it's not up to the president to decide whether or not to process asylum claims. That is the law. The president has to follow. It has to enforce the law in that regard, unless there's some like actually overwhelming consideration that would trigger some core constitutional component of his powers. So you're saying it's an arbitrary standard that isn't written in law? No. What do you mean? I don't know what you think I'm suggesting is an arbitrary standard. Never mind, I'm doing some reading. Congress can pass new laws that override treaties. I mean, that makes sense as well, obviously. Thanks for making my point. I don't know what you mean. Again, my position is simply, if Congress passes it, so the president has powers that are outlined in the Constitution. So there are some things like unambiguously the president can do, right? Now Congress can also delegate the president certain powers, right? Like Congress has delegated the president to do certain things with respect to imposing tariffs, right? That's usually a power Congress would have, but they have said the president can, after doing these things with regards to like Section 232 tariffs, after doing a review of the situation, the president can impose tariffs. You know, and there are certain requirements that Congress can set out for the president doing things, which is why it would be possible for Congress to say the president can shut down the border in the event of an emergency, and an emergency is defined as this, right? Like Congress could do that, but Congress has not done that. Congress has simply said this is the laws regarding asylum, and it is up to the president to enforce that law. And unless he has authority elsewhere that lets him not enforce that law, or unless there's some overwhelming threat that triggers a core constitutional power he has, the president cannot violate that law. The sole criterion for immigration, some women and children aside from active war, is does it benefit us? Well, I think technically you should weigh the benefits to the immigrant as well from my evil, like actually evil utilitarian perspective, okay? But I mean, yeah, like formally you should do what has the higher expected value. And I do think you should. I don't think politically this would ever work, but I do think like morally you should consider the benefits to the immigrant as well, which are often very high and, you know, makes sense.
We believe in, because a lot of them may not be Christian, maybe Buddhist, and they may just have a different ideology and may not like what you see for us. They may not see for us, and they may try to change it. Same way how Indians come over and get H1B visas or whatever, and they bond together, make money together, and don't want any other race, culture working with them as a whole. So that's why I believe overall stricter borders should be put in place and a stricter citizenship process.
Indians who just really don't want to work with white people.
because it's not the same as what it used to be. It used to be a lot easier, but now it's getting a lot harder, which is a good thing because, you know.
I agree that we need more secure borders. We're not disagreeing on that. What I am saying is that America as a melting pot is what makes us so special as a country, but it's also what makes us richer and stronger as a country.
Right.
Have you ever heard the claim that Social Security is going to go bankrupt?
Maybe once or twice.
Yeah. Do you know why Social Security isn't bankrupt today?
Because of immigrants.
Because of immigrants.
All
Undocumented
right.
people.
Pause.
What's the stand fact check on that one?
Just go after that top 1%.
Oh fuck! I skipped like way super far ahead because I tried to click on the mirror thing.
Help benefit all of us.
Be deemed fair. What's going to be
should be put in place and a lot.
Thing is that America.
Wait, where the fuck was this dude?
However you want to put it.
Yeah.
But
as a country.
Right.
Have you ever heard the claim that Social Security is going to go bankrupt?
Maybe once or twice.
Yeah. Do you know why Social Security isn't bankrupt today?
Immigrant in the country legally and illegally contribute billion. Oh my god, stand fact check, kill me. Tells you Social Security trust fund helping offset to yeah, okay. So we're not actually. Thank you, Sand Fact Check, for not fact checking the claim.
Because of immigrants.
Because of immigrants.
All
Undocumented
right.
people.
Pause. So sorry. You've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
So nice to see you. Yeah, great job. Hey, Malik. So we just got cut off.
Yes.
Have you heard the claim that Social Security is going to go bankrupt?
Yes.
And do you know why Social Security is not bankrupt today?
No.
So it's immigrants that are keeping Social Security solvent. Undocumented people pay in.
Oh, got another fact check. Immigrants can legally get a Social Security number if they were. Why are we doing this, Sand Fact Check? We're not.
Social Security through their I-10 numbers,
That's
and they don't
not
take
material
any
to the
benefits in
claim.
return.
Right.
So they single-handedly, as a community in the shadows, are keeping this system of ours solvent. 5% of the entire armed forces are immigrants. These are people who can't even vote, but they are willing to lay down their lives for this country. And we have 7 million. We have 7 million jobs that still need to be filled.
Right.
We have more jobs than there are workers.
Well, that might have been true at the time of filming. As of August, there were 7.2 million job openings, and approximately 7.4. Yeah, that's not true anymore. But it's like that was relatively recent. I don't know when this was filmed. It might have been filmed in August when that wasn't true either.
In this country. And so my argument here, this claim that I'm making, is that by welcoming immigrants who want to contribute, who want to build their own American dream, they actually help benefit all of us and the entire economy.
I would agree with that, but I think this conversation is going
Trump's
in an
economy.
extremely
It's true.
dangerous direction.
Okay.
100%. And I'll tell you why. So it's really easy to identify a problem.
Yeah.
But what's the solution? Let's
Yeah.
talk about immigration. And I agree.
Yeah.
They do make this country better. And I agree that huge welcome doormat and then locking the door.
Yep.
But okay, what's the process of people actually getting to the door in the first place? What's going to be deemed fair? What's going to be deemed unfair?
Yep.
That's where that's what's going to. Any politician can say, yes, immigrants, good. Poor people should have money. It's like that. Okay, cool. But like, what does that process look like?
Well, and I want to talk about the specific solutions, but I just want to acknowledge that both parties are not actually talking about welcoming immigrants and securing the border.
Right.
So I think the problem here is we don't have candidates or elected officials who are speaking to the giant middle ground where most Texans and most Americans are. Most people are pro-immigrant and pro-security. And so am I. To answer your question about what would comprehensive reform look like?
Yes.
A lot of people say immigrants should come here the right way. I agree. The problem is there's not really a right way anymore. There's not even a line that moves at any real
Actually,
pace.
Troop Nuke
There are people who
let's
have
go.
applied to be here who have waited 20, 30 years. Some people have died before they got a response back. That's not a line. If we want a real line, it has to be a fast-moving line. We've got to prioritize people who are going to fill the jobs that need to be filled, and we want to prioritize people who are actually claiming asylum and who need safety. Those are the groups in my mind that need to be prioritized. But we're never going to be able to process those folks unless we have enough immigration judges, unless we have enough border patrol, unless we modernize the ports of entry. 93% of the fentanyl that comes into this country comes through the ports of entry. It doesn't come over the Rio Grande. Right. It comes through the ports, and we don't have.
I'm assuming that's true, but let's see if the fact check actually applies to this one. According to Customs and Border Protection, more than 90% of seized fentanyl is stopped at ports of entry. It's found in okay, that actually basically applies.
The technology or the manpower to detect that fentanyl. So those are things we have to do. Yeah, please.
Because like I said, this is where it gets really dangerous because that's what we can blow over. Okay, we've identified the problem. The problem is there's not a quote unquote right process, but at that same time, there needs to be some process.
Yes.
So with the line, what does that process look like? Knowing that there's not a right and a quote unquote right, like what? Okay, so what's the line going to be?
And a lot of the problem is manpower, right? We don't have enough folks in this system who are doing this work. The current administration has grown the size of ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, except it's not people doing immigration and customs enforcement. It is a secret police force that is terrorizing communities. In North Texas, there was a mom and dad, the Vargases. They own a dry cleaners here in Dallas. They're beloved by their customers, by their neighbors. They were dropping their daughter off at Texas Tech University, one of the best universities in the state of Texas. They were on their way back from dropping her off at school. I stopped them, detained them. They are still in a detention center. I do not want my law enforcement or my immigration enforcement officials focused on the Vargases. I want them focused on murderers and rapists and gang members, people who mean to do us harm. When we devote law enforcement resources to going after the Vargases, it makes us all less safe. So I'm just asking for sanity in the system.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Great job,
return to
Lisa.
your seat.
Yeah.
we should have massive open borders for construction workers and home builders. That is actually true. Although, obviously, part of the issue is that even if there were a lot of construction workers, there's just so many regulations with building a lot of homes and stuff. But and then expand every industry from there. Well, obviously, another benefit of construction workers is that they, build. They don't just build homes; they build businesses and factories and stuff too. So that's why, like I use that example a lot of just suppose it is true that immigrants have some negative effect on wages. Like let's say we import a bunch of construction workers and construction wages fall. Which if you imported enough specifically construction workers, that would definitely happen. It's well, all these other people in businesses are benefiting from the fact that construction is just cheaper now. That seems like it's probably a net good thing. So
hi Tyler, good to see you. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So you told a really horrible story. That's a very sad story. But also they're undocumented. So this isn't just legal people who are here that came from another thing. It's a definitely emotional story. It makes me feel horrible for those people. I think there needs to be some better processes here. But they're still illegal, right? They're not supposed to be here. It's wrong by government standards, right? I think borders are very biblical. We see Nehemiah, the first thing he did for his country when he returned.
Do we care at all about the if we care about the law so much, the fact that Trump is just not following the law with regards to many of the deportations? Are we going to talk about that at all? Jada Vance is correct. Immigration increases housing prices, and that's okay by yeah, wow, easy money. Whoa, yes, I understand. Wow, crazy.
To Israel, he built a wall, right? He built a wall to keep those.
Why don't we just have the voters just really want deflation and no immigration, guys? Why can't we just give the voters what they want? Kill me. Notice not how it works. My uncle's a construction worker, and he needs to keep his job at whatever cost. That is true.
Wanted to harm them out. I'm not saying that everyone coming here wants to harm people, but I'm just saying that biblically this reinforces it. And so I feel like
I agree. I believe in borders, and I don't believe in amnesty. Let's take the Vargases. We were talking about how they are sympathetic, hardworking small business owners in our community. They've been here for decades. There needs to be a path to citizenship. That is not the same thing as amnesty, because you're right.
Is there not already a path to citizenship?
No, and that's the problem. We've got millions of people who are living here in the shadows, and there is no path for them to actually come into compliance, which I want them to do. I'm a law and order Democrat. I believe that laws matter, and there should be consequences for breaking the law.
Okay,
but here's what I will say, Tyler. We do recognize in our legal system that there are different punishments for different kinds of offenses. There are civil offenses, like being here without documentation. There are criminal offenses, like murdering, raping someone, and those things are treated differently. And so, in my mind, and again, I'm open to negotiating how the details work, but there needs to be, in broad strokes, a pathway to citizenship where they pay a fine for being here without documentation or crossing the border illegally. There should be some penalty for that. I'm not disagreeing. They should also have to pay back taxes. Again, immigrants, undocumented immigrants in particular, pay a lot of taxes and don't get benefits in return, but they may be missing some of those taxes because they weren't citizens. They need to pay those back taxes, and they need to go through the citizenship process. They got to take the test.
100% agree.
They got to learn about our government. They got to learn about our culture. All that is so important. If they do all those things and they've been here a long time and they've been contributing, I think they should be brought in.
You just said they need to go through the immigration process, but then you just told me a minute ago that there is no immigration process, that they can't become citizens.
I'm talking about creating one. I'm talking about, that's what I mean when I say comprehensive immigration reform. It is building a process to where we can bring these millions of people living in the shadows into compliance, because there's not a process right now. And what you're asking is the process on the front end, how they got in here. And I hear so many people say they should come in the right way. We should create a process where there is a right way, where there's a line and it's a fast-moving line. I mean, I think you would agree, Tyler, that someone shouldn't wait 20 years to hear back on their application. That's not a process at all. And that encourages people to come here the wrong way. So I'm saying this is a systemic problem.
You've been voted out. Please return
Great
to
job,
your
Tyler. Hi. Shanice, so nice to meet you.
Oh my God, deporter in chief, yet Bush and Clinton deported 2x Obama. Curious, this is true. Well, I was just referring to, you might not know this, but I think Obama proposed a pretty similar idea of give amnesty to people or whatever, but have them pay a fine.
Well, I hear everything you're saying. I take disagreement with you saying the Democrats nor the Republicans actually did a good job on border policy, because as an immigration attorney, it started under the Obama administration and continued under the Biden administration, where they were deporting people for having crimes of moral turpitude. You would get these notice of deportation notices in the mail. So this idea or this notion that there was just this open border plan and nothing was being done is not true. And in terms of them not hiring people, even the Trump administration spent a lot of time creating different courts in El Paso and trying to force people to stay out of the border and make Mexico create different courts. And even the Trump administration today is still hiring judges, immigration judges, and fast tracking people out of the country. So I don't understand what exactly you're saying, especially when you say public safety, because if we look at what's happening, we have mass shootings that happen because of U.S. citizens.
Oh my God.
And so this conflating of illegal immigration and public safety, I just think is a misinformation.
I thought she was going to go the other way on that one.
For me, I expect you to come up with an argument that makes
how is she an undecided voter?
sense. Like you said, okay, we want to create pathways to citizenship. Well, how do you do that for people who are illegal? We had DAPA, we had DACA that created work visas, but that wasn't a pathway to citizenship. And that's not fair to the people who have H-1B visas. That's not fair to people who have K visas for their fiancés. So I'm just a little confused as to why we would fast track people who are here undocumented and ignore people who have been waiting in the visa process line for a long time.
Well, first, thank you for your work on this topic. I want to just clarify a few things. I never said that we had an open border policy. I also don't think we should fast track anybody. What I'm trying to do is create a system that works. And when I speak about the failures of both political parties, including my own, it is the failure to pass comprehensive immigration reform. And that's a failure from George W. Bush to Barack Obama to Donald Trump the first time, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump the second time. What I'm saying is we should be going after the cartels, not our communities. We should be hunting down human traffickers, not moms and babies. We should be deporting gang members, not small business owners.
But we did that. So,
and I think that was great to have a prioritization in terms of deportation, much better than what we have now.
But when you deported crime or people that were part of cartels, and we were doing that in like the 90s or early 2000s, you happen to destabilize Central America, which caused an influx of immigration that we've never seen before. So this idea of like, let's knock down doors and come after the cartel, I agree with, but you also said we had to do something about people who have been here undocumented.
That's right.
My question is, what does your actual comprehensive policy look like for those people who have been
undecided between this person and the other Democrat, maybe? Like what are we doing here?
Yes. Because we do have
She's undecided between Democrats and Green Party. Like
to citizenship through visas.
Yeah, like I said, I want for those that are living in the shadows, I want them to have a pathway. I'm not saying they should jump in front of anybody else. What I'm saying is we have to bring them out of the shadows because it makes us all safer and it makes us more prosperous. But I mean, you tell me, this is a conversation. You're much more of an expert in immigration law than I am. So tell me what you think that policy should look like.
I think if you do what was attempted to do for DACA and DAPA, if you've been here for 10 years or you were brought as a child and you were enrolled in school, you should have a pathway to citizenship. I do understand the fundamental policy of not breaking up families, but I don't understand.
Hold on, I just realized. That's a fucking, I talked to that dude.
You should
That's
have
James. Hold on.
Pathway to citizenship. I do understand.
That's James. I talked to that dude about socialism. He was on the socialism episode with Brian, Patrick Bet David, not Brian.
Understand the fundamental policy of not breaking up families, but I don't understand how we allow their children to stay illegally. Like, do you let them say get pathways to citizenship and then turn around and allow their family to do the family visas and make people return back to their original country? Because we have to remember, if we do that part of it, people go to jail when they go back. We have like laws in place with different countries, especially in the Caribbean, where if you were in America illegally, you go to jail to come back. So when you go back, so there's no, to me, I don't think we should fast track undocumented workers, or I think we should probably give people work visas, but I don't agree with you necessarily getting citizenship, because why would other people take the better route, which is not to be undocumented and actually apply for a visa?
So tell me, here's where I get hung up. Tell me what we do with kids. Because I was telling you how I, as a public school teacher, taught a lot of students who were undocumented. Many of them were saved by DACA. What do we do for those kids who were brought here through no fault of their own, without their consent? They now live here in America. This is the country they know. They know no other country.
What are we doing about their parents?
And you mentioned DAPA being an opportunity for parents. So
if we kept work visas for their parents, and allowed them to stay, and they find a pathway to citizenship, if you crossed the border before you were like 6 and we can prove you were here, then I agree. But I think after that age, it gets too murky trying to, because people will falsify documents, they'll falsify pictures, and so it gets harder and harder to do.
I mean, this is the beauty of public policy, right? When we step out of the algorithms of the news networks, people can sit down, even if they may be coming at it from a different point of view, and be able to hammer out a solution that actually works. And I always try to listen to the experts, because as a politician, there's no way you can be an expert in everything. And so I think you and I, some of the solutions we just talked about, that's exactly what we need to be focused on if we're going to fix this system. I think secret police is not the answer, and we have got to find a better path forward on immigration.
All right, Koss, you've been voted out. Please return to your
Great job. It's nice to meet you. Yeah. Hi, Terrence. Nice to meet you.
I'm kind of tough. I'm not soft.
Okay. Yeah.
So the border, I think it needs to be like closed for a while. You said that immigrants are some of the most patriotic in
my students.
Your students. I think that it is Black people and foundational Black Americans that are the most patriotic in America. Why are we not closing the border and using the drugs that are coming in, the money that's coming in from these drugs? Why are we spending money on private schools and letting these private companies fund these private schools, and not putting money into the Black neighborhoods and brown neighborhoods that were here for so long in
America? People seem like they're hyper decided. I don't know. Some of them seem like genuinely curious. The last girl definitely wasn't. This guy, I don't know what to make of him exactly.
And actually built what a lot of immigrants enjoy today.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do to kind of lend a hand in that way?
Yeah, I don't think we're disagreeing that we need way more investment in our communities, particularly Black neighborhoods all over Texas. But I would say that this discussion about immigration also applies to Black people, because we have Black immigrants. Not all immigrants that come to this country are from.
Well, let me start. Let's cut out the Black immigrants.
Sure,
right now,
sure.
I'm talking about foundational Black Americans and foundational white Americans.
Yeah.
So I'm a native of Texas and a descendant of slavery, right? So why are we not focusing on that instead of like closing the border? I mean, these people, it's not America's job, right, to take care of someone's child and mother from another country, that's that country's job, okay? If they want to put America as a dumping ground and then we have to now spend money to put these immigrants somewhere else, that's unfair to me and other foundational white Americans.
So here's where I agree with you. We need way more investment in our communities here in America.
How?
It's why I fight.
How?
It's why I fight for.
How do we need to invest in those communities?
Yeah, it's why I fight for.
We're not going to get to. Yeah, I'm assuming we're going to say where I disagree, though, is the fact that you're calling America a dumping ground for these people that are probably benefiting us. That seems more relevant than discussing how exactly to create investments in black communities in Texas.
Education in the Texas legislature. It's why I have fought to lower housing costs and provide more funding for affordable housing. Let's take education just to drill down. As you know, I was a public school teacher, so I know the system from the inside out. By the time kids show up to kindergarten, the first grade, kids who grew up in poverty are already behind their peers. Their affluent peers who have enrichment opportunities, have summer camps, who hear a lot more words because they have a stay-at-home parent or a parent who can't stay at home, versus kids who grew up in poverty. I think the way to fix that, and this is what I've worked on in the legislature, is high-quality, universal early childhood education for every child, no matter their zip code, no matter their race, no matter how much money their parents make. Because those first 1,000 days of a child's life, those first 3 years are the most important in terms of brain development. And if they aren't catching up in kindergarten, you know that's just going to get worse the longer they're in the public education system. And so we're setting up these students for failure. And I agree with you, these students they're children of promise. Again, they're made in the image of God. They have something to contribute. Our job is to create a system that allows them to do that.
Are you willing,
early childhood education is a key part of it.
Are you willing to take away the money that we're putting toward bringing other immigrants in, because most immigrants take away from the jobs. A lot of people can't find jobs after they graduate college. It takes a long time for them to do that because
oh my
most
god,
of the
college educated graduates, really? That's who we're concerned about with the jobs.
Even the idea has to be sped up in order to get that job, because an immigrant can get that job and can get that job for way less.
So we talked about where we agree, which is investment in
That's not even
all kinds of neighborhoods.
like most of the visas we have for educated workers. We like have minimum salaries and stuff to try to prevent immigrants undercutting people for those things. Like H-1B visas, they have minimum salaries. They have there's supposed to be some requirement for companies to advertise to local workers and try to get them hired as a priority instead as well. We make these considerations for college educated Americans. It's Casa speaking now. Oh no. Trump administration has imposed a full travel ban on Palestinians. Is Pop Flop a reliable source? I have no clue. As a result of the ban, nobody with passports issued by Palestinian Authority can get into the United States. Incredible. Also, fully restricted travel on people of Palestinian Authority issued travel documents, the latest U.S. travel restriction against Palestinians. Yeah, okay, thank you. Pop Flop, mostly reliable. Their reporting was backed up by NPR, so seems reliable.
Investment for Americans. Where we disagree, I think, is this idea that immigrants as a whole are a drain on this country. That's where I strongly disagree, because these immigrants are doing jobs that Native born Americans won't do. And I'll give you an example. Let me just give you an example.
I disagree. How do you?
Now that might play well with the median voter or whatever, but I don't think you should. That point is less relevant to me than it's probably the case that immigrants would increase net employment and have other positive effects, but whatever.
Know that.
I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Who's a robot? So is every politician, bro. So is every politician that does things like this. Okay, they go in with a dialogue tree. They go in with what they're gonna say. They've probably spoken to their advisors about how to message about all these things before.
Yeah, I talked to an avocado farmer in California. He's been running this farm for 20 years. He said he has never had a native-born American apply work for one of his jobs. And
Let me ask you a question. Real quick. Okay, how many black people are in California?
All them, their wages were so much
Los Angeles or
in California total?
I don't know. Much about California.
It's under 7% now. He doesn't have enough people that need jobs in California for you to make that statement toward Texas.
It's not even that
Texas,
jobs.
More black people stay in Texas. More foundational white Americans stay in Texas.
Let's just talk holistically. There are 7 million jobs.
Holistically doesn't work for everyone.
No, I'm talking globally about the economy. There are 7 million jobs that are unfilled in this country. We have more jobs than we do workers in America right now. And these are, as you know, some of the toughest jobs, right? Picking our fruit, taking care of our children and our elders, paving our highways. These are jobs that are difficult, and the research shows that undocumented immigrants are really just competing against other recent immigrants. They're not competing with native-born Americans who, in many cases, whether it's that
My goat actually true. I mean, I doubt he's read this stuff himself, but yeah, true.
Auto farm, or whether it's other industries across the country, native-born Americans will not sign up to mow our lawns. And so if we go after these immigrants, we're not just hurting them and their families and their ability to live the American dream, we're hurting the entire economy, we're hurting ourselves. And then I'll go one step further. Those immigrants go on oftentimes to create jobs. Half of all Fortune 500 CEOs are immigrants. A quarter of all entrepreneurs are immigrants. The research shows that immigrants and their children have a higher economic mobility rate than native-born Americans. So these are strivers. They're
my goat yes, I love that. Hell yeah. I mean, he's not like I said, I doubt he actually knows the stuff he's talking about or whatever, but yeah, he's talking about that I forget the title, something like the last 100 years immigrants upward mobility. I think he's talking about this. The intergenerational mobility of immigrants over 2 centuries. Yeah. I believe he's talking about this. Apparently Trump is closing down the National Center for Atmospheric Research too. Dude, let's go. Bro, I don't know if this is a fucking organization that does that. And if they do, maybe they will just reassign it to another like industry or whatever, but or department. Do they do shit for the weather reporting? Because I know a lot of like all the weather apps and all the fucking meteorologists are relying on like the same weather balloons and data, but you know, it's just released by the government. Responsible for many of the biggest scientific advancements in the humanity's understanding of weather and climate. Its research is aircraft and sophisticated computer models of the Earth atmosphere and oceans are widely used in forecasting weather events and disasters around the country. Yeah, let's go. And the scientists study a broad range of topics, including air pollution, ocean currents, and global warming. LMAO, I'm currently writing a thing on the climate stuff, and NOAA, whatever, National. I forget what it stands for, but yeah, I know they do the weather stuff. Pages have banners saying this is a little this is just an archive now. Incredible.
Dreamers, they're doers. Unlike what some politicians say, in the vast majority of cases, these countries are sending their best, and they do make us stronger and richer through their military service and through doing the jobs that need to be done in this economy.
All right, pause. That's time. Please return to your seat.
Great job, Trent. Nice meeting you. My next claim is that your vote matters in 2026.
YouTube went down. Oh, fuck. Wait. Oh, fuck. I closed the YouTube thing. Wait, no, it didn't. What? I don't have a warning. What? Hold on. What? Let me open my phone real quick. Lying to me right now. Nothing on my end says it's down. Oh my god, my fucking phone is my second phone, which was dead. Won't open. Line for me too? Yeah, see, Metro, your line. Oh my god, reconnect to the internet. I have it on my phone as a Domino's app playing right now. Go back in your VOD. I'm not lying. Well, it might have frozen for a second or something. But the stream itself did not go down. I'm seeing it's fine. No, I'm not lying. Don't tell me I'm lying. I mean, I recognize you're not intentionally lying to me or anything, Metro. That's just like, that's what I say. I say that phrase a lot. I want you to go back. I believe you that it might have went black at some point or something, but it was not copyright claim, which is the thing I care about.
Hi, what's your name?
Michaela.
Michaela.
Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you. Since this is a new claim, let me just kind of tell you what I'm thinking, and then I would love to open this up.
Yeah, of course.
When I first ran for office, I was a 28-year-old public school teacher, and I was running in a Republican district as a Democrat. And so I had to knock on literally every door in order to get elected. And I was trying to talk to my fellow young people. I'm a millennial. I was also trying to talk to Gen Z. And I kept hearing this
Alert said
refrain.
stream unavailable for policy violations. Well, it wouldn't even have... That wouldn't even show up in the VOD.
In politics. And at some point, I was just honest with them. I said, you may not be interested in politics, but politics is interested in you. You may not care about politics, but your boss at work cares about politics. Your landlord cares about politics. Your insurance company cares about politics.
Also, do I care about your vote matters in 2026? I don't think I want to watch this part. I will watch his next claim. The biggest divide in politics is not left versus right.
The biggest divide in our politics is not left versus right.
Bottom.
It's top versus bottom. Hi. What's your name?
Krista.
Krista. Spending 8 years in the middle of this broken political system, I've come to realize that the biggest divide is between the billionaires who run this political system, who run this economy, who increasingly run this whole country, versus the rest of us, whether we're Democrats, Republicans, progressives, or conservatives. And I've seen how those billionaires pit us against each other with their algorithms, with their cable news networks. They're trying to divide us by party, by race, by gender, by religion, so we don't notice that they're picking our pockets. They're closing our schools and gutting our healthcare, raising taxes on all of us while they cut taxes for themselves. So what I'm trying to do is bring us all together across all these divisions so we can take power away from them.
Metro, if it said, it wouldn't, like, when it's removed or whatever, like, that's not encoded into the video itself. That's just the message YouTube displays when something into the, like, that happens. Like, that's just, oh no, it does say stream suspended for policy violations. Typically, it's not, like, actually encoded for the video itself. Like, it's just, like, the message it displays. Or at least that's what it usually does for, like, copyright claims. It doesn't actually, like, in the VOD itself, it doesn't have that. Like, I have other videos that are copyright claim where it doesn't, like, the video just goes off, and there's no, like, display of that.
Them and bring it back into our communities.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from on that. And I agree that lobbying does play a big role in, like, some of our representatives. You know, the more funding they get, the more they have to advertise for,
it doesn't really, it doesn't, I've not seen good evidence of that. It seems like if you look at, like, actual studies, it doesn't seem to play a big role on the federal level, and on the state level it plays, like, a bigger role, but it's more associated with, like, just increased political turnover rather than, like, benefiting one party over the other. And it's mostly actually associated with, like, pro-growth reforms that are probably good on net for both, like, labor and capital. It doesn't seem to have, like, substantially bigger effects on one party or the other, or lead to, like, super negative things
that they want. But where I disagree on that is I believe that how can I say this? I believe that economics, like the top versus the bottom, accounts for economic inequity. But I believe ideology is where the polarization comes in. So you're a man of faith, correct?
Yeah.
So
Try to be.
You are, definitely. So wouldn't you say that your faith drives who you are as a person and your beliefs?
Absolutely. And I agree that political polarization is a problem. What I'm trying to get us to realize is how these systems that we're
Told
in,
you I didn't lie. Well,
a
I
broken political
always
system, a broken media system,
believe that you saw that message. I didn't think it was going to be encoded in its stream, but I did not get a copyright strike, which is the thing that I care about. That would have showed up on my end as well, which is why I had no reason to believe that I got a copyright strike.
a broken social media system, how that exacerbates ideological differences. Of course, we're all very different people. We're going to have different opinions, but these algorithms, these cable news networks, they fan the flames of those disagreements, and that's why we have such polarized politics, in my opinion.
So you think it's like an echo chamber, like, is
yeah,
what you're stating?
I think that these billionaires, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Rupert Murdoch, the people who increasingly own traditional media and new social media, they have a vested interest in all of us being divided. Because if we recognize that we are far more alike than we are different,
True, then we won't
realize
team
that
up
we have far
and
more in common,
realize
we're
our
going to take power
cross
back from them, and
consciousness
we're going to bring
and
it back into our communities.
So where I would disagree on that is there's so many economic elites. So let's just give an example. The owners of Ben & Jerry, they spend so much time on, climate change, trying to draw that back. They spend a lot of time on putting their time into charity. Let's just say, like, putting it towards charity for those who are less fortunate. But we have the polar opposite, right? Let's just say the owner of Chick-fil-A, they spend a lot of their time donating to more conservative. So I would say that it's not just the elite. I believe it goes back to their ideology, because we see people who are multimillionaires.
They're just trying to control both sides
to
cut taxes.
I totally agree. What I'm trying to propose is that we limit the influence of those very, very wealthy people, whether they're on the left or the right, in our political system. They can have their own opinions. There's nothing more American than having your own opinions. they shouldn't have an outsized influence on our political system. They shouldn't be able to buy politicians by the dozen. I'll just give you one example. Here in Texas, there are 2 billionaires in West Texas, Tim Dunn and Ferris Wilkes. They basically run our state government. I bet most Texans don't even know their names, but every member of the state Senate
it might be
a majority.
The effect is probably bigger on the state and local level than it is on the federal level, but I like I said, I don't think it's actually substantially negative. It seems like it can actually lead to pro-growth reforms, which are beneficial for everyone. But
of the members of the state house have taken their money, and for some of these legislators, a majority of their entire campaign contributions come from just these 2 billionaires, and they use that influence, they use their wealth to shift our state into a far right direction, the most extreme abortion ban in the country, the most insane gun laws in the country. All of that is because these 2 billionaires have remade our state government in their own image. I'm trying to stop them from doing that. They can have their own opinions. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not trying to stop that. I'm trying to prevent the top 1%, these billionaire mega donors, from being able to dictate.
Seems like Texans would be pretty pro-gun and pretty anti-abortion, although probably not. I bet if you like polled people or just held a referendum, it would not be a 6-week ban or whatever they have, but probably pretty anti-abortion still compared to the rest of the country or the average person. Like
public policy in the state and in this country.
So when we have the issue of, let's just say, another multimillionaire in Texas is using it for policies that you agree with, are you going to do that on both sides, or are you just do it on a certain side? How are you going to combat that?
I'm going to limit the influence of billionaires on both sides of the aisle, whether it's a Democratic billionaire or a Republican billionaire. I think we've got to ban things like super PACs. I think we've got to even further limit campaign contributions. I think we've got to prevent lawmakers from being able to engage in insider trading and buying and selling these stocks. I think we need just basic ethics reform, basic transparency, basic accountability, because when our political system works for the uber wealthy, it doesn't work for the rest of us. In fact, it hurts the rest of us. It's why we can't seem to get ahead no matter how hard we work. It's why we can't seem to afford anything, whether it's groceries or whether it's housing or healthcare or childcare. It's because the system is not built to work for us. It's built to work for those billionaires, and it's working very well for them. I think the way we fix that is by reforming our political system.
Why housing and healthcare are expensive? Okay, is that real? What's the? Can we do the causal? What's the causal chain there? Well, with housing, it might, like, housing prices can be explained by income inequality to some extent, but it's not billionaires driving that. It's people living in cities versus people living in rural areas. But so even in areas where there is some conceivable impact of inequality, it's not anywhere near what he's talking about. It's just relatively well-off people, like top 20%, top 10% who live in cities and live in desirable areas, pushing up prices.
So that it can actually be a government of, by, and for the people again.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
That was great. Thanks, Krista. Yes.
I hate progressives so much. He's not even. I don't hate them. I won't say I hate them or anything. I don't like the. I don't like the. I don't want to say just. It's not the mindset. I don't like the lack of good evidence. Maybe that's the best way to put it. I don't understand how many of them arrive at these conclusions when I would feel very uncomfortable arriving at the conclusions. They're like any conclusion with the level of evidence they seem to have.
The biggest thing I just heard from this debate you were just talking about is basically billionaires are the problem. I'm curious why do you think that they are causing the problems?
So I actually think the system is the problem. The system allows for those billionaires to have an outsized influence in our political conversation, in our economy, and it crowds out the rest of us, those who are working class and middle class Texans. And I want to try.
I don't think inequality is innate harm. I agree.
I think what you've seen in this country for the last
accept
50 years
different people have
is
different
an economy
abilities.
that used to work for most people transformed.
Yeah, I don't think it's intrinsically bad, and it can be obviously instrumentally good insofar as the reason people there's inequality by nature of people being innovative and just working different amounts and stuff that's
works
instrumentally good.
The richest 1% in this country now owns more wealth than the entire middle class. 3 dudes: Elon Musk.
Kill me.
The richest 1% in this country now owns more wealth than the entire middle class. 3 dudes.
I don't know what he's defining as the entire middle class. The claim I've heard is 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 50%. That's not including Social Security, by the way, which is obviously an entitlement that everyone has some future claim to. But according to the Federal Reserve, St. Louis, the top 1% hold 51 billion, while the bottom 50% hold 4.1 trillion. Yeah. Oh, sorry, 51 trillion, not billion, obviously. Whoa.
Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos now own more wealth than 165 million Americans combined. And
why did you unreverse it? I unreversed it to read the fact checks. Maybe I forgot to unreverse it at some point. Or
using that
re-reverse
wealth
it.
to corrupt our political system. These are not the rich people of old. They're not buying yachts and jets only. They're now buying power. I mean, think about all the debates in our politics. Our schools are being defunded so those billionaires can get another tax break. Our healthcare premiums are about to go up because those billionaires...
I mean, well, there were firings in the Department of Education. Where I don't know if there were like just cuts to education spending. I mean, student loan repayment started again, I guess.
One other tax break. And then our Social Security, our Medicare benefits are constantly under threat because those billionaires want yet another tax break. So I'm advocating that
really
we
don't think
limit their power.
Social Security is under
working citizens to be able to fulfill their own God-given potential.
Interesting. How do you propose that we go about doing that? Because I mean, the system's been here for a long time, and I think the more important question is specifically what system? Is it the Texas system? Is it the federal system? Is it the there's a lot of systems. The school system, the tax system.
So the wrestling guy's wife is the one in charge. What do you think is happening? The wrestling guy? What?
What specifically are you talking about?
All the above. So you said that we've had it for a long time. It has been a long time. It's been about 50 years. But I just want to remind you and those watching that we did have an economic system in this country that worked for the middle class.
Oh
in
my
the 1950s,
God.
the 1960s, the richest Americans.
The top tax rate was 94%.
Paid a top marginal tax rate of 90%. I don't know if we need.
Oh, I knew it. How'd I know? Like, I think it's 400 people ever paid that top rate of 94%. And if you just look at actual effective tax rates, they were a lot lower. They were like they peaked at roughly 45%, the top effective tax rate. Yeah, and obviously that doesn't even mean that the counterfactual would have been like, better if we had more efficient taxes back then. Like, there were obviously other factors contributing to why the middle class grew and stuff during that time period, as opposed to like the fact World War II just ended, and the U.S. had a bunch of factories that were reallocated to manufacturing purposes that we exported everywhere. Like, that is going to be relevant too. It's not just because corporate tax rate was super high, because low skilled workers could find jobs very easily. Like, although you know about Texas SB 10, it's required state law to display the 10 Commandments in all kids. Oh yeah.
A tax rate that high for rich folks, but it should certainly be higher than what it is now. It's about 37% now. And so I want billionaires to pay their fair share. I don't think that George Soros should pay less as a percentage of his income in taxes than his secretary. And that's what we have now.
Well,
again, billionaires on the left, billionaires on the right.
Isn't it Warren Buffett who says that? Is it George Soros? It might be they might both say it, but
they are getting away scot-free. They are leeching the lifeblood out of this country, out of all the systems that you just mentioned. I think the only way we're going to change that is that people like you, people around the circle, people around the state, decide to come together across all of these divides, recognize that we have a lot more in common than billionaires want us to think, and take power back for our communities.
Interesting. So I've did a little research about this, and the top 5% of earners in America make about $260,000 a year. They make up for about 60% of the total federal income tax. So that's not billionaires, right?
Yeah.
So that's people who are getting by. They're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
But my question is, how can you affect billionaires and also still help not hurt those who are not billionaires, but maybe they have a couple million and they're also providing jobs, because we have a lot of smaller businesses that are within the 5 million
Totally
range.
agree. We don't want to hurt small businesses. We don't want to even hurt people who are upper middle class. What we want to do is go after that top 1%, actually the top 1% of that 1%, those billionaires who run this economy and run this country. Let's just take an example. The big ugly bill that passed a few months ago in Washington, it gave $3 trillion in tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans. Just guess what the average billionaire is going to get in terms of tax cuts from that bill.
I'm not sure.
$110,000. Again, our money, our tax dollars are going to those billionaires who don't need it.
That wouldn't surprise me if that's true. According to Tax Policy Center, the top 0.1%, or those making over $5 million, will save $286,000. Middle earners, or those earning $66,000, will save $220,000. Will save $1,000. Wow.
Guess what we're going to get? Regular people, what we're going to get.
Just check. This is about to be in your top 20 longest streams this year. That's not that surprising. Although technically, that doesn't include my. You gotta include the 2 subathons this year. No, wait, did I? Did I do 2? No, I did 1 subathon, and then I did 1 for my birthday 24-hour stream. Gotta include those as well. Those don't show up on YouTube because YouTube doesn't store VODs over 12 hours. Although I think the birthday stream, the first 12 hours, or the last 12 hours, whichever one YouTube decides to save is up. The Shrimp Welfare stream, that's like 115 hours, so it just does not show that at all. Yeah. Cannot wait for when we can reasonably win running a taxi middle class candidate. I mean, I don't think that messaging is ever going to work, but you know, one day.
From that bill.
Not sure.
I mean, Bernie kind of did it to some extent because he's able to message on, and if you wanted, you probably have to package it this way in order to win on that platform. You know, he's like, wouldn't you guys would actually be, come out on top if we, you didn't have to pay healthcare premiums anymore, and we, taxed you a little more as a result. Like, he's like, Bernie's able to make that messaging work to some extent. So maybe it's possible, although you do also have to, Bernie was promising a lot in terms of what he would give people, when I don't think you can promise that much. So
a little over $1,000.
Okay. Yeah.
To me, that feels wildly unfair. And it prevents all of us from being able to start that new business, from being able to grow the economy. It keeps us from being able to support our families and make sure that our kids are successful.
Does it though? It feels like...
Okay. Yeah. To me, that feels wildly unfair. And it prevents all of us from being able to start that new business, from being able to grow the economy. It keeps us...
I'm trying to think, like, maybe, like, billionaires use a lot of their money to finance, like, new businesses and, like, risky finance ventures and the such. I'm trying to think of some mechanism by which they would be good at financing that, but not, but that would somehow have, like, some disproportionately negative effect on small businesses. I mean, like, maybe, like, I guess, like, maybe if you redistributed the capital they had, it would be more likely to be invested in small businesses as opposed to, like, venture capital things and the such. But I feel like the spillover benefits from the stuff, the risky investments billionaires typically finance is probably just way higher and worth any inequities.
From being able to support our...
Oh yeah, it needs to be phrased by pay your share, which means 80% for the billionaires and maybe a couple extra points for you too, yeah. NHS is a complete disaster. I mean, my understanding is certainly right now it is not functioning very well.
Families and make sure that our kids are successful in school and in college and in the workforce. That is how this rigged system prevents us from achieving our potential as a country.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by majority. Please return to
Great
your
job,
seat.
Hi.
Hi.
Tess.
How are you, Tess?
So nice to meet you.
James. So I'm going to be straightforward honest with you.
Yeah, please.
I agree with a lot of your stance. Sure. I am also, my family are income household. We are in that top 3%, not 1.
Yeah.
That being said, do I wish, I'm sure I'm not the only one out there. Yeah. Me and my family, we're not opposed to being the people who say, you tax us more. Yeah. We're okay with that because everybody around me, everybody I know, they're going, paycheck to paycheck, single parent. There's not many people we know that are as blessed as us. Yeah. That said, is it top to bottom that's the problem, or is it left to right? Because when you look at what's going on, I do think that there is a portion of greed that is effective in the billionaires' minds or the top 1%. But I think there's a lot of left and right when it comes into it, especially when you look at the industry that it plays into, whether it's oil or housing or whatnot. So I disagree that it's not entirely top bottom. I think it's a good portion of it plays into left and right.
So here's what I want to point out. This political discourse in our country, it is controlled by those billionaires, increasingly. These for-profit social media platforms, these predatory algorithms, they elevate the most extreme voices on all sides to provoke our outrage. Right. Because that gets more clicks, and that makes them more money. It's a rage economy. Right. Anger sells.
Source, like, it, to some limited extent, I think it is true that, rage is like the thing that's been found to keep people on social media the most. So, you know, companies have some incentive to promote that, but I think I don't think it's as grand as a conspiracy as he seems to think it is.
Fear sells, hate sells. These platforms designed by those billionaires, these platforms appeal to our worst demons instead of our better angels. These billionaires are engineering our emotions so they can profit off of our pain. They are selling us conflict and calling it community. These platforms don't incentivize us doing what we're doing here, which is listening to each other and finding common ground. These platforms want us at each other's throats because those billionaires benefit. Whether you're in the top 3%, or whether you're in the bottom 3%, we have a lot more in common with each other than we do with those billionaires.
Absolutely.
And so they want us focused on how we're different. There's definitely a progressive conversation, a conservative
ChatGPT
conversation
slogans,
that's been happening since
yeah.
the beginning of time. It's healthy, it's good. I'm worried about how these platforms, they divide us further apart so that we can't find that common ground anymore. And it's corrosive to our politics.
If you're elected senator,
Yep.
what are you going to try and implement and pass in order to make sure that this divide is eliminated?
Yeah.
Because this divide is kind of tearing
It
all
is.
of us apart.
It is. One, I want to be very honest with you. One candidate, one senator is not going to fix this.
Oh, absolutely.
This is going to be fixed by you and the people around the circle. Hopefully, running and supporting candidates who align with
Going to
this
be
purpose.
fixed by
But
Jubilee,
to answer your question
folks.
directly about
Can
what I
we
would want to
get
do if I got in there.
new
I've served for 4
Jubilee
terms in the
only
State House.
platform?
I've been fighting these billionaires in the trenches of the Texas legislature, and I've been bringing together Democrats and Republicans to do that. I had a bill that I filed a few sessions ago. It was actually Bernie Sanders' idea to bring cheap prescription drugs from Canada to Texas, because Canadians pay half of what we pay because Big Pharma controls our healthcare system. And I didn't think it was going to pass. But a friend of mine in the Freedom Caucus, a far-right Republican from Wichita Falls, he called me up and he was like, I really like your bill because I believe in free markets and Big Pharma distorts the free market. So he and I got that bill passed through the Texas House, through the Texas Senate, and we got it signed by the governor. It is now law in the state of Texas.
They pay so little because Canada doesn't have a free market system. They get higher returns here because we do have a more free market system. Oh, my stream's been temporarily blocked because we detected a video you don't know. Oh, fuck. Maybe it'll go away again, hopefully. Dude, why are there so many bots on Kick right now? How much longer is in this thing? Oh, there's not that much left, though. I don't want to get a strike on YouTube, so Twitch or Kick, folks. I'm gonna stream on YouTube.